Can you hear me calling out your name? You know that I'm falling and I don't know what to say. I'll speak a little louder, I'll even shout. You know that I'm proud and I can't get the words out. I wanna be with you everywhere. I wanna be with you everywhere. Be with you everywhere. Something's happening to me. My friends say I'm acting peculiarly. Come along, baby, we better make a start. You better make it soon before you break my heart. I wanna be with you everywhere. I wanna be with you everywhere.
immerse yourself in a world of groundbreaking innovations and smart investments at the summit that defines tomorrow.
Chart new territories in iGaming, where the sky is not the limit, but just the beginning.
Get ready for a world where technology pioneers the path to unprecedented iGaming opportunities and experiences.
Accelerate your network at the speed of light, one win at a time.
It's time to unlock new iGaming dimensions to evolve what the industry is.
Welcome to the next experience at Valletta 24.
All right, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Good morning. Colleagues, friends, welcome back to Next Valletta 2024. It's so great to see so many of you guys here today. And I have a question for you to start things off here today. How many of you guys just love stressed 15-minute conference meetings? Aren't they the best? Complete silence. I thought so. They absolutely suck, to be honest. When we started Next in 2019, we set out to do something a little bit different. Instead of these impersonal, transactional conversations that you often experience at trade shows, we wanted to put emphasis on knowledge sharing, community, and relationship building. Number one, knowledge sharing, because if we open up as an industry, we will win as an industry. And number two, relationship building, because real business is not done from these stressed 15-minute meetings, but from forming friendships that leads to trust, that eventually leads to business. I mean, seriously, do you want to know a secret? Like, how do you sell at a conference? How do you make business at a conference? You don't need to read all the books to figure this out. Seriously, just be yourself. Be yourself. Unless you are a serial killer, in which case, don't be yourself. But if you're a good person, and if you have your heart in the right place, people will trust you. And when people trust you and they like you, they are open to do business together. And that's why relationship building is an important focus for us when we put these shows on, and not these stressed 15-minute meetings. Third is the community building aspects, because as people, we want to belong to something. And I want to stay on the topic of community for just a little bit, because to me, this industry has always been about the great friendships that are made along the way. But there hasn't really been a platform for the industry to come together at. Sure, we have the trade shows, we have LinkedIn, but there hasn't been one platform that strives to build relationship, transparency, and bring people and organizations closer together. And this is the long-term, grand, secret master plan of Next.io that I'm sharing with my close friends here today. We want to be that platform, whether it is in person or online, where people can share their voice and opinion, where we can connect like-minded individuals, and where we can spur debate, and ultimately, where the leaders of today can help foster the leaders of tomorrow. Because in the word of my best friend, Lasse Merzog, the CEO of Presenter Group, it is all about making money, but have fun doing it. And I think this mantra is something we can all connect with. Because what's the point of making money if we aren't enjoying the journey along the way? Steve Jobs had a very famous quote on this front. I don't know if you guys know it, if anyone can join me, but Steve Jobs said, "The journey is the reward." Right? That's right. The journey is the reward. Let's not forget that as we pull the long hours to advance ourselves, our own careers, and the organizations that we work with. My friends, it's been great to see the incredible response to Next Valletta this year. The growth of this summit has put a lot of pressure on our team to ensure that we keep delivering quality of production that we made ourselves known for over the years. And I am very proud of my team for going above and beyond to ensure that every little detail is taken care of so that all of you guys can be relaxed and enjoy the show. Not having to worry about tripping on wires and uneven floors. Wink, wink. No comment. You know that you have an awesome team when I, as the co-founder and MD of the company, gets appointed as mascot as my only responsibility of this event. My dear colleagues are very happy with me not interrupting them as they put on the show here for you guys today. So I just wanted to just take the opportunity to thank all of my dear colleagues, and if we can all just give them a round of applause, because they have been working tirelessly, day in and day night, to make this happen. And with that said, whether you have traveled from halfway across the world to get here today, or just from around the corner, I'd like to also thank each and one of you guys for being here and gathering today. I also want to thank all our partners for believing in us and for putting their trust and supporting us. Lastly, my wish is that every single person here today makes at least one meaningful new connection, that you get at least one new inspirational idea, but perhaps most importantly of all, that we have fun doing it. Thank you so much, and I wish you an absolutely amazing conference. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much, Pierre, for kicking things off. And again, welcome to Next Valletta 2024. My name is Alice Norden. I'll be one of the hosts here these 2 days at the main stage. But I'm not going to talk much about myself right now, because I have the honor of introducing my lovely, amazing, wonderful co-host, Michael Peterson. Give it up for Michael. As many of you guys in here probably know already, Michael is the Chief Commercial Officer at Livestream, mixing gaming excitement with streaming. But a fun fact about Michael that I actually didn't know before we started doing this is that when Michael is not performing his CCO duties, or when he's not here on stage with me hosting the Next Valletta show, you will most likely find Michael behind a DJ booth. So ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow actually, after the conference tomorrow, at the networking closing drinks on the rooftop, you'll be able to enjoy some of Michael's DJing live. And I've got 3 words for you all. I don't know if you've heard the rumors, but iGaming House Mafia. Michael, do you have a stage name or something that we should remember for tomorrow when we see you upstairs?
No pressure at all there, Alice, I can tell. Yeah, I have a stage name, actually. It's incredibly sexy.
Okay, tell me.
Are you ready for it?
Yes, I'm ready. We're ready.
It's Michael Peterson.
Oh, good one. Classic, original. Love it.
Blown away. Thank you for that lovely introduction, Alice. It's also my joy to introduce my co-host, Alice Nordin. Apart from leading recruitments and helping people shaping their careers at her very own agency, Talent Kings, Alice also lights up TikTok as Alice in Careerland. So if you're not following Alice already, please get your phones out. Go to TikTok and hit that follow button. Otherwise, you're definitely missing out.
Yeah, thank you for the shout out there, Michael. Let's do a little TikTok dance video behind the stage later.
Let's do it.
So me and Michael, we're here to guide you guys through these 2 amazing days. Before we get started, let's give a huge shout out to our headline sponsors this year, Hub 88. And of course, a big thank you to all of our other sponsors that's made this event even possible.
Absolutely. This year is absolutely crazy. More than 5,000 of you are attending and registered for this conference. And this year, more than 950 operators and affiliates are attending the conference, making this the biggest Next ever, effectively. So buckle up. The next 2 days will be packed with insights, networking, and with a little bit of your help, some high energy as well, we hope. We have a packed agenda for the next 2 days. We're going to look at the future of the industry.
Yeah.
We're going to get an overview of the investment world, the trends, crypto. And of course, not to forget 2 critical sessions, the Hot 6 and the predictions with Todd, Tim, and Robin.
Yes, so there's a lot of exciting things to look forward to. And let's not forget about all the tracks we've got going on. So today, on the first floor, you'll be able to enjoy the HR Connect track, the Invest Next track, and also the Markets and Emerging Jurisdictions track. And we're launching a new track this year as well. That's super exciting, a personal development track. So that's also today downstairs in the Valletta hall. So don't forget to swing by the new track for this year, personal development. And just a little reminder, tomorrow we'll have some other tracks as well. We'll have the Tech Next track, the Marketing Next track, and a sustainability track on the first floor tomorrow as well. So as you can hear, whatever your interests are, we've got you covered.
Wow, Alice, that's a lot of tracks to keep track of over the coming days.
You.
We're also here in the beautiful Mediterranean Conference Center, and it's a historical and beautiful venue, but perhaps not the easiest venue to find your way around with all the different tracks and all the different rooms. So as you look around, you'll find our friendly staff wearing these beautiful yellow or black t-shirts, I believe. So if you have any questions whatsoever, or you're struggling to find where your next session is, please don't hesitate to give them a shout, and they will absolutely help you.
Yes.
All right, time to get things kicked off. And it's time to dive into this fast-paced industry of iGaming. But starting with an even faster-paced industry, namely Formula 1. Up next is this incredible keynote by Play and Go and the MoneyGram Haas F1 team, who are waiting here behind the scenes. But Alice, before we start, have you ever driven a race car?
Do I look like I've ever driven a race car? I've never driven one, I've never been in one, but maybe if I'm nice to the guys backstage, they'll give me a ride after the conference. What do you think?
Yeah, try and do a bit of shots on the rooftop. Maybe that will help your chances.
Exactly.
All right, very good. So let's get things on the road, or should I say track. Up next is Magnus Olsen, the Chief Commercial Officer from Play and Go. Let's give them a massive round of applause,
Give it up.
shall we? Have a great show, guys.
Good Scandinave.
Yeah.
And you all look good. Rain, who would have thought? Anyway, as you know, Play and Go recently partnered up with the MoneyGram Formula 1 team, MoneyGram Haas Formula 1 team, I should say. And we are all about entertainment in regulated environments, and that is very true for Formula 1 as well. So as part of that partnership, I have the pleasure now to introduce you to the drivers of MoneyGram Haas. But to make sure that you get the most out of it, I've also brought in some professional help to make it a little bit better. So without any further ado, please help me in welcoming Natalie Pinkham from Sky News and Nico Hulkenberg and Kevin Magnussen from the MoneyGram Haas Formula 1 team.
How are you?
See you.
Where do you want us to go?
Yeah, I sit there.
Okay.
You want to be first?
Thank
I think
you.
you go first.
Thank you. Hello,
I
everyone.
go last.
All good?
Hey, Natalie.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Very well indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see the whites of your eyes. Is everyone good? I mean, are they white? Did you have a big night last night? Raise your hand if you had a big night last night.
One.
One honest person on the front row. I've heard a lot about the gaming industry. I know that you probably party harder than Formula 1, do you think?
For sure.
Maybe.
We don't party anymore. It's become really dull.
Come on, don't.
Kevin is always gone Sunday night. I fly 5 minutes after him, and then game over.
Even in Miami? Even in Miami?
Yeah. Also in Miami.
Do you believe him? Do you believe them? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Well, look, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Massive thank you to Magnus and to Play and Go, and great to have you two alongside us as we go into another race weekend in Imola. And let's just start by reflecting on the season so far, because it feels as if you've really hit the ground running. Has performance, exceeded your own expectations, or did you come in quietly hopeful about 2024?
No, I think expectations were actually pretty low for this year before the season. We didn't have a great year last year, and especially towards the end of the year, we were dropping off from our competition, and we had this big upgrade at the end of the year that didn't work, and then development got halted for this year's car during that time. So we felt like we were falling behind. But did some pretty radical changes to the car and the philosophy of the design, and it seems to be working much better. Our big problem was in the races on Sunday we would drop off a lot. So on Saturday in qualifying we'd be pretty good, but then just not able to maintain the competitiveness in the race.
Just explain in layman's term why that was.
Well, I think technical. It's hard to really fully know exactly what was going on, but basically the tires were just dropping off, and why that is, what the root cause for that was is pretty complex, and I can't say that I fully know, but certainly this year's car is better in that regard, and we're more in line with our competitors in the races.
Now, talking of alignment, I feel like there are quite a few comparisons between your world and ours, and one of them is, of course, teamwork, which is crucial for the dynamism of any organization. And we saw great examples of this. I'm going to talk about Kevin like he's not here for a minute. We saw, for anyone who didn't see, Kevin fought tooth and nail for the team. I mean, borderline bit naughty.
You think so?
Little bit, but I didn't mind actually, and neither did I think many of the fans, because you showed your real heart and your commitment to the team, and ultimately it was very worthwhile. What do you think, Nico, on that?
I thought it was great.
Of course you do. I think it deserves a round of applause, actually. I mean, listen, far be it from me to encourage bad behaviour, and I know you did get some penalties, but you also got a lot of endorsements, not least from Lewis Hamilton, who you were battling against. Were you surprised at his reaction?
Maybe a little bit. I thought, I probably expected that he would be pretty pissed off, but he took it well, and he is a racer, so in some ways not surprised that he would look at it that way. Of course, it's not the usual way to go racing, and it's kind of, I don't think it's that normal for teammates in F1 to be helping each other out that much. But I think certainly the way I look at things right now is that the best I can do is look at our season from a team perspective, because I'm not, we're not fighting for the drivers' world championship, and frankly I don't really care if I'm P12 or P10 or whatever I'm finishing in the drivers' championship. It's kind of irrelevant if you're not one of the top drivers fighting for the top positions. So what is really becoming relevant is the constructors' championship, and there's a lot of prize money difference depending where you finish, and I think the use that I can be for the team is to play that game. So that's.
Because let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if they were fighting for a world championship, it would be very different, wouldn't it? I mean, it's all smiles now. But just explain to us what happened in Jeddah and why. You obviously came out with a great result there as well. Just tell us about the dynamic between you both. Nico, just tell us.
You mean Jeddah? Like
Saudi? Well, no. When we saw the teamwork again from Kev.
That's quite a bit, but we were just at Miami.
Yeah. No, I mean going back another race, yeah. Because we've seen it, but there's been a bit of a common thread, hasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, things in the midfield for us are very tight. We're fighting with 4 or 5 other teams, and we're all very close to each other. So, there's always different plays of strategy, different tire sequences, how you run. Sometimes the safety car, has an impact, and yeah, sometimes, you know, we have to play the team game and help each other out, because like Kevin says, it's for us, because we're not fighting for the Drivers' Championship, but we're fighting in the Constructors' Championship, and that is very relevant for us, very valuable for the team. So every point matters, and he covered my back there, and hopefully I can cover him back later in the year.
Are you going to call on the favour? Be like, come on, buddy.
He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. It goes hand in hand. I think, you know, we're old and wise enough, and we understand what it is about, so that's the good thing.
Well, all that experience, I'm just going to bring it back to home for a moment, because all of that experience and wisdom, you are both fathers now, and this is why the partying, if we're honest, this is why the partying's calmed down, ladies and gentlemen, because they're both very mature, responsible adults now. Tell us how fatherhood has changed things for you, Nico.
Yeah, it did. I mean, in a racing context, not so much, to be honest, because when you put the helmet on, when the visor goes down and the race starts, you know, your head is kind of empty. You forget sometimes even that you have a family, because, you know, you just live in the moment and you're so focused that, yeah, that's not there. But obviously, you know, being a parent, it changes your life quite a lot, and you will understand and know that if you have parents yourself. But really enjoy it. You know, it's probably centered me more, made me focus more, you know, on the relevant or very important things. You know, cut out the non so important things that, you know, you have more time for when you're not a parent. So yeah, it's very much focused now on family and racing, but it works out quite well and feels good too.
And presumably you now come to a race for a good sleep. Not during, not during the race, but the race weekend.
That's you know this, because you do it yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Come to Malta, have a nice sleep in a hotel.
Right, exactly. No, I mean, it does. My kids are good now, but it's certainly in the first year or so, it's tough with the sleeping. But honestly, we're so jet lagged most of the year anyway, so it's sometimes it's better at home. But yeah, it's as Nico says, I think it's been a positive. He talked about the values and the priorities, and you know, it's Formula One can be a all-consuming thing in a driver's life, and I think having something that really pulls you, sort of breaks that bond, you know, so it kind of makes it a little less. It sounds maybe negative, but it's a little less relevant or a little less important, which makes it easier to deal with, and the pressure is probably a little bit less and more relaxed about it, because there is just something that is way more important at home.
And presumably that means you can draw a line under a potentially bad weekend and move forward much quicker, because you...
It helps, yeah. It helps coming home from a bad weekend and you have Minnie smiling at you. Makes it all forgotten for a bit.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Just lifts your mood.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you touched on jet lag. This is something that I get asked all the time about traveling around the world. 24 races. I mean, that is a huge amount. It's a record-breaking amount of races this year in Formula One. How on earth do you cope, both physically and mentally, in preparing for the race, Nico? And well, every race weekend, I mean, week in, week out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're human, so jet lag, you know, it is real, and sometimes it hits you harder, sometimes less, but... a
little less if you're on a PJ, or...? I'm joking.
Not
Give
so
them a break.
Not so many PJs these days. Especially
pajamas.
I mean, the overseas races, no PJ for sure. But, you know, we have to be physically fit. I think generally people don't understand from the outside how physical it is to race a Formula One car. And it's difficult, I think, to understand that if you haven't felt 5G and what it means, what it does to your body, and how fit you have to be to sustain that for 2 hours. So obviously
what
the time
does it
difference.
do? What does it do? Just tell us how it feels.
Well, it just drains you. You know, it just you get tired, you're fatigued. It's like wrestling with someone for 2 hours and you get pushed and pulled, you know, the whole time, and it's just wearing you down. And that's what we train for, obviously. And physical races are usually when it's very hot, like Miami. This weekend, Imola, not so much. But it is a sitting sport, but it's still pretty demanding.
And in terms of the mental, how difficult is it to sort of, again, put Miami behind you in terms of the penalties that you accumulated, and just focus the mind again on what you know? I mean, Imola actually is a racetrack you've done very well at in the past. You got points there last year. So how do you sort of shift the mindset to this weekend?
this has been my life ever since I can remember. So there's always, you know, I've always been either at a race or between a race. You know, it's never, it's just life. So, you know, yeah, last weekend was not a good week, but I think by now, you know, I'm able to move on from things and just look forward to the next one, and actually be looking forward to it, and be positive about it, and just easily put things behind. It's no big deal.
And does it help that you're going to a track that you have got a good track record at?
I think by now I've learned that the history doesn't really matter. You know, you go. I had a good race last time I was in Miami too, and before this year, so that didn't really mean a lot.
You had a great one.
Yeah,
you had a great quali, didn't you?
I can't remember if it was 23 or 22, but there was none of that existing this year. So you know,
yeah.
It was.
You always have to work for it again.
Yeah.
You know, that it was good last year doesn't mean it's going to be good again.
That's interesting, actually, because we talk about that a lot in football as well. You're only as good as your last game. That you don't.
Same on TV, no? You also have to do a great job every week in, week out.
No pressure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true, isn't it? It's true of life, and I'm sure it's true of your industry as well, that people have short memories, and they constantly need to be reminded of your commitment and of your discipline, your work ethic, and everything else. Now, contrasting to Kev's record at Imola, you don't have a record at Imola. You've never raced in Formula One there. That's crazy.
Not just in F1, I've never raced there altogether. Somehow my junior time never took me to Imola, so yeah. White piece of paper, no bad record yet, so hopefully going to set a good one.
So how do you feel about that, and how do you learn the track? Obviously, you do a lot of sim work, and is it fairly easy to get to grips with the new track?
Yeah, you know, that's what we train to do, and, you know, it happens very often in your career that you come to a new circuit and, you know, you learn it. I have done some simulator work a few weeks ago there. I have, you know, watched some onboards. That always helps me a lot, watching onboards from previous years to, you know, understand the track, the curbs a little bit. And then obviously the real deal is when you drive out in P1 and after a couple of runs, yeah, the track should be learned.
Do you play the F1 game? Does that actually help? Or just a bit of fun?
I did a little bit now, this one, but not a lot.
You go to a circuit like Imola, it's obviously steeped in history. It's an evocative track. It's seen triumph and tragedy. Does that have any bearing on how you approach things? When you couple with that, the fact that we're going back to Europe, because we've been to all these flyaways, these exotic places, and it feels like we're coming back to the heart of racing when we come back to Europe.
I think the big thing about coming back to Europe is just it makes, you know, the life that you have during this part of the season is much easier with the less travels and no jet lag. We're going to Canada next time, so a little bit of jet lag there, but then the rest of the European season is just easier on your life, and you get to enjoy a bit more time at home. I live in Denmark, and I get to spend a lot more time there during this time of year. So it's like a bit of a bliss, you know. I look forward to this part of the year. But it's also a lot of, you know, my favorite tracks are in Europe, so a lot of things to look forward to.
We need a track in Malta, don't we? Be good, wouldn't it? I'm not sure there's space, but we do love coming to these.
Magnus?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'll take care of it.
It's done. It's done. I want to talk a bit about the management structure at Haas, because we heard from Io yesterday, Io's anthems. I'll come on to that in a minute. We've seen a shift in terms of management style. The geeks are prevailing because they all seem to come from an engineering background now. Apart from Toto Wolff and Christian Horner, every other boss of a team is an engineer, which is pretty cool. How is Io different to Gunther? Maybe slightly less swearing.
Very different look. Two different height, different everything. You know, he's
Does the team feel different?
Yes and no. I mean, if you have a team principal role change, it's obviously quite significant and central role, and he has quite a different style, management style, different persona. So, yeah, it definitely does feel different. But then again, at the end of the day, you know, we also work very closely with our mechanics, our engineers. And that area then is not so impacted.
And of course, he has been at the team for a long time. Tell us about that relationship that Nico touched on there, the relationship with your engineer, how important that is.
Well, your race engineer is the first guy in the queue of people that you work with, and he's your first point of contact with everything we do with the car. He's the first guy we talk to, and then you have a couple of other people who are sort of also you have 3 people that you basically work very closely with during the race week, and they're sitting next to you. It's your race engineer, performance engineer, and systems engineer. So those are the guys you talk to, but your race engineer is the leader of your car. He's the boss of the whole group on your car. So very important that he understands your language and what you mean when you explain different things. We're not always so academic in our language. I guess we're getting better by now, but sometimes we can be talking feelings, and sometimes engineers don't understand feelings. They want facts and numbers, and
racing drivers are very sensitive, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I've seen it in the pen.
Right.
Yeah. So it's crucial to have a good relationship, and actually, Magnus, we've talked about that a lot within your industry as well, the importance of good relationships and the importance of good markets as well. The US is clearly a massive market for you guys. Yep. We now have 3 races there, yes, which is great, and I want to hear your thoughts on those 3 races in a second. What has been your takeaways? You obviously came to Vegas and Miami, and we go to Texas. Culturally, 3 very different places. It's a reminder just how big the US is. What were your takeaways?
First of all, partnering with MoneyGram Haas is the only North American team in Formula One. And that was important for us, because the US market is a growth market and the future for iGaming for sure. The races, I think, the North American races, the hospitality is great. So for us as a partner, it makes a lot of sense to spend time on those races and to be able to show our customers and our partners this whole new world of Formula One for many of them, and to be able to give things like this, and also that type of experience and entertainment. It goes very much hand in hand with everything we stand for. And yeah, again, North America and having the North American team as our partner, that was very, very important for us.
They certainly know how to put on a show. So do you have a favorite? I'm going to ask you to put Vegas, Austin, and Miami on the podium. Who's on the top step?
From our perspective, as on the hospitality in Vegas was very good. Same in Miami. Logistics, not so much. I would say Austin. It's also MoneyGram Haas home turf. So, and that by it becomes our home turf as well. So, Austin, Vegas, Miami.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Put them on your bucket list right now. Do you have a favorite?
Of those 3?
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually liked the track in Vegas. The whole weekend was pretty strange, but otherwise the track was cool.
Well, we went on to a really strange time zone, didn't we? Because and literally people were falling asleep in the garage, in the car, in the office. It's kind of wild.
It was wild. Natalie, your time's up. Sorry.
That's your time.
You asked me to point out to you.
Yeah, you did. He's my timekeeper. Did you enjoy Vegas?
I did. Like you say, it was a bit cold that time of the year. That didn't feel great because it was really very fresh. But the race, I think it was the best race of the season last year on TV and even inside the car. It was a lot of fun. But all 3 Americans, I mean, it's really hard to choose a favorite. Austin is amazing and is kind of the original American race, at least in my era of Formula One. I love Miami. The vibe is just brilliant and unique with the stadium and everything and the palms and the climate. And Vegas is Vegas, so yeah, they're all great.
Now, Nico is right. Our time is up, but it's just a chance for me to have one last question to you guys, because we got Io's anthems. And this was a brilliant playlist from Io Komatsu, their boss, about the music that he enjoyed. And it was eclectic, to say the least.
Yeah, so we have Play and Go music, as you know. And we've asked Io, Kevin, and Nico, and also the Haas team to create their own playlists that are available on Spotify. And You should check them out. We had a great chat with Ayo yesterday evening about his going from Beethoven to Sex Pistols. So, that was a kind of a wide range.
No Japanese pop in there?
Very little. Very little. Yeah, surprisingly. But almost everything else, I would say.
I mean, I love
So
that.
I would like to know, the playlist you guys create, is that music that you use to get pumped up for a race, or is it to kick back and relax at home?
Surely you remember all the songs on that playlist, right?
Yes, of course I do.
Children's nursery rhymes? Or?
There would be a lot of Peppa Pig songs.
But in terms of music and it actually getting you into a bit of a zone, do you do that before a race?
I don't so much. I use it more away from the track for sport. But to be honest, at our home, there's always music running in the background on the TV, on the speaker. Yeah, personally, I'm a huge The Weeknd fan. You find that quite a lot on my playlist. Stuff like Swedish House Mafia.
I love it.
You a bit more rocky, I think.
I'm a bit more classic rock type guy.
Yeah.
You know, Led Zeppelin, those types of things. Yeah.
It's good insight, isn't it, to their characters and to the racing.
All right.
Great.
I think time is up, but it's been saying that for a while now.
Yeah. It's like, shut up, Natalie. But thank you so much,
thank
Magnus.
you very much, guys.
It's
And,
great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Nico. Thank you. Thank you.
And good luck over the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is a live workshop where we will explore the rise and evolution of the player experience. During the rise of online casinos between 2012 and 2017, Europe saw an era of unprecedented innovation, marked by the launch of new casinos with unique branding, deep reward systems, and enhanced player experiences. This burst of creativity faded as a wave of regulation swept across Europe in 2017, shifting operators' focus from innovation to navigating the regulatory landscape, sustainability, profitability, and, for some, survival. Have these innovative experiences and gamification become a thing of the past? We'll explore what it takes to bring these unique brand experiences back to life and take gamification and reward systems to new heights. First up, we have Simon Lidson from Fast Track. Simon has over 2 decades of experience in iGaming. He transitioned from the operator side and co-founded Fast Track in 2016 as a direct response to the challenges that operators face in creating exceptional player experiences at scale. Next is Kim Hultman, better known as Let's Give It a Spin. He's a casino streaming powerhouse with over 100 million views. Kim is a co-founder of Casino Grounds, a leading platform for casino enthusiasts. Guiding us through this session today, we have Pierre, a veteran of the iGaming industry running the most successful iGaming podcast, The Next Podcast. He's also the co-founder of Next.io, a leading digital media platform. Can this trio help us bring the fun back to the player experience? Let's get ready and give our participants a warm welcome.
All right, everyone. All right. There we go. Great to see you guys still hanging in there. Hope you enjoyed the Formula 1 session. Today, we're going to do a little bit of a workshop together here on stage for the second panel of today. And for those of you guys who are engaged right now, I have a question for the audience. As you know, I like questions and engage you guys a little bit. I just want to do like a hands up here today. How many of you guys have worked for longer in the industry than 2 years? Hands up if you worked longer than 2 years in the industry.
It's almost everyone.
You guys definitely, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, what about 5 years? Oh, still a lot of people. That's great.
Yeah.
And what about 10 years? Oh, well, a lot of experienced people here. Doesn't it feel like the player experience is more limited than what it used to be 10 years ago? And doesn't that feel a little bit counterintuitive? That's what we want to talk about today, which is how do we bring back the fun to the player experience? And I'm very lucky to have two world-class panelists with me here today. Kim Hultman, let's give it a spin from a player perspective, and Simon Litzén, of course, the CEO and co-founder of Fast Track. So how do we bring back the fun to the player experience? I mentioned that this is a workshop here today, and we have microphones in the audience today. And I want you guys to think about, if you have any questions, if you have any suggestions perhaps, feel free to put up your hand during this session. And we should have microphones that we will be able to pass on to you during this session as we try to answer this question today. But I want to start, Simon, on your side. So what has changed in focus, and why is this?
I can give you my perspective on things. So when I'm looking back at kind of around 2012, I think one very impactful thing that I came across, I think I was working at Betsson at the time.
Yeah, we were next to each other, Simon.
Yes, we were.
Yeah,
I think I was at Betsson at the time. I'm just thinking if I already transitioned, was like around that time. And I think in terms of the casino experience in itself, one entry in the market was Casumo, I think at that time. That was just the grandfather of...
Casumo changed everything.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
An entirely new type of gaming experience that no one has really seen before. And what happened following that was that, oh shit, like everyone started realizing that I need to stand out and I need to be quite interesting in the market in order to attract players. So a lot of operators started going down that route. And I mean, we were working with Betsson. You remember like BetSafe, that was a whole like lifestyle brand sponsoring Gumball. There was like a lot of excitement going on about the thrills of these things. We had a lot of talks internally, like all the time on Betsson around how we were positioning the different brands within the group. Like I remember all of these things, like when I look back at it. And well, I think one of the things, like one observation that I've made over the last couple of years is that the industry started off as kind of a lot of us had entrepreneurs that came maybe from Scandinavia or something like that, set up shop in Malta, and they had one central team to service kind of a global market. And this type of setup and constellation of a team, it landed itself well when you had one product and one offering. You could have it translated in different languages, and you could have it working like that, but you still had kind of a one focus as a business. You could really touch and clearly say, like, this is who we are and what we do and how we're going to stand out and be different. And during the wave, there was, after 2012 and going forward, there was a lot of introduction of like kind of new concepts of casinos, some of them being niched towards certain audiences that they said like, okay, I want to go after a certain community, like a rock community, I want to go after someone else. Some of them wanted to focus more on the video game element and like go into more the gamification aspects. But it was just like, I started writing down a list for myself, and I could list 20 different casinos, like that was just doing that, like, and that was just in a heartbeat. I could mention so many of them. That was trying to innovate in this space. And you do that, you have a central team, you're marketing towards like a global market more or less. Most of them had a focus on UK, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Germany, and Netherlands at the time. I think that was like quite prominent. And then there was this wave of regulation that kind of came past. And I think in the beginning, everyone was like kind of, yeah, this is taking up a lot of resource internally for us to be able to cope with the changes to, for example, live up to the regulatory aspects of the UK. And what they did was like kind of, they introduced regulation piece by piece. So there was already kind of its own license back then, but it was like, then they kept introducing new layers of that. And it started becoming, you kind of started having to pull back on the fun part of the experience, because many of the restrictions had to do with what type of content could you show to someone that was logged out, because you don't know if that person is over 18. So you couldn't market, for example, a cartoonish figure in the marketing. You couldn't display any games that had that type of, sort of attracted the wrong person. You had limits and a lot of things that you imposed on the player, of course. You had to have a deeper sense of player controls and deposit limits and all of these different things that you started adding piece by piece, so that the UK. And then obviously there was Denmark before that a little bit, but they kind of tightened up the regulation further down the line. And then you had Sweden, and then you had and it's so many things that were happening. And suddenly you end up as a company which was wired with kind of, okay, the thrill of fun and excitement is everything that they live for. They come down, like everyone came being players themselves pretty much, and just thinking, oh, this is how we can elevate the experience. And then it's kind of, what happens is they start breaking up the product into different pieces. And now you have like a UK product, you have a Swedish product, you have a, maybe a Norway, Finland, and Germany, and Netherlands product, and suddenly you like have, it's chopped up. And suddenly this model of operating a central team doesn't work anymore. And you've kind of suffocated a lot of creativity in the company. And I think a lot of businesses have actually lost a lot of people in the process of doing that as well, because the identity of the business and why they were there for the first place has changed. And now we have a lot of new, amazing people, obviously, in these companies that has translated what they look like. That doesn't mean that it's bad in any way, like in terms of that the new experiences that has come up, they've come better for some, and in other cases not, maybe. But I think we certainly have lost a little bit of fun in the element, and that's something that I think, especially from a player perspective,
Yeah.
hear what you're saying, but
I'll raise my hand so I can talk.
Go in.
Okay. All right, give us a comment.
No, but from a player perspective, I feel like the casinos back in the days were a lot more playful. And as a player, it was really good because there were a lot of new casinos, and you could jump around a little bit and claim a lot of rewards. But in the end of the day, you would stay at someone that was really good, like Kasumo. You just stay there. And I remember Risk as well. I used to love Risk as well, play there all the time. So from a player perspective, I feel there was a lot more value before, whilst now with all the regulations, it's tightened up a lot. I mean, the reason I moved to Malta is because as a streamer, we always play. Yeah, Patchyville. That's the real reason. But the official reason is that Sweden wouldn't give deposit bonuses, and as a real money casino streamer, you need deposit bonuses to stay afloat. So yeah, I feel it was way more. It was a bit better before, but you get it that when you regulate it too much, or in my opinion too much, it kind of comes to that point where the casinos are just afraid. So like, we don't want to mess up, because a mess up is very expensive.
Yeah.
I don't think this is about at least that we want to focus the entire session on regulation, but it is a good point, because this is what has had kind of shaped all of these things, right? And I mean, it is, you can't not be surprised by maybe it's gone a little bit too far when, for example, a land-based casino, as in Sweden, they're closing down the last casino now. Not even a government-owned casino with monopoly in the market would be able to
that's
sort of make that work.
a little bit ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, no, but it's what I think my reflection on that is not necessarily has it gone too far, but I remember my own experience, like as we're talking about experience and fun, is that I've gone a number of times, I've gone up to Gothenburg and I tried to get into the casino, and this is a perfect example where like you looked already when you approached the door, you're like, shit, I need to, I haven't even had a drink, I didn't do nothing, I drove up, and suddenly they kind of just put you there. It's like going through immigration in the US. It's really like, I'm already getting my heartbeat because I don't think I'm going to get through the door. And it's happened multiple times that even being completely sober, I couldn't even get in. And I'm like, okay, maybe that's a little bit too far, potentially, like when it's gone over.
Yeah, I love when the casino in Gothenburg was trying to be a little bit edgy by offering a happy hour for drinks in Sweden. Quickly got closed down because in Sweden there's a law that you can't offer discounts on alcohol.
You can't be happy in Sweden.
No, not possible. So, Simon, reward systems, gamification, does these types of unique brand experiences, do they really work?
100%. Without a question. I've seen it so many times over that any player that is engaging in an experience, there's just a multitude of things, and I think we can talk about that for a while, because the gamification element works. It's just as simple as that. I've seen player values more than double on the players that are sort of engaged in something else than just the games that you're playing on the site that, for example, attach yourself to the brand and so on. I don't know what your experience is, Kim, if you have found yourself playing.
It definitely works. I mean, you as a player want some kind of progress. Then it's been a few brands that has a non-monetary progress, and I'm not a big fan of that. Like, you want a progress where in the end it's something monetary there. So if you reach a level up or a different tier, you're going to get something. So definitely it works. If executed the right way, it works.
Okay. Is it one of those things that is 1,000 ways to do it wrong and kind of like very few ways to do it right?
Okay, so I've been in a few of those conversations, at least from sitting on the operator side, trying to build this. I don't know if everyone knows this, but in the beginning of Fast Track, we used to have a little bit different focus. We pivoted to CRM a couple of years down the line. And in the very beginning, we were part of actually developing these gamified concepts and brand concepts. And we launched about 7 or 8 casinos in the first 2 years, which were heavily gamified. My learnings and takeaways from that process is a couple of things, and I will take 1 minute to explain it.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
Shameless plug. So a couple of things. Number one, I agree with you 100%. It has to be monetary. Like, I think that the players have arrived at your site for a reason, and that's to feel the thrill of the play. And you need to kind of amplify or add something in addition to that experience that amplifies that. And we're playing for real money, so I think it's important that the rewards in the program is in some way associated to that. You can probably blend that with something that is non-monetary, but for me, I would never run a gamification program or a reward system that wouldn't have that. The second thing that I'm very passionate about is about the integrated experience, that I don't think you get much value out of having gamification unless you have a very, very good way of communicating it and getting it out to your players and engaging them so that you have it when you're playing and you have updates and you can see that kind of live, and that it's an integrated, so you don't have to go to a, like we do in the past, where you put up a promotion page, which was like run by a different company that was sitting outside. That was like kind of how we did it in 2010, right? It needs to be an integrated experience. And then personal, this is a little bit maybe more, I want to see your feelings on this as well. Yep. But I like creating a very deep ecosystem. So I don't like when it's a linear system where it's just like kind of level. I like when you create, maybe you have wheels and you have scratch cards and you have level ups and you have a shop, and like in some way that you create an ecosystem so that you can create your own path through that as a player. You can come up with your own way. So maybe you don't have 1 wheel, you have 10 wheels. And the smallest wheel is relevant for the player who plays a little bit less. And the biggest wheel gives you the dream of a really big drop or a really big jackpot or a Ferrari or whatever it is. And then that you can create paths through this. That's something that I'm passionate about.
Yeah, the only worry from my side is, well, I'm a gambler at pretty high stakes. I gamble a lot.
Can you just show the chart, by the way?
Yeah, I'd hit that.
I'm fascinated by this, by the way.
It's a blackjack reference. Yeah. But no, the only downside with if it's too much, it can be it's a bit overwhelming. You don't really know what you're looking for. But I think the system you're describing, if it's done right, it can be extremely rewarding.
But isn't that exactly what happens, though? You log into any social gaming app right now, and it's just like, what's going on? It's crazy. But then you kind of spend a little bit of time on it, and you keep like, oh, this one. And before you know it, you've actually discovered kind of a unique way through all of this, where you're like kind of quite motivated about going through these different paths. I don't know. I think there needs to be done with finesse.
Yeah, and I really like the idea. So we discussed it yesterday about the wheel where in the top, so like you'd have as many wheels, and in the top it would be like €1 million. I actually did the math for that yesterday after we discussed.
It's so funny.
I mean, it's pretty cheap. I can't believe no one's done it. So free idea to any casino out there. Yeah. I mean, it's very cheap. The lowest wheel with my calculations would cost €1.50, and then obviously wheel 9 would be pretty expensive, and wheel 10 very expensive.
Isn't it interesting, like when we talk about price and actually like how much we're paying out from different rewards and stuff? I mean, the level of taxation in a regulated market, I mean, this is just taken straight from the player. I mean, it is, right? Because I mean, we're getting a lot less rewards as players than we used to be, right?
Yeah.
And in many ways, I think that's been the shift in focus is a lot today is about kind of finding that scalability, that extra percentage in margin, or how to tweak everything a little bit, right? In order to get it to bring home a little bit more house edge. And if you would like kind of go down on the taxation, I'm sure that would go straight back to the players' pockets, honestly.
Yeah, and we've seen a shift as well, which me as a player not too happy about, but I understand it. That when I started 10 years ago or so, all slots used to be 96% RTP, and now it's trending downwards. Most probably has 94 still, and then it goes down, and it goes very far down. So.
But how transparent is that for you, like when you're playing?
No, it's not transparent at all. Like I, as a experienced gambler knows. I go into, if I start a new site, I'll go in, check the RTPs and so on. I mean, but unless you know how to do that, that's not evident to you.
Yeah. But that's also like a really key takeaway, right? But I mean, but in defense of the operators, I would imagine, like, I can understand, like, running a casino is not easy, yeah? No. Like, you know, having dealt with a lot of operators, like, there is a lot of complexity, there is a lot of risk involved. And I mean, anyone who's in this room is running a casino today has woken up on a Tuesday morning and you had a 200K winner. That's just like, you know, and maybe it's early days in like a casino journey. For a bigger operator, it might have been $1 million. But I mean, the thing is, like, it's a huge thing to deal with. Yeah. Like, it goes both ways, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and when the RTP goes down from like a casual player perspective, it's like the difference between 96 and 94 is 2%. Well, it's not, because the house edge goes from 4% to 6%, which is 50% higher. Yeah, that's true. But no, I'm hoping that we might get the change back. I doubt it, though, but no, I like that. But I understand as well with all the regulations and taxes and so on. And unfortunately, the players don't care that much. Because I have a lot of friends that run casinos, and they just tell me, like, Kim, there's no reason for us to run 96% because we get the same activity on 94%.
Yeah, and to your point, Kim, I heard a friend of mine, a European supplier who were trying to establish themselves in the US. And here in Europe, the kind of single zero roulette is what we aspire to when we go to the casino, right? We want to avoid the double zero roulette. But in the US, the double zero American roulette is the standard form of playing roulette. And so when this particular supplier were trying to establish themselves in the US, they were trying to lobby for the fact that they wanted to bring the single zero roulette to the operators. And the operators were complaining about this, and they said, no, our players, they don't want the single zero roulette. They want the double zero roulette.
They want to play double the house edge.
Because that's what they know, that's what they are used to. And so the supplier said, fine, let's put the tables side to side.
Yeah.
Single zero roulette, double zero roulette for the American players, and let them choose. Okay, what did they choose?
American.
They chose the
freedom
American,
roulette.
Right? They gladly chose the double zero roulette, even though it is lower high sets. So to your point,
but
players want to play what they recognize.
Everything is not about maths, right? I mean, Kim, you love the maths, but it's like it's also about feeling. You know, like if you have had a really great experience with a double zero roulette. Yeah. Maybe you want to play the double zero roulette. It's like, you know, I don't know, like when...
Maybe double zero is your number.
I mean, I'm an emotional player. Like, so, you know, when and some of the old school slots would be my favorite slots. You know, if I would go into a Gonzo, it would open up a lot of, like, and Jack and the Beanstalks and whatnot, right? I can feel and connect to that slot. I know it doesn't make sense, maybe, for a lot of people, but that's how it feels to me, right?
And I can relate to that. It's like... gamblers tend to be a little bit more impulsive. What has worked, you believe is going to work again. That's why, I mean, we talk a lot about not chasing losses, but you should be very careful of chasing wins as well. Because if you got lucky once, doesn't mean you're going to get lucky again.
It's true.
And the fun part with the roulette part, they actually have a triple zero roulette.
Yeah, that's
They've had it for a while. Yeah. And it's usually the brand logo like an S.
Yeah, it's sneaking itself into the Vegas casinos more and more. Yeah, even lower RTP over
I don't like it, but if the players do, I can't do much about it.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking about just loyalty to a brand in general, because this is also connected to the player experience. And Kim, I mean, from your perspective as a player, how can a brand make you loyal to them outside of just bonuses and high RTPs? Is there anything in particular that would keep you at one particular site?
I mean, for me, it's important that everything works. So you've had cases in the back where the integration with the slots was wrong, and you'd get something that looks like you get a bonus round, it's canceled round, and so for me, it's very important that everything works, and that if you win big, you get the money fast. I used to. Like if someone would call me and congratulate me on a win, those things are kind of nice as a gambler.
How did you react like to a call of being congratulated?
I loved it.
You loved it, yeah?
This is like because they acknowledge you, they make you feel valuable. This was almost 10 years ago, and well, I didn't know where Patchville was then, but I could hear it sounded like he was around Patchville area. But still, he gave me a call, said congratulations. If you need anything, just call me. And it was actually fun because we discussed this on the way here, and I said, like, I asked the team as well, like, what do you guys really enjoy? And Hampus, my co-streamer, he said, I remember one time on Frank and Fred, they sent him a bottle of like Magnum Moët or something. It's like, I love it. Only play there now. So I mean, yeah.
Back in the day at BetSafe when we worked there, me and Simon, we were in I was in the VIP department on the poker. So I don't know if there's any people in like VIP department in the audience today who are taking care of players. Not really, but like we did a cheaper version of this where we had a player who won a tournament, big tournament, and he was 25 years old, the guy. So we assumed that this is a guy who is a big fan of pizza, a Swedish person. So we ordered without telling him, we ordered a pizza, a kebab pizza, and we asked him to write in sauce, congratulations from BetSafe, and just randomly deliver it to him. And he contacted us in support the day after, and just loved it, you know. And so that was a €10 experience that just built loyalty from a player that stayed forever, you know.
But it's a great, it's so great examples. Everything. I think we cannot forget that it's a human. I mean, that is interacting with your brand. It's someone. It's a person. It's not like a bot that is sitting there and playing, right? So I mean, in terms of loyalty to a brand, and I mean my views on these things, I feel quite strongly about these things, because even when I know when I purchase myself, I purchase things like, hey, I just bought I'm into racing lately, so I'm a little bit too deep into racing, and now I was like, obviously a little bit, should I bring my helmet and get the the autographs here? But I was too focused on getting up on stage, I didn't do it. But I bought a racing rig. And I now have a racing rig at home because I need to train because I signed up to a race in August, which is going to be in the UK. And, you know, I've been with Apple for so long now. It's not that I love Apple, but I just don't like Microsoft. Like, not a piece of me doesn't like Microsoft. So I have this, like, tendency to just, like, sort of anything that I see that is any Android or Windows. That's like, I can't touch it. But now I had to, like, the racing simulator doesn't work on any Apple device or that OS, right? So my only option was to buy a gaming computer that had Windows on it. And I can tell you, that really like took a lot of effort for me to like click the buy button and do it. But this is what it's all about. That's what I mean, like the whole loyalty. You have to connect with the person on the other side. I think as companies and as businesses, it's our job in order to define who we are in this market and how we plan to stand out and how we align with the values of the person on the other side. And it might be, like Kim said, in the past it was much easier, by the way, because not everyone was doing that many innovative things like having fast payouts. You know, you could have things that was quite tangible that you could do different as a casino. Now everyone is doing it, right? Because it becomes hygiene after a while. But rooting yourself in some really core values that are, you know, I want my players to have fun and I care about them, whatever it might be, like in terms of these things. This is where you build loyalty. This is where you come up with ideas and have a compass on what type of gamification, what type of reward systems you put in place. And this is where you find that, the bottle of, you know, that's where the ideas come from. You know, whether it's a pizza, a kebab pizza, or if it's a bottle, or if it's a phone call.
Yeah, no, it feels like that it's very important that the products built for gamblers are by people that are gamblers or understand gambling very well. Because, I mean, now we talk about what used to be good reward programs, but there has been a few bad ones in the past as well.
Yeah. I remember, but that's part of evolution, right? We've made, I mean, I wouldn't be able to recall what we did, but I know we made tons of mistakes. I mean, things that you step onto when you start doing gamification, which is very tricky, is player values, right? Like people play for different amounts, and you want to reward people differently compared to how much they're playing. That is very tricky to get right, for example, or how you bonus people generally. I think a lot of operators are struggling with in some ways.
Yeah, no, for sure. I remember one day I had a little bit of a meltdown. I lost a lot one night on a new casino, and the day after I get an email, so I lost a lot. It's like, congratulations, you have 10 free spins. I was like, these free spins better be big. They weren't, they were 10 cents, it was €1 reward, and I went, obviously, it's like I don't want to touch them ever again.
Yeah.
So that you can have bad experiences as well. It's not
this
only.
is the thing. Like you need to be conscious of like kind of both sides of it, right?
Yeah. No, I know this was automated, probably just.
Yeah.
But maybe you should have, if the player loses more than a certain amount, maybe don't send them 10 free spins.
Not unlimited. Yeah. So guys, we've talked a lot about the past and the problem here. It seems like overregulation plays a part in this. The focus from the operators has gone from fun to compliance, let's say. Is that something we can agree on? That is the kind of the ultimate
I think there
issue
is less focus on fun in terms of the player experience, for sure.
So if we now look forward, so we are workshopping here today, right? So we want to find a solution to this big problem and save the industry together here, okay? So Simon, in an ideal world where there would be no regulatory restrictions, how do you make gamification right?
Yeah, I mean, I come back because I think we touched on it before, but I think those 4 points that I mentioned are, I would add one thing to it, like having a system that is monetary. I would build an integrated system. I would have a deep ecosystem of many different levels. Yeah. But there is one thing that I left out that I actually feel very passionate about, which I'm going to add in here now, and that's consistency. I think like the wonders about mystery rewards, I think that's brilliant. I think it's great when you want to sort of go after a piece of player base and you want to say, I'm going to bring that person back to my site one more day this week. That's a great way where you can find a segment of your player base and you can target them and you can say, play one more day this week and you give X. However, when it comes to gamification, I think it needs to be like consistent, transparent, and easy to understand. So I think you need to know what's coming. So if you're releasing, for example, if you have a journey, or if you have content that you're releasing, or if you have new missions that are daily or weekly or monthly, I think it's good to be consistent and release them on a particular day, or like having a form of something that I can come back and look for as a player. So I know, okay, Mondays this happens, Thursdays this happens. Every second week of the month, this happens, so there is something that I can connect to. I think that's important.
Yeah, I mean, you even see that on Twitter monthly, it's trending when Stake gives out their monthly, like where is the monthly rewards? That they have daily, weekly, and monthly. So small daily, bit more weekly, and a lot monthly. Yeah. So I think that's a very clever way to do it, because you want the player, even if you're winning or losing, you want to come and look for your reward, because as soon as you're in again, I mean, obviously, everyone wants to give it a little spin then.
What's your dream, like, sort of gamification type of element? What's your favorite one? Is it wheels, or would it be scratch cards, or would it be like pachinko?
I don't know what is my... I like consistency, that you're going to get consistently rewarded. But I mean, I believe where I want to see it go is back towards where everyone tried new things again.
Yes.
Because that's how I think that's really how any business develops. If people get freedom of doing what they believe in, I think that's how we develop it. What I think is pretty cool now is that a few casinos have launched coins with their casino, and they burn a part of the casino's profit into the coins, hence you're kind of a part owner of the casino if you have the coins.
Yeah. But now, Kim, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Can we talk about that a bit? Because it's
Let's
like...
stay on this.
I read an article, I shared it with both of you.
Yeah.
There was... I don't remember the name of the person, but it was an independent thought leader that published an article on LinkedIn not too long ago, and whether it was like very weirdly, it was like kind of because we agreed to do this session, and then it came 2 weeks after this article came out, and it kind of touched on the same topic, as whether the best of online casino is happening in the crypto space right now. That was like kind of what he wrote about this guy, and it was actually quite a good article. So if I find it, I'll share it again on my profile. But the you're touching on something now, which is like another type of innovation, because the crypto space seems to be much more active in doing a lot of stuff and having this type of focus, right?
Yeah. Can we just address that? Doesn't that feel like it's a bit the elephant in the room in the industry at large right now?
For sure.
There is like almost a generational shift.
It's a different playing field, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's where I think you as a regulator, you want to keep players on the regulated brands. So I think they should be maybe a little less messing with the experience and let the casinos go back to innovate, but at the same time protect the players. But I think, I mean, we're all different. and now someone else is telling you, oh, you can't bet more than that. Oh, you have to wait 3 seconds. Like I think it's better that they don't touch too much on that and just offer protection for the players that need it.
I mean, I think I agree with you. I think it's a little bit pushing it too far when you start controlling these type of elements. And the thing is, like, the universe always has a way, right? I mean, if there is enough people that has a desire to have a certain experience, there is like the only thing that is happening right now is that I mean, in most cases, and it was like that in the past as well, before regulation, most of the operators, they're doing a good job and they're taking care of the players and they're paying winnings and they're like taking, you know, and this is not any different, I think, from a crypto perspective. They're also, most of them, living up to their kind of responsibility as an operator and doing it the good way because they are good people in the end of the day and they care, right? They care about what people think about them and they care about the experience that they deliver. The thing is, like, when people start realizing that, oh, you know, there is something available over here where I can experience something that is a little bit better, and it's also, you know, for me, I can trust that I'm getting paid and I can do it. It becomes a little bit of a problem for a regulated operator, and there's going to be even more problems with channelization, right? Because a lot of the activity is going to move elsewhere. So I think the universe has a way of gravitating and creating these things themselves if things are taken too far.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem as well, that they are maybe a little bit too much rules for the players.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And so, if you could change, Simon, one thing about the current gaming industry to make it more player-centric, what would that be?
I mean, I'm all in on, like, I'm trying to be smart now, so I'm thinking about what Kim is saying is that we want to get everyone sort of cooking right now into coming up with new ideas, because I think that was a very exciting time, like when that type of innovation took place, and everyone seemed to really, really enjoy that. If I could just, with a snap of my fingers, maybe change something, I would probably I would have approached regulation in a different way, and I believe it's very, very important, but I think if the regulator would have been a little bit more agile and gone a little bit slower rather than like kind of bringing down the hammer straight from the beginning, I think there would have been a much more successful kind of rollout, both for the regulator, for the player, and for the operator, and like doing that. But yeah, that's one of them that I think would have helped that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel that there should have been probably more communication between the regulator, the operators, and also the players, because
Yes.
I feel like the players are the ones they're trying to protect, but I kind of feel like they probably don't gamble themselves, because then they would know what, like, you're making gambling boring.
Yeah, no, but I think that's a learning we can make, is that I think everyone needs to play a bit more.
Yep.
No, but honestly, I think, like, if we reflect as operators right now, you know, it needs to be okay to enjoy our own product that we're selling, right?
It feels like some cultures within certain operators are more like, you shouldn't gamble.
But
like,
it's
I mean,
so
I remember in our days, Simon, we were like 5 gamblers, 4 gamblers. You know, there was every day at the office. You know, we understood our players because we were also the players.
Yeah, no, but I mean, we had a really strong community in that sense.
Yep.
Like, we thought it, and I've always enjoyed that form of entertainment in groups and together with other people. I think that's the best way to do it. Is like kind of how experiencing sort of either casino games or card games or anything together with other people. That's always been like my favorite way of playing.
Yeah.
But I think people in general and operators and leaders should probably encourage people to like get involved a little bit and learn about the game and like see like it's so much fun about it.
It's fun that you're bringing up the playing together, because we used to do that in school when I studied. In Halmstad, you don't study that much. You gamble mostly. But no, it's fun because that's something that is really trending with Twitch and YouTube and so on as well, that you can buy in together, you can all play together. So that's also an innovation that I really do like, the group pools.
Okay, question to the audience here then, talking about cultures and companies and stuff like that. How many people in the audience here feel like you work in a culture where gambling is part of the culture, where you walk into the office, it's a nice, friendly environment to kind of do some friendly gambling and friendly bets within the organization? Anyone here feel that? Yeah, there are
Nice.
a few.
There's
There
a
are
few questions out there.
That's great,
Yeah.
but I think that's to the point a little bit
Yeah,
here, that
it is.
we want to foster cultures within our organizations where gambling is part of what we do. That's a part of the culture, that's part of our personalities, and if we want to understand our players, we also have to understand our products ourselves, I think. And
But that's so interesting in Sweden, because we used to allow kids to buy scratch tickets and so on, and they laughed and said, it's for dad, right? I said, yeah, and you got a scratch ticket. So we kind of fostered people to gamble in a way, and now we're saying, oh no, it's super bad. I mean, yeah, more focus on have people gamble healthy.
right. So to wrap the session up here a little bit today, Simon, what do you take with you from this panel? What's your conclusion here? What have we learned today in this workshop together?
I'm glad to have validated a bit. Like I used this a little bit as a discovery session with Kim, because I wanted to get a little bit his perspective on, are what I'm thinking and like sort of the things that I believe in, are they aligned with what Kim is saying? And I think to a large degree they are. So I mean, it's nice to get a player's perspectives kind of validation on that. And Mark? That's nice, especially around gamification and gamified experiences, that you feel it works, and I've seen that it works from numbers perspective.
Awesome. What about you, Kim?
Yeah, no, I love discussing pretty much every gambling-related topic, but especially when it comes to gamification, it's so interesting. And I believe if all the operators were playing on the same field, we would see a lot more of that coming out, new ideas, new products to really enhance the player experience.
Brilliant, guys. Well, we have two world-class panelists to solve this question for us today. Thank you so much, Simon. Thank you so much, Kim. Let's give it a spin, my friend.
Thank
let's
you.
continue on today. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Pierre.
Okay, thank you so much. Don't run away yet. We have another session coming up, the predictions panel. So we've brought the famous trio back together. This panel is sponsored by Evolution, and moderating will be Todd Haushalter, CPO at Evolution. So enjoy. Everybody, we are ready for our next session. So next up, we have the predictions session, sponsored by Evolution, and we've brought the famous trio back together. So I want to welcome on the stage moderator Todd Haushalter, CPO at Evolution. Welcome, Todd.
Welcome to the predictions panel. The panel where people come to figure out which stocks they're going to buy tomorrow. It's actually served in that capacity quite well. People have come to this panel looking for tips for tomorrow, and we've seen it. In the past, if you had followed the advice of the gents that I'm going to be bringing out in a second, you would have made a lot of money. They told you to buy Ethereum 150% ago. They told you to buy Evolution before it nearly doubled. And they've had a lot of great picks. We're going to go deep into it today. These guys are putting their own capital at risk. This is not theoretical. They're making big bets with big money. So they make a religion out of figuring out what is going to happen tomorrow. Today, I have the easy job. I'm just going to be asking the questions, and we're going to try to understand where is the industry going tomorrow. Please welcome on stage the general partner of YOLO Group, Tim Heath, and the managing partner of Happy Hour, Robin Reed. Hey, welcome. Well, here we are again, guys. Year 3. We've been at it a few years. As I said, you've made some spectacular predictions. How do you feel about the predictions you've been making?
What's the share price of Light & Wonder, Robin?
At the moment, about 100, no?
Yeah.
A couple years ago, Robin said that Evolution would be buying Light & Wonder, and that day, the stock, when the markets opened in America, the stock flew, I think, 5%, which was a few $100 million of market cap. So that's what they're referencing.
Look, I think it's good to take a step back. Often in work, we're very focused on what's happening today, tomorrow, next week, the quarter, and actually try and work out where we're going to be in 1 year's time. And they're not always going to be right, but it's good to understand what is working, what isn't working, and how the mindset of the customer is changing, and what we as operators, affiliates, marketing service companies, game providers, what we need to do and understand the trends of where it is and try and take a piece of that as it moves forward.
You know, Todd, you sent me a Google Doc the other day, and for those of you who don't know, I might be giving it away now, but Todd is a big believer in predictions. He makes his own predictions and he sends it around to a few friends and acquaintances. And you said something really important, I think, which was you do this because it keeps you accountable. And I think that's the beauty of predictions. By forcing ourselves to think about it and by making them, we are keeping ourselves accountable. And nobody's ever going to be right, but it's important to think about it. It's important to try. I think we've been pretty good so far. We missed on some and we hit on more, and it's been fun.
Yeah, it's terrifying to make predictions because there's a record of it. This is going to live on YouTube forever, and oh, you missed on that one, and they don't mention the winners.
Maybe we need to set odds on the
takes
predictions.
guts. Yeah, exactly.
We need to set a book on it. That might be more interesting.
Yeah, and it's easy to make soft predictions that are like kind of already happening too. Why don't we kick it off? Any big, bold predictions for the year ahead?
My prediction, and I can't really predict it, but my question is, where does sweepstakes go in America? Because it seems you've had VGW in there for such a long time, making a huge amount of money for the last 10 years, and some people discovered it, some other brands have come in there, and now it's like this mass adoption of it's the easiest market in the world to do. I'm a bit worried that it's going to increase the cost per acquisition through more competition. It's not the best business model in the world that you've got the free tokens, which is taking up space and data and whatnot, on how to do that, and where will the people get new market share there as well? So can it bring a spotlight onto the sweepstakes market, and will it force regulators to clamp down on it as well? And will many people be sort of caught with their pants down trying to enter this market? So my prediction is pants may be going down.
Mine might be related to the US as well, but it's not really a prediction, but it's more a read on the market. I think DraftKings will pull ahead in the competition with FanDuel. I think they are turning out to be the more agile company. I think they're more risk-taking. I think they're more innovative. And while 2-3 years ago I would have put my money on FanDuel, now I would have put my money on DraftKings. And yeah, that might be something many people disagree to. FanDuel seems to have been sort of the pick of most people over the last few years. But I really think something is starting to happen with DraftKings, and we better pay attention.
Why?
Look, I touched a bit upon it. I think FanDuel, by all means, a fantastic company, or let's call it Flutter and not FanDuel. But I mean, you're ultimately going to steward a whole range of businesses across a whole range of territories. And, you know, you have the poker in there, you have the sports betting in there, you have, you know, there is so much to look after. And it just seems like it's becoming a little bit less innovative. While DraftKings, on the other hand, they are making moves. They're daring to take a chance. You know, if NFTs, you know, is the rage, then they open an NFT marketplace. Rumors is out that they might be acquiring Simplebet at the moment and going into micro betting. I mean, it just seems to me that there is a little bit more edge to DraftKings at the moment.
But where's Bet365 then? Because that's my tip on the American market, doubling their market share.
Yeah. Look, I think they're going to be a late bloomer, as we call it in football. I think they will come into the marketplace and they will grind it out slowly, and they will just get better and better, and they will definitely play a role in the future.
So right now, the market leaders in America are FanDuel, DraftKings, MGM. Is Bet365 your pick for the fourth horseman? And would they be in the top 3, top 2? Who would be both of your...
I would say Bet365 could sneak up to be in a bronze medal place within the next 12 months.
Wow.
Slowly, carefully, let all the early tsunami of money come in there. People have to exit, they're just going to gradually grow step by step. The waterfall starts with a raindrop.
Agreed.
And
let's buy shares in Bet365. No, you can't.
There we go. So then you've got the sweepstakes space in America. It's really big. Why haven't we seen DraftKings, FanDuel, MGM, like any of the mega players from online gaming go into that space?
Because if you need to have 15 legal opinions to justify your existence and do 7994 payment processing, it's not illegal, if that makes sense. And I think DraftKings want to be fully legal to justify their valuation. They can't have a share price which can be tainted by some questionable activity. For an incumbent, you can go in there relatively easily and quickly, take market share, make your $1 million a month, and all good. I think it's too small for DraftKings or too dodgy, I don't know.
You know, it's called social casino with sweepstake promotions. Technically, that's the term, and that's what it legally is. And perhaps it is flying a little bit too close to the sun in terms of connecting it with one of the leading gambling companies at the moment. But whether the space will change, if you look at it right now, it resembles very traditional RNG casino. In fact, we talked about it last year here on the stage and predicted that it would be one of the trends that many people in the room would go into the space over the coming 12 months, and many of you did. Now, you're obviously trying to copy what has worked in Europe and what has worked in RNG casino for a very long time, and using a loophole in the regulation to sustain the business. But if it is going to be long-term sustainable, it needs to change. And it needs to have a lot more proposition than the very sweep coins itself and gambling on slot machines with them. So I think before the likes of DraftKings would consider an acquisition in the space, I think we need to change the product experience from what it is today, and that might happen if it's going to be sustainable. I think it has to happen.
Yeah, I think sweepstakes has been around for about a decade now, and I never used to hear about it. And now, in the last 6, 7 months, I'm hearing about it every single day. It is clearly the hot thing. Speaking of the hot thing, when you sort of look across the horizon line, you say, what are the hot trends right now in gaming? What do you see as the hot thing in the year or so ahead?
I like the gradual shift from a website to bringing the gaming experience inside of a social community. Obviously, we've talked about Telegram casinos last year, which have done pretty well, and there's a lot of new market entrants into that space. But I think there's opportunities into Line, into Discord, into, again, communities where the gambling is the secondary point of activity. The first point is the social element of what's going on. And we bring, it's like embedding an open payment link on Amazon.com. You're bringing the bank to the shopping cart. We've got to bring the gambling to the community in that sense.
I completely agree. And if you look at internet, it used to be a catalog. You went to Google, you searched for something, and you found Amazon. Yeah, like it was quite boring, to be honest. Internet has been quite boring throughout the years. It's been more fun over the last few years. Now it's more an experience. How do you pronounce it, Todd? You need to help me with your perfect American. Experiential thing. Now, you're right in the video stream. You're right in the moment where it happens. You're right in the chat, right in the community. It's real time. And I think we need to move. Look at where we are at with slots. It's a call to action to the industry, guys. It's a bit boring. We have HTML files that you need to download to your local device. It takes, 6 to 10 seconds. You sit there in solitude and you play. There's, I don't know how many slots, a few thousand released, while the internet is going towards real-time experiences. You have the likes of X and Twitter, former Twitter making sort of the WeChat of the West, and it's just going to turn more and more into like a community-based ecosystem of everything real-time, and we can't lag behind in the gambling industry. So I really hope to see those trends maturing more real-time.
Perhaps in this regard, it's actually the $1 million I want to invest in something at the end question, but how do we bring the gambling experience to the streamer's environment? No. People are watching the streamers the whole time, and then there's a very loose and intangible call to action across to a casino for tracking. Doesn't work very well. How do we put the gambling on the streams? And if someone can solve that, I think there's a big pot of gold there.
The content has to be streamed. And someone has to start working on that. I mean, Evolution is already doing it with their game shows, and you acquired Livespins. It is video streaming slots and allowing people to bet behind it. But the content in itself needs to be streamed. Changing the media type allows a whole different interaction with it. And whoever is out there producing slots, try to make some slots that you stream instead of allowing people to download them from a server. And I think that would be a very interesting proposition.
So can you help predict, like, what does that mean at the player level? So like today I want to play, I'll go onto somethingcasino.com, and I log in, and I enter, and I can click on live casino, and I can go play, or I can click on slots, and I kind of do that. What would it look like at the player level when you talk about this?
You need to remove the cashier from the casino experience. There should be no monetary processing on the casino. Otherwise, half the job becomes going to the cage in a land-based environment. How do we remove that and put the money somewhere else in a financial wallet which is not connected to a Curacao license? And how do we do an open payment channel so the money can go in, out as much as you want in a closed-loop fashion? But do your payment processing over here, do your authentication, one-click login, not username, password with upper characters, lower characters, symbols, you forget. Make the experience simple. If we can make those two things seamless, then we all can focus on how do we entertain the customer on this end product.
So like one click to play.
One click to play.
Yeah.
And I mean, how do we kill the operator? So I'm speaking against myself because I'm invested into a few operators, right? But we need to kill the operator. And by what I mean is, why should you go to a website, the www.gamblingoperator.com, and create an account and register a Visa card and go for a KYC process and all of that? I mean, that's not really how things work anymore, is it? And in every other vertical, you know, when Apple opened their their app marketplace to third-hand party, you know, we really started thinking about, you know, how can we kill the operator doing this? We didn't solve it yet, so that's, I think, another one for people out there to solve. How can you kill the operator? I think Tim and the guys are working on
We're
it.
working on it, yes. Yeah.
With Whale and other products, but
Yeah.
it's a big opportunity.
But it's also how do you give, if we've got the gaming infrastructure, we've got the games for an aggregator, we've got the payments from somewhere, how do we give that to a single streamer for 5 players? How do we make everybody in the world their own casino should they wish to be? The affiliates have a more active role that they can play. They can become their own operators. So if the influencers bringing traffic in, put the casino on that page or that streaming device. You should have 1,000 people running it, but it should be super simple. Wix.com or whatever, just one click, there's my casino, all set up. They earn their 40-50% rev share from the infrastructure side of things, but then there's no tracking issues. Remember, there's no cookies anymore on Google or Safari. Now that's been changed. So let people come to a domain or to a channel where they can gamble, and we, the picks and shovels guys, come and help do all the work behind the scenes.
So a couple of years ago, I asked, when we look back on this moment in time, how will we view where we are in the gaming industry today? And Tim, you said that this is we were 2 years ago, you'd said this is the era where Twitch is sort of taking over an industry. How do you feel about that now? And then how would you define this moment in time? And how do you think we'll look back on the moments that we're living through today?
So I think Twitch had a lot of pressure, especially with they banned, I think, 5 or 6 different casinos to go elsewhere, and that was the advent of Kick.com, obviously. So it's a very fragmented place, but as I found out last night, YouTube is still massive for streamers doing their ones as well. So I think it's still a fragmented marketplace that no one's really cracked gambling streaming in a place that all participants can freedom of expression, if I can call it that, and freedom of choice to a customer. So I don't think we're quite there yet where that needs to be. Where we are right now, it's almost a decentralisation of the gaming operator, and it's being taken apart piece by piece and letting anyone pick and choose what they want to do to satisfy their 5-player casino or their 50,000-player casino. It shouldn't matter. Things should be decentralised, non-custodial. I'm not talking game results in RNG because it's a more difficult one, but the building blocks must be decentralised that you can pick and choose whatever you want. Doesn't matter who you are.
Look at what a gambling operator is these days. So in a regulated market, you might do Apple sign-on for authentication and deposits. So sort of that job is taken out from the operator. They might use, I don't know, HooYu for KYC, so that job is taken out of the operator. They're using Evolution for live casino, or they're using, I don't know, Pragmatic Play for slots. List goes on and on. What's left of the role of the operator? Is just simply connecting...
Compliance.
Compliance, exactly. Compliance and regulations and, you know, some CRM campaigns and which they're running through Optimove. You know, like...
Treasury management is one thing which is still on the operator's side, to be able to pay out your players when they win.
Yeah, true. I mean, there is still a role for them.
Yep.
I'm just saying that if you go back 20 years, the responsibility matrix was a lot more on the operator. And then the goal was to produce your own in-house games, your exclusive rights, and sort of become the game provider and therefore stand out. I don't know, it seems like you're saying it's being picked apart. And that's interesting.
You mentioned some mega companies there. What is the role for Apple, Google, Meta, Netflix, Disney? Do they play a role in the industry? Not necessarily next year, but by the end of the decade, where do any or all of them, do any of them do anything?
I think with Apple, they could go and make their own, it could be Apple Bank. Apple credit cards as an acquirer, as an issuer. But they've decided all we need to do is put Apple Pay inside a wallet on a telephone and take 20 cents of every single transaction. We don't worry about reconciliation or settlement times, T+5, licenses, compliance. We're simply doing an agreement with every bank. If you want to use a device in 1 billion people's hands, I don't know what the number is, but 1 billion people's hands, you can do it, and we can put the credit card in there, tokenized format, and we'll charge you 20 cents per transaction. Thank you, we'll make another 500 billion this year. Simple.
And they're already monetizing the gambling industry, but they're doing it smartly for their brands. So look at Netflix, Squid Game, Light and Wonder, right? So the content and the brand is already on there. Look at Apple, we just mentioned it, and the payment infrastructure. Disney for ESPN bet licensing it to Penn. So they're already in the industry, but they're not going in with their brands. Disney's not going to become a gambling operator. Neither will Apple.
Speaking of Apple, does their entry into VR make the space relevant?
I bought the device in March. I wore it for the first time. It's really heavy. You know, if I wear it for 20, 30 minutes, I start to get tired in my eyes and it pushes down, you know, so I need to lay it down to use it for like 2 hours. So I think they're just putting it out there so that they get some user feedback. And I think it's still a few years ahead before that form factor is very popular.
Just back on the other one about Google, I think Google are a very big part of the gaming industry, considering how much PPC goes on.
Yeah.
Their business model is to make money from advertising. They're doing that exceptionally well. Why do they need to change their business model for the gaming world? Gambling, it's actually, I think, the opportunity in the world is moving money. The gambling transactional volume satisfies the movement of money and the percentage made on moving money or exchanging money. That's where the real opportunity lies, in my view.
Sure. And Amazon is making plenty of money.
AWS,
for many of us, they're our biggest vendor.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. So I think they're all infrastructure players. There's no need for them to become a licensed operator and compete with lots of people around the world when everyone uses them anyway.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Who's going to buy who? What are the give me some acquisition, either candidates or acquirers. What should we watch for?
I think the slot game buying market is a bit quieter than it was in 2023. I think there was a few more transactions in 2023, some really good ones there. I'm not sure if there's going to be any big ones coming this year, unless, Todd, you know of something we don't. I think it's very hard to sell operators these days. I'm not thinking... If we look at Flutter and what they've bought into territories in Serbia, they've bought into Georgia, they've got the Australia. They will buy in a legalised jurisdiction to complement their portfolio. I think for, let's call it Curacao casinos, there's not really anyone out there going and acquiring all those assets to bring it up into a portfolio. So I'm not sure if it's the biggest year for M&A in that regard.
Concur. And a lot of people thought that DraftKings would acquire into Europe, myself included, but perhaps that won't happen. And maybe you'll see some acquisition of some operators in Latin America. I still think there is a little bit to be done there. And maybe go 12 to 24 months from now, you will see a bit more in Africa and the likes. But I think it will be quite quiet this year.
Mm-hmm. MGM's not going to buy Entain?
I said last year that it's a marriage bound to happen. Let me widen there. I think Entain needs to go private. That seems like a very good opportunity for someone.
And what about, it was all the rage a couple of years ago, the metaverse, NFTs, blockchain, Web3. I never hear those anymore. All I hear about is AI. Are they dead? Are they dormant? What's going on there?
I think the crypto part, everyone thinks crypto is just a deposit method, and it's not. It's so much more than that, but there's so much more than that, most people don't see what's going on. So most settlements out of Asia, from a supplier or a payment settlement, is all done in crypto these days. No one's sending bank wires from Asia back into Europe. So there's more banking rails, it's the railway tracks where crypto is really being used much better. I think there's still a play for tokenized KYC on an NFT with anonymous, pseudo-anonymous data here. So I've got my NFT, I put that into a casino, it can check back and get the identity of someone, like a Trustly or a Bright does as well, but it's more infrastructure play again, which is not sexy, but which you can charge 1% on every transaction.
In fact, we got a deck just like that last week, and I hear those words all the time, Todd. I mean, silent news, but Facebook just surpassed 1 billion, I believe, in metaverse revenue in Q1.
Really?
Yeah. So they're slowly building up. They're losing a lot more money than that, but we'll see where it goes in the future. I mean, take NFTs, non-appended data, as it also used to be called before it was rebranded NFTs, has been around since the 60s as a technology. It's a security protocol that is fantastic. I think all of those things are part of the Web 3.0 and will be different buzzwords from one year to another. AI is one of the technologies that forms part of Web 3.0. I think it is all maturing towards the metaverse, and I think it was the JP Morgan that predicted a certain size of the metaverse industry in 2030. I think we're all moving towards it.
Okay. Quick answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say quickly, it's we all thinking of metaverse is a sort of VR where you can walk around and buy sandboxes. This is the exploratory point in time. This is where we need to explore. We need to fail. We need to muck around and try shit out. It's not the final product. But unless if we don't try and do this, we won't discover what doesn't work and refine the product. So, sure, there's a lot of people who then follow buzzwords and try and raise money and do something on top of that. So, the builders need to build and fail first.
So, quick answers then.
Yeah.
In the next 5 years, are most casinos all taking crypto?
Yes.
Yes.
Land-based included.
Land-based included. Wow. RTP. Does it continue to move lower, or does it go higher?
Higher. The only way, what do you mean higher? 98%?
As in, goes from 92 to 94, 96.
I'd say it goes down because people got more and more costs they need to pay for in taxes, Brazil being the great example. You're going to run slots in Brazil at 92%. Only way to make money.
So here comes the 000 roulette.
But the likes of Stake and the others who are winning consumers are having a higher RTP and they're taking more share of wallet.
100% agree. But can everyone afford to do this?
What grows faster? What grows faster, regulated or pre-regulated markets?
Pre-regulated by a mile.
Yeah.
By a mile.
Black is back.
Grey, Robin.
What's going to be the hottest new market, or the next big market to regulate?
The GCC.
What?
GCC, Middle East. The Gulf.
Naum, Saudi Arabia.
Does Twitch and streaming get more powerful or less powerful to the gaming industry?
Twitch itself or any?
Streaming.
More.
Streaming more. Watch-alongs even.
Will we see any cool innovation come to land-based?
Absolutely.
Can I preach one, Todd? Please do it. Did you see NVIDIA's humanoid robot presentation? We need to walk into a Star Wars bar where the croupiers are these robots and where they're doing game shows and all sorts of fancy stuff. That has to come to a casino somewhere. If only for marketing attraction, it would be freaking amazing.
Well, I'm very happy we're putting a lightning roulette into our casino in Estonia, and we're going to put a game show in there as well, and you are all welcome to come and check it out. You've got to bring crypto only.
Fantastic. I can't think of a better product. Yeah. Guys, the prediction discussions will continue for the remaining 2 days. Thanks so much. Fantastic session.
Thank you.
Cheers. Cheers. How much discount? I know. The microphone was off.
Good stuff, guys. Hello, everyone. Amazing session from Todd, Tim, and Robin on predictions. Up next on the stage, we're going to continue looking at iGaming market trends, what's hot and what's not. So please stick around, and we're very soon ready to kick off the next session. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are about halfway through day one, but there are still loads of great sessions coming up, so please do stick around and we will have a lot of fun together. Now it is time to look at iGaming market trends. What is hot? What is not? Following on from Todd, Tim, and Robin's session. We're going to look at emerging trends to consumer preferences. And this session is sponsored by SoftSwiss. And to moderate and run the show on this session is I guess I can say, the fastest talking man in the industry, who you probably normally see doing 10 in 5 on the weekly news for Next. Please give a massive applause for Nico Jansen from Bet It Best.
Wow. So it's always quite easy to take the next panel after the three musketeers of Todd Haushalter, Tim Heath, and Robin Eric Reed just, warmed you up a little bit. And I'm so grateful for you still attending this one. So let me introduce you a little bit to what you're about to listen to now, because I am joined by Vitali, Christos, Dinos, and Dimitri, who are covering the software solution side of things and a games provider perspective as well. So welcome on stage my 4 panelists as well, starting with Dinos. Then just come on stage, just take a seat. Nice to see you.
We have to sit or we stand?
No, we can sit.
Okay.
Hi there.
Bye-bye.
Hi there. Hi there.
That's a big audience.
It is a big audience indeed, and they're so thrilling to just see what the 4 of you will come up with.
Not many things.
So, when actually preparing for this panel, we came up with a little bit of a different approach, going a little bit back to the future, like 12 months ago, if you would have been sitting here, what would have been your 3 to 5 hot topics for the next 12 months, starting with you, Dinos, to my right
you're
side.
asking for 3 to 5 topics. I don't even have one.
Okay, good.
But no, joking aside, I think the last 12 months, I think we mostly tried to enjoy getting out of a lockdown. And what was hot, I think, was a lot of demand. I've seen that we had to go and meet people. We had to go around. I remember myself traveling quite a lot. I'm not sure that's a trend. More likely it is. I think it's becoming a bit back. It's make a correction following the COVID era, most likely. But how I say, what's hot? I would say Brazil was hot last 12 months. I'm not sure if it's
We will touch on this one later.
That's it.
Okay. So,
well, I will take Brazil and continue.
Okay.
I think regulation-wise, we see more and more markets getting regulated. And what's hottest on Brazil these days? I think the 7th largest market in the world population-wise. I mean, it's crazy what I'm going to see, because the greatest news is that the new legislation is about to pass and be introduced. But also, I think from the slot provider side, we see a shift from high volatile games to low volatile games with frequent wins and game mechanics that reward the players faster, because pretty much the time is the essential part of players nowadays. We see this changing every year and year. The consumers, in general, they don't want to spend a lot of time anymore. I mean, back in the day, you would go to the bank to make a deposit. Now you do it from your mobile. Or watching a movie. You don't have to go rent a movie. You do it through a network provider, Netflix, Disney+. The same thing happens to consumers. They don't spend so much time, so they want everything to be faster on their screen time, to see all the features, all the wins in a very shorter time.
So Dimitri, with your background as a poker solutions provider.
Yeah, I would pick this up. So number one is casual gaming introduction. So with all this rise of crash games and sweepstakes models, I think consumers are demanding to have the same players experience within 3-5 minutes while they're sitting in a queue, waiting for some appointments and so forth. So from gaming providers, it's required now to learn about this and introduce new game mechanics. Second is legislation in Latin America in general. It's kind of a bit slimmering there, so we are all waiting and waiting and waiting, and I think many of us are already exhausted to wait. And the final point would be AI and bot stuff. 12 months ago, so many talks about that. Yeah. And I think now it's cooling down, the whole topic.
Okay.
Because it's like, we understood that this technology is very narrow and very specific for very specific implications in our industry, not like wide.
And Vitaly, to round it all up with you.
It's always nice to be last one, because guys basically name it everything we discussed. But
we'll start from you.
Of course, I suppose it's Brazil. And as a B2B provider, we are going there, like last year. It's still hot, it's still very good. Regulations were published last Friday. We are quite okay with that. And of course, I can confirm and agree with Dmitry about AI. It's very important for the industry. In my opinion, it shouldn't be that hot, but everyone discussing AI, right? Everyone, everywhere. You see people acquiring businesses who are doing AI, etc., etc. You're using AI more and more in your daily job. But we have debate about it, and I'm not so happy about AI. I think it should be on the not hot, to be honest. Yeah, and it's hard to add something new. And also, Dmitry mentioned sweepstakes. I also think it's a very good approach for the industry. It's definitely hot, because even as B2B, we get like a lot of the requests to provide this software. That's why I'm happy to say that we basically acquired share in the biggest German sweepstakes spin arena. So Dmitry, if you need something, you know what to do.
Okay.
Okay.
And now just switching the order of these topics, which might have been hot 12 months ago, so which turned cold, starting with you now, Vitaly.
Good question. Once again, I would say it's AI.
Okay.
My personal opinion, because it's always a lot of the discussion about AI, how you can use it, etc., etc. But at the moment, let's be realistic. Industry not using AI a lot, right? It's still you need still human brains to do the proper job. So it's definitely not hot. And also, I would say while some people say regulations is hot at the moment, I would say regulations is not hot, because everyone tired about regulations. And instead of doing something like proper one, governments don't want to do, let's say, European Union overall license, right? They do each different, and it's hard for businesses to not only apply and work in this framework, but in general, it's hard. It doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. So it's not hot at all.
Any specific regulation which ain't hot? Because I'm
Germany, Netherlands, all of them, not business friendly, I would put it this way.
Okay. Yeah, we see that in the channelization rates as well. So the tighter a regulation actually becomes, the more people are drifting to the black markets. But I'm pretty sure that's a topic where we can fill like half an hour. And I'm pretty sure, as regulation always keeps the crowd going, maybe we should just switch over to Dimitri as well. So with the topics you just mentioned, which of those topics became hot and, which ones became cold?
Okay, so not from the topics I mentioned in the previous question, but definitely I think talking about geographical markets, I would say USA. Now entering into US market with into regulated US market is very tough now.
I can disagree on that later on.
Okay.
Me too. Me too.
But with acquisition prices so high in the US, I think right now entering into this market with new players, which don't have billions budgets for marketing, I think it would be very tough. The same happening, I think, about Brazilian market, especially with the regulation, because all these guys, they got muscles like BetMGM and other guys, and with regulation, maybe also they will consider Brazil as their next point of working, and even though without regulation, it's, as I understand, everyone is going to Brazil now. Like, I hear it's from European operators, I hear it's from Asian operators, I hear from everyone that they're looking for traffic in Brazil. And the final one, I think it's Crush Games.
Okay.
This train is already running fast, and what all providers do, they just copy the same game mechanics. So
Aviator. Copy Aviator.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, they try to modify, but it doesn't work. So like, I think right now developing Crush Games is not a great idea to enter for newcomers.
So, Christos, from your point of view, just touching down today, what are the topics which became hot and which turned cold?
In regards to answer to Vitaly, I think
Yeah.
regulation-wise is there's stability in going to regulated market. We're pro-regulated markets because if it's not regulated, you don't know how you're going to wake up tomorrow morning. So this is the good part of regulated and going regulated and being Brazil there. Now to answer the topic, because I mixed the answers. I said the pros and the cons in regards the game development of high volatile games going a bit down, is going less hot every year. And this is because of efficiency of time. But adding in here on promotional tools, which accommodate the gameplay, and it's very important. And we see a shift of the traditional jackpots that was the first big promotion coming from land-based to online. We see, and PlayStation also introduced something that is faster in regards to player. We call it short races, like mini tournaments. So this gives the efficiency of time to the player that they can enter a promotion and in 1 hour, an hour and a half, they can have a win, and it's a done deal. They don't need to wait a long tournament for 7 days. So on top of the games, which is the main driver, we see that promotions that are rapid in regards to the rewarding system, but also the gameplay is working much better as well.
And to round it up with you.
So you want me to say what's cold?
Yeah, what's cold and what...
What's cold?
What's cold?
Well,
Yeah.
we say what's hot. We said Brazil, it's nice climate, it's hot, nice business. What's cold? Very clear. In my opinion, a very big disappointment last 12 months, Germany. I would expect much better situation there. Their regulation is not working in Germany. We have to agree on that.
Yeah, I can't argue with it.
So considering the size of the country, the wealth of the country, I consider this is a major cold case, not to mention Russia, that's already they are cold. Anyway, staying in the market approach, I think that's the thing. There are many other details, of course, we can discuss, but that's my opinion. Considering markets, last 12 months Brazil was good. We have to discuss if it's still good. I have some argument, to be honest.
You're really optimistic, Dinos.
No, well, you know, if you are not already in Brazil, don't go.
Okay.
It's probably late.
Okay.
That's what my opinion is. Even Latin American countries, maybe it's a different discussion. Every single country is a different discussion. Anyway, but the big disappointment for me is Germany.
Okay. As said, I can't argue with this one. So it's something we're facing in Germany as well. Channelization rate is crazy. 40–50% just into the black markets. But as said, that's we can cover this topic on a brighter scale as well. But now, as we've just seen, a lot of the cold topics as well.
Okay,
so
let's go back to the first.
We need to cheer people up. So from today on, what might be the make it factors within your vertical where you just see, okay, if a company is competing with us and they are getting an edge on these 3 to 4 specific topics, this might lead to becoming the leading position in our vertical.
So we start again that way?
Yes.
So I am in sportsbook business, primarily, even though Altenar does also platform, and we're planning many good things in the near future. I say sportsbook trend, what's hot now? You have to forget what it was even 5 years ago. It's a complete different environment. Imagine in Altenar at the moment, we do have integration with 22 different data feed providers. 22. It's the situation that you have just one, and you can work, it's gone. What's hot? You see an NBA game, LeBron is in attack, and you need the odds for LeBron to score a three-pointer. That's 10 seconds market. That's hot. You need a yellow card. You need what's happened next. You need fast things. The world is too fast. It's too fast to wait until Saturday to have a bet on Arsenal. You can't afford that anymore. It's completely dynamic, different thing. Also, it has to do a lot with user experience. I'm not talking about AI because I don't consider it's existing in this industry yet. If someone says it's existing, I'm interested. Let's have a talk. But in my opinion, is the detail in the product, the quality in the product, how much content you have, quality product.
Again, I would go with what you said, because pretty much we agree.
Okay.
It's on time, right? It's based on time. So loading time, because the competition is so vast in the slot world, right? So loading time is really important, but also spin time. Because the screen time of the player has decreased so much due to the reasons I'll explain later, that if a game loads so slowly, or the spin time is not so smooth for the players to maintain, in 20, 30 seconds they leave. And this is one subject, and one subject is the ability of having, no limitations on servers. You need no limitations on servers, especially markets like Brazil, with being the 7th largest market in the world. You have to have the capacity to receive all these players, because what if you go to the market of Brazil and you have, let's say, 5,000 free spins per second, and you're a new provider, let's say, and the game's crash? I don't think they will try the second or third time to play. So it's an easy kill for that provider. So you have to be prepared, technology-wise, for sure. Why? Because he doesn't have time to spend on your game. He has also TikTok, he has Instagram. Everything's happening really fast. I mean, you go on Instagram and it stucks for a split second. You get frustrated. It's the same thing for. They're the same consumers that they play the games. They're not different. They don't live in a jar and then they go and play. They have the same daily routines we have. And that's it from my side.
Dimitri, your hot topics.
Number one is, I think, one-click game match. The same ways as Netflix doing, when players with just one click get exactly the game in case of poker table, where that matches their skills, their experience, their expectations. So we can reach this through profiling of players, data, big data analysis, and so forth. I think it's crucial. Number two is bite-size gaming experience, the same way as casual games do it now. I think it's going to be important, especially for sports betting and poker vertical, because these verticals require from players some skills to play. So, and I think for the new generation, we need to create a way for them to learn step by step how to play these games. And number three, shared players experience. So all these video chats, team plays, live communications, when playing a game, it's like friends party. I think it's a great thing for Gen Z and millennials.
Perhaps for live and this kind of gaming, but I don't think for slots yet.
Okay.
It's a more lonely game. I mean, you can even see the land base. You go and play and you don't want anyone to talk to you, but you play at poker or you go in the roulette, you want this interaction. So I think it's going to work more during the live casino section first.
Maybe.
And to round it up once again, Vitaly, your...
Well, first of all, disagree with your third one. Sharing games, etc., doesn't make any sense, but it's my opinion. I will go very conservative way, very obvious way, that as B2B provider, like big one, of course, we see that the main hot threats at the moment, believe or not, is just stable software and good level of service. That's it. When you provide very good software, which is stable, which have 99 and many nines after 9 uptime, it's not a problem for the client. And sometimes we see that the client are happy with any commercials, like obviously good commercials, and we provide good commercials, but they are happy if you just provide good, stable software and good level of service. Because, for example, just example from Brazilian market, we had a client who migrated to our platform who had downtimes of 8 hours, which is like, I can't imagine any business in the gaming working with downtimes of 8 hours. It's not possible, right? And it's both on the B2B and B2C level. On the B2C level, as guys mentioned, you need to provide something unique and good level of service. If you as game provider, for example, don't provide stable software, as you mentioned, no one will play your game. No one will try a second time because the world is fast nowadays. So something like this, I suppose.
So in the end, we're all competing for screen time, right? And competition ain't just another sports bet or sports betting operator. It's just screen time. It's the Netflix, the Amazons out there. As soon as you realize, and that's what the four of you just stated, you know, lack of the product, right? If the product just doesn't feel right, you're losing the customer, right? And then micro betting, of course, it's based on the data you're getting in, because you can't offer a specific betting type, micro betting type, if you don't get the data, right? Pretty simple. But in the end, it's all about the quality of the product, which all of you verticals just pointed out. One of the topics which all of the four of you are so eager to talk about is AI. So the pretty hot topic, 12 months ago, everybody was like, if you don't deal with AI, you're about to die. Funny enough, a lot of operators and software solution providers are still in the game. So Vitaly, starting with you, where do you see AI might actually benefit or be a benefit within your vertical, and where do you actually see it within the gaming operations?
You know, like I can give you a lot of examples. Like, so for example, making the games, right? Slot games. You can use AI to generate the pictures, etc., etc. But I believe it's not working, and I hope you agree with me. So my honest answer will be like AI can help somewhere with, for example, customer support, some sort of, to automate something. But I'm a bad guy to ask a question about future of AI because I don't believe.
Okay, that's an honest answer.
That's
an honest answer. So next online. So what is your take on AI, and where might AI actually benefit the overall gaming industry?
Right now, I think only 3 areas for using AI in general and machine learning in specific. Its first one is using ChatGPT to help customer support service. For example, we use ChatGPT as a knowledge base for our customer support. Number 2 is using AI and ML to fight against fraud, against bots, and all this stuff. And number 3 is like use generative AI to help our marketing departments to generate creatives, content, test some ideas, and so forth. Only these 3 implementations for now.
So Christos, as a games provider, where do you see the bright future of AI within your vertical?
I think at the moment, as Dimitri mentioned, it's more into B2C. It's not that much in B2B, but it's not that mature yet. But why? Why? Because AI, you teach them. You teach AI. It's not a God divine computer power. So we need some time to be mature now, because there are developer tools, But are they, and there are games developed with AI. I haven't heard a Blockbuster yet, unless anyone did. But I think it's not mature enough, and we should have some time, we should see, because you need to teach it how to develop a game, and at the time, we don't have it. It's not here. We need the human interaction. We need the people, the developers, the product team in order to develop the game players would like. And I think it's not ready yet. But I don't know what the future will hold. We have to see.
So Dinos.
I do believe that we all agree that AI is not yet in this industry as we're dreaming it. Or more likely, of course, ChatGPT helping our marketing content. Maybe it would be a good idea, customer service will be the first one to be replaced by some sort of bots with some intelligence to reduce the high demand in customer service representatives. It's coming. It's a long way down the river, I would say, that how we can convert a data warehouse with some kind of conditions, what to serve or what not to serve, to think by itself. The moment we see a computer or a robot working on our desk by its own, more likely we need some years down the line. I don't see this coming very soon. to be honest. But if I have to give you one word about what's all about, I see a trend in the future coming, simplicity. It has to be simple, whatever this comes.
And now, the rapid fire round. So I will just come up with a couple of topics, which you're about to just, give your straight answer. And you can pretty much be controversial as possible, as controversial as possible. So consuming preferences, is desktop dead, or will we see a return of desktop, starting with you?
I don't see any desktop existing at the moment. I see. Actually, I was talking last night, say, if in my mobile you can make some copy-paste functionality that works better, because that's what it disturbs me at the moment, we could even work from mobile. So I don't see that desktop is nothing to do with and interested going forward. That's
okay, so
opinion.
It's dead and already buried.
For me, it's even, I wonder sometimes how some managers, they see the look and feel in a desktop. I say, why you do the desktop? Because they have a desktop in their office, that's it. But
So
really and truly, if you want to see the product, pick up your mobile and have a look.
So you're actually paving the way for each and everyone else still in the
That's
panel. So Dinos, what's your take? Sorry, not Christos, what's your take on
I think
desktop? Is it still alive, or?
It's almost dead. It's not completely dead, but almost dead. We see 70% traffic on slot games from mobile, but I think it's going to become completely dead when we have that next big jump to a new platform. Then, yeah, it's going to be over. I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be AR, mix of AR and VR, but once this happens and we're going that direction, then it's going to be completely dead for sure. But for now, there is a bit traffic. And it depends on the market, right?
Yeah.
It depends on the market, the technology, how advanced it is. It depends.
So Dimitri, what's your take as a?
Yeah, it depends on market, but I think it still exists for streamers, content consumption, for esports, verticals, and like for playing maybe video games.
And what about you, Vitaly?
We see at the moment that it's 80% on mobile, 20% on desktop, on the big numbers, and obviously desktop decreasing. But as Dmitry mentioned, there are still some verticals which you need to have desktop. And as Eugenis mentioned, some people need to do some work, right, on their desktop. So you need to have a product already available for the desktop.
I should use the AI, say copy-paste, please, and it does it on mobile by automatically, no? Okay.
So just touching down on what Dimitri just said, with the possible impact of influencers, because, on esports, etc., they will actually see it. So Vitaly, what is your take on, will we see a significant impact of influencers within our gaming industry?
It's not like will we see. We already see it, right? At the moment, influencers is a big part of the industry already. You have people like, I don't know, Rostein, for example, etc., who have like millions of followers and a lot of the views on their streams. And of course, it's a big fight between the different products, companies, slot games, I believe, to have the influencer promote your product. So we see any market I saw, to be honest, influencers is possible, except Muslimanians ones, of course.
Dimitri?
Yeah, I think it's growing, but funny point is growing influencers like marketing dragging us back to tribal culture when we can't measure our marketing effort, we can't calculate ROI. That's the interesting point.
So Christos, your take on influence?
There is an influence for slots games, but to bring new unique users, but in the end, the game will decide. I mean, the player will decide if he wants to continue playing this game or not. If the game is not good, whatever influence, even if Beyoncé does this, he's not going to continue playing.
And last but not
I
least,
don't think it will last too long, the influencers traffic, to be honest. I think it's something happening now in some markets, not everywhere, but I don't see that it's going a long way. More likely will be different streams of traffic coming forward, and we always have to be adaptable. In my opinion, if you need traffic, you always need to follow the trends of the market, and it can change very fast.
Okay. Last question, and
Sure.
quick answer.
No worries.
If you would have 100 million US, where would you put it?
100 million
Yes.
US in a business.
Yes. Quick answer.
Phew. I would start again the same business,
Okay,
more likely.
good, good.
I would pick a market. I would pick Brazil. That's
Okay.
going legislated. It's going regulated now.
I'll try Africa.
Okay, good.
My first answer is bank account, but definitely in game aggregation, I would say.
Okay. So that's it for now. Thank you for the panel. Thanks to the audience for sticking with us.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
Thank you.
Nice.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys. So Nico did not stick to his 10 and 5 today, but
We're a little bit
almost,
behind schedule. That's fine.
we almost made it. We almost made it. Okay, Alice,
Yeah.
it is time for a quick break.
It's time for a quick break. We're going to be back here in just 5 minutes, though. So at 1:05, we have the next panel coming up. It's a really interesting one, understanding players by leveraging data and research, moderated by Sarah Stellini at Neat Place. So don't go too far, but you can go and bring a sandwich or enjoy some lunch, and then we'll see you back here in 5 minutes, right?
Absolutely. And also a friendly reminder that at 2 o'clock, there is the personal development track starting in La Valletta Hall downstairs. So go and get refreshed, come back with high energy, and we'll see you in 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
See you later.
Welcome to Place and Experience. Indulge your senses with immersive game titles. Boost the excitement with our engaging promotional tools and generous network promotions. Be in control with XI Viewport Management Tool and experience seamless gameplay powered by X Platform. Enjoy Place and Experience as our partners do in over 20 regulated markets. And get ready to go big. Big play is on. Placent.
Okay, so you got yourself a sleek, sexy chair from Vivendo. But how do you sit in it? You'd be surprised by just how much bad posture can affect you. So let's get serious about sitting. First of all, customize the height of your chair so that your elbows are at a nice 90-degree angle with your desk. Keep your back nice and straight with your shoulder blades back and chest elevated. Finally, while we know you love sitting in a Vivendo chair, don't forget to move. Try to get up at least once every hour. Now, take your seat and sit like a pro.
Welcome to Place and Experience. Indulge your senses with immersive game titles. Boost the excitement with our engaging promotional tools and generous network promotions. Be in control with XI Viewboard Management Tool and experience seamless gameplay powered by X Platform. Enjoy Place and Experience as our partners do in over 20 regulated markets. And get ready to go big. Big play is on. Playson.
Let's continue this day. Next up, we have a really interesting panel, Understanding Players by Leveraging Data and Research. This panel is sponsored by Optimove, and I want to welcome to the stage the wonderful Sarah Stellini, CCO at NeatPlay, who will be moderating this session. Welcome, Sarah. Give it up for Sarah, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And thank you for joining us. I know it's lunchtime, so some people might be a bit hungry or hangry, as they say. Hopefully, you'll be very kind to us today. May I introduce you to a very good panel. We've got Marina, CEO of B Gaming, Tim, COO, Kazumo, Colin, Director of Sales for Optimove, and last but not least, Alexander, CEO of Valletta. Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
So good to have you here. So today we're going to be discussing something that is actually quite relevant and something we use every day, which is understanding our players through data and research. And I want to pick on these amazing minds here and try and understand what they do, what can we take away to understand our players even more. I think I'm going to start with what are the challenges we have today when it comes to data and research to understand the player behavior. And of course, Marina, because you're close to me, I'm going to ask you first to give us a bit of an overview.
Thank you, sir. As a game provider, it's of course the key to understand players, and there are really many challenges there. Yet there is tons of information nowadays, and yet it is very hard to find accurate, relevant, to the point. Even if you get the information and the data, it's still very hard to interpret it the way to your business needs. So that's the main challenges that big gaming is facing nowadays.
Interesting. And from a B2C provider, Tim, what would you say are the biggest challenges you have today?
Well, I think we have a few. The first one is indeed the amount of data.
So true.
We are in a very good position, working in high tech, real-time event streams, and all in the cloud. I mean, we basically have every data point we want, but making the right choice in which metric we really want to measure and which metric is really going to drive the business forward and is going to move the needle is, a challenge on itself, which we need to tackle. I think the second challenge for us is the emotion of the player, which is very hard to measure in real numbers and is very important in our industry. So the way we're trying to approach that is to use as much real-time data as we can, I think in the workshop this morning, I heard the example from I forgot his name, but he said he was playing a lot, he lost a lot, and then he got a few free spins the day after, which is probably the result of, you know, you take a whole batch of data, you analyze it, and then it might have gone like this, which is in the end flat, and you only give like a small amount of free spins, whereas at the end of his experience, he probably had a big loss, so he expects a big reward. So real time is, I believe, what is helping the closest with measuring the emotion of the player. And I think the third challenge that we have, I mean, we are here in, let's say, a part of, or a big part of the value chain, is that we don't really speak the same language. There is not really an industry leveling of the KPIs or metrics that we use, which is hard. I mean, it's a challenge, especially if you look into benchmarks, if you read reports from the regulator. It's always hard to, you know, understand where you are, and especially if you don't have the same understanding of a certain KPI, it's difficult to compare yourself to the competition, which is one of the most important things for us to do in order to know if we're really doing good or if we're just improving versus ourselves yesterday. So
that's an interesting point. Do you find that it's also a challenge within the company itself?
What, the last
Having
one?
the KPIs,
yeah,
yes,
absolutely,
across the board.
absolutely. Yeah, it of course starts there. You know, aligning everybody internally is the first step, which we are doing right now. I think aligning in the industry is, well, I don't know who needs to take the initiative. Maybe regulators, maybe, I don't know, industry federations who would take the initiative to, you know, launch such a thing. I remember from the time in Belgium, I was speaking 7-8 years ago, there was an initiative which was launched by the NBN, which is a Bureau for Normalization. So I think it's a branch from ISO that had launched the initiative to do that, also for our industry, which I thought, like, yeah, nice, finally. It died even before it really started because probably, you know, the enthusiasm from, you know, the different players which you need was too low. And I still find it a big gap because it's important for us to understand each other, and especially, you know, I like benchmarks, and I like to know where we are.
We all do. Colin, you have a bit of a different perspective. You're very much in touch with the players from Up to Move.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think are your biggest challenges when it comes to understanding player behavior today?
I think if you look at the industry as a whole, or even if we take a step back and look at a macro view of data and what's happening in the world, I think it's something like 90% of global data has been created in the last 2 years. So it just gives you an idea of just the vast quantity and volume of data that everyone in this room has access to and being impacted by. And that level of data represents both an opportunity, but also some challenges for those that don't have the right systems and tools and skill sets in place to handle that volume of data and really get value from that data. So I think when we come at it and we work with iGaming customers across the industry, it's really that customer intelligence at the heart and understanding and helping our operators really learn more about their customers, what they've done before, what they're doing in the moment, and what they're likely to do next, and how we then react to that and can almost preempt that.
Interesting. Hang on to that thought, because I want to delve into this a little bit deeper after we speak to Alex. Alex, how are you?
Very good, thank you. Happy to be back in Malta after so many months away from the island.
Did you miss the island?
I did miss the island, and I miss the vibrant people that are here from our industry. You know, we had a good dinner yesterday. It was quality people, and it's always good to be here. I don't know if I would live here. It's another story, but it's good.
And another panel.
It's nice to be here sometimes.
So, Alex, from your end, a games aggregator, can you tell us what the challenge is to understand your player behavior today? What are your biggest challenges?
So we started in 2012 as an operator, and we built an internal aggregator, and we became an aggregator after. And I started in 2004, 20 years ago, as a white label and as an affiliate. So I have quite a 360 overview of the value, the player value, player journey, player value. what the first thing we've noticed is that, and I came from the search engine industry, is that basically what we do is that we put players on one side, or customers in a search engine, in relationship with products. And the products are the games. But the games 20 years ago were very simple. We had very few games, and we had very few mechanics and type of games and type of volatilities. So basically, you were micro gaming or you were Playtech casino. And then maybe TG, Top Game, that became Pragmatic, Cryptologic at their own casino, Intercasino, and 888. It was very, there was a scarcity of games, and now we have 250 studios, and we don't count all the ones that are dying on the process, you know? And we have, I think, over 25,000 games. So we are facing, and as an aggregator, on top of that, we have a lot of data. We have a huge amount of data. It doesn't mean that we understand all this data, because when you have a lot of data, for each euro that you invest in harvesting the data, you need to invest another 10 euros in analyzing the data. You need data analysts, okay? And we're getting into that game. And I don't want to pull out some trend words like AI and stuff like that, because we're not there, and I don't think anybody's there. We talk a lot about that in this industry, but first let's look at the data at a human level, and we see a lot of very interesting things, because we see that not every slot is for every player. At the beginning, we tried to build, the industry was trying to build a slot that will fit every player, and we see now that players are segmented. There's some players that are high volatility player, and they're not interested by a win that's at least 10,000 times the bet. And there are other players that can't stand to go through the valley of death, of no wins during 1,000 or 2,000 or 10,000 spins, or very few wins of 0.5 times your bets, or 3 or 4 or 5 times your bet with a hit ratio, let's say, of 10 times. So you need to build games that are suitable to your audience. And that's what's becoming complicated. And without even going that far, I can see today as an aggregator that a lot of operators, they don't even understand which games are played in which country. So I'm a big fan of No Limit City, okay? I'm a big fan of Axel, but like really a big fan of this type of games. I think these guys have made an incredible work. They shifted the game around. They completely changed the game. Push gaming is there too, you know?
And Alex, do you think, so why are you a fan? Do you think they've leveraged the data in a better way than other maybe game providers?
They came with passion. They really came from operations. I mean, the guy from No Limit, I think they were from Common. I met them 7 or 8 years ago. And they came with passion. Don't forget that at the beginning, we had the one-liner, 3 real slots. And they came with all these mechanics and teams. Have you seen one of the last teams of No Limit City game, Kenneth Must Die?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's BDSM. It's king sex in a slot. I mean, you need to see that. It's really, you couldn't imagine that. I mean, even 2 months ago. I wasn't going to say 5 years ago. They're doing stuff that nobody else does. And all the thematics they use are very, very provocative. But they have mechanics, they have storytelling, they do a lot of things, okay? Now, a lot of operators that are not from CIS, that are not Russian or Ukrainian, let's say, wants to address the CIS market, and they go with EGT, which is called EGT or EGT, if you want to give it the little Russian touch, okay? And they don't even know that there are softwares like Igrosoft. Nobody knows about Igrosoft, and Igrosoft that looks like shit. It really looks really extremely bad. But it performs very well. Why? Because it's 50, 60 years old male playing that in betting shops. and they play that online, you know? And that's the type of slot they want. They wouldn't even imagine playing a no-limit complex slot with all the complex mechanics, and definitely not a one that has a Kenneth Must Die team, BDSM. I mean, it would just not fit the
different niche. But they're obviously looking, it seems, and I'm looking at you, Marina, as well, because you're obviously in the same area in terms of gaming providers. They're obviously looking at data and building different niches, right? Because rather than having one game fits all, they're looking at what certain target audiences like, and you know, and they're appealing to different niches, different audiences, which brings me maybe to my next question. Can you give us an example, and I'll start again with Marina, of something that you've really leveraged data and research and was a real success for you?
Yes, for sure. Maybe Alex then will talk about B-gaming more. Yeah, 2 years ago, we set the goal to become more of a social driving provider, meaning to ask our players, because that's the key. Still, we're B2B, providing content to Alex. But we need to be focused on the actual player. And we partnered with the Skaters Club. This is the players community, players and streamers community. And we started utilizing everything that they offered and integrated this into our productions, into our development process. So we actually run the live testing with the actual players and streamers, and they get the feedback. And we implement the feedback from them, of course, the one that we consider valuable, to the final game and do the release. On top of that, we started collaborating. We are a big fan of co-creation concept. We're not afraid of that. We love to experiment. So we did this big, huge collaboration with Casinolytics, the AI analytical tool platform. We love the guys, we love the team, we love what they're doing, and they actually know streamers. And we set the goal to build the game for streamers. Now it's released. It was released in February this year. It's called Aztec Clusters. The guys spent 10,000 hours watching streamers, and they brought us all the insights that streamers like, and the game was actually released using all of this information. And on top of that, we also run this live testing with the community. And the actual feedback was about the quick spins and some other features about the length of it, and we fixed this before the release, and it was very comfortable, so it's a huge success. So all of these actions that we take with streamers and with the community led us to great reach, which is the key metric that we measure in terms of the streamers. And when we started last year, we were at the 16th place globally among all of the game providers, and by the November last year, we were 7th in the world, 3rd in Latin America, and 6th in CIS. That's the story.
That's a really amazing success story, Marina.
Thank you.
And it's interesting because you listened to your customers, you brought out the main teams, I would imagine, and just put everything into the game and gave them what they wanted.
Exactly.
Nice, really interesting. Tim, any success stories from your side while leveraging the data? So what kind of data, what did you look at, providing you have so much data today?
Yeah.
You know, what made you succeed?
We basically added a bit more data points, but what we have
Just
recently...
add more confusion?
What we have recently introduced is a bit more around the UX on our platform.
Okay.
Obviously, around the hardcore products like the games and what we do with CRM campaigns, etc. But really the UX, UI, and the usability of the platform itself, where obviously you have the heat maps, etc., etc. You even have some videos that you can watch, like from individual players. But now we've added a data layer on top. With an external tool, obviously, but really gives us like a helicopter view of what's happening on a certain page or a certain journey from the customer, and which really highlights the error points or the friction points of the customer journey, and it really helps us a lot, especially in the development life cycle, in finding improvements in the platform, in finding improvements in simple steps. What might be simple steps in the user journey, but might be detrimental to the customer experience. And we can do whatever we want with CRM and with rewards, and we can incentivize. But if we don't fix the basic user experience, then
if
we're
they can't
outweighing
register
ourselves.
easily, then
Exactly.
so interesting. You took and we don't have too much time left, but you took the user research. You broke it down and you prioritized what the most important conversion drops were, and then just build from there.
The advantage now with the tool is that we can break down, so we can really on individual level, but you can also zoom out and see the overall user experience, a certain funnel in that user experience, and see where the friction points are for multiple players, so you can fix it right away. So it's a great tool that really helps in improving that user experience.
Do you care to share maybe the tool?
It's full story. Full story.
I've used it myself. It's fantastic.
It's a great tool.
It's a great tool. So if Charles is in the audience, you're welcome for this free promo.
I'll meet him afterwards.
Later, exactly. Speak to us backstage, but yes. Okay, quick thing before we conclude, because time it flew and it's super interesting. Colin, anything you want to share with us when it comes to a success story for Optimove based on all the data you have?
Yeah, I think from a CRM perspective, that's what we do day in, day out with our customers. And I think everything from taking all your different attributes and different data you have on your customers and applying that within the platform to enable us to deliver really hyper-personalized campaigns based on those individuals and their needs and requirements. Doing that across different multiple channels, so making that really complex, but doing that in an automated way is what delivers the uplift and the success for our customers.
So automation, real time, so you need that form of, you can call it AI.
Absolutely, I need to squeeze AI into there as well. So
yeah, very interesting. Alex, one success story from your data.
I want to make a parallel with what happened in the intelligence industry during the war in Iraq, okay? They put all the focus on technology and removed men from the ground. And it was a big failure. And I think we must learn from that and not do the same thing. We at Alea, we have chosen Looker as an analytic tool, very powerful BI tool from Google. It's very good for post-analysis. I throw data inside and I look at the data. But I would never have been able to predict that a Chinese game called Fortune Tiger, developed by a Chinese company, would have been #1 in Brazil, making between 200 million and now more close than the 400 million GGR per month. PG Soft developed Fortune Tiger and Fortune OX. There's no way to predict that with your little data, whether it's AI or whatever. Okay, you need men on the ground. And then you need your tools. And your tools is your technology. And your technology is going to allow you to process all that data. But you need the men on the ground. And it's exactly the same analogy with the intelligence industry during the war in Iraq.
Thank you. So I think to conclude here, I think it's adding qualitative. So understanding your people, getting the themes, and then obviously looking at it from a quantitative perspective. And that's how you should get the success. That's it from us. I thank you very much for today. Very interesting insights. And have a lovely afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, all right, all right. How are you feeling out there? Are you still energized and pumped and ready to go? Wow. Okay, we need to improve on that with the next session here. So up next, it is time to welcome an industry giant on this stage. And the title is Playtech Presents Live from Valletta in this case. So up next, shortly, is Jade Pecorella, who is the head of casino at Playtech shortly. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another fantastic year at Next.io. Today, we are speaking about the 25 years of the industry and how they've challenged and how we've grown. From 25 years ago, we had the dial-up sound. And don't worry, I'm not going to shock you with any of that sound. I think it's all imprinted in our brain, kind of like a cat jumping on a piano. And that laptop up there, that's not a MacBook. That's actually an iBook. But as we progress in the 25 years, and 25 years, yeah, it's actually a 1 in front of that year, Bert. So, sorry, McLovin, it's just because you have a 1 in front of your year, that means everyone can be here. But the 25 years have really passed, and everything has grown. From dial-ups and arguing with your parents or your siblings, to having something, being able to download and hoping that it's the right song that you're downloading for the next 8 hours. To now, 25 years later, we have multiple screens, multiple platforms. You'll be playing your games, you'll be watching Netflix, you're speaking to your friends on your controller pad. And if you're anything like my kid, you probably have another 3 screens somewhere playing some other sort of media. Last year, we focused a lot about AI, and nothing has really shifted. But perhaps it's the focus of where we can really put our AI. And what we've done is we've focused on safer gambling. And with Playtech, we focused on BetBuddy as a safer gambling initiative. And where we focus is, what we've improved on our focus is that we have better automation. We've improved where we can see the players continuing what we can interject with their time frames, and we can protect our players as we go. And when I came over here thinking about what presentation I should provide, I was seeing this AI era as something similar to what happened in the early 2010s, where it was the next era of the Go and the smart era, we can call it. And it brought me back to one of the presentations that I had seen from Simon Sinek, where he always spoke about the why. And even though you could have something that is great and you have a solution to a problem you're trying to find, you always have to make sure you find that why in anything. And it's not just, and if you can't find the reason to sell that pen, then don't sell it at all. In the smart era, we had a lot of kind of mistakes that you could call it. We had machines like this Juicero, which not only was for £100, but it was kind of redundant, as we saw. It was a machine that you basically had to sign up for a subscription packet to buy juice, and it squeezes it out. It sounds like something you could do with your own hand, right? Exactly. And 1 year later, the company had to shut down out of redundancy and expect an expensive one. After that, there was Forkio, which was an interesting product, as much as we really value healthy habits initiatives. What Forkio tried to do was, every time they detect that you're eating too quickly, the fork vibrates, and then all of a sudden, it would detect on your phone as well. So it wasn't really solving anything. You could just use your hands, and no one really uses a fork to eat pizza anyway. To something like the Belty. It was a smart belt that could fit to your waist size and would retract and so on, depending on your exercise levels. And there were so many. What happens is, when you rush too quickly, you get too excited, you just start thinking about, you're trying to find problems that don't really exist. So a lot of these solutions fail. But that's not always the case. We had an example like Crocs. It was used for a movie that it was a cheap product, as the designer had mentioned. But then it ended up being 2 years later, everyone's wearing Crocs. So it was a phenomenon, unexpected. And something about this movie, I think, translates again to what we're seeing upcoming. And the amount of media that is pushed forward into all of our screens in front of our faces. As we see on TikTok platforms and so others, it's a split screen where players are now, users are having 2 screens, whether it's subwoofers, surfers to relax them or entertain them. It's the relaxing ASMRs to keep them in tune and actually listen more. And it's becoming a phenomenon, and it's something that we should look at, perhaps, going forward. Because it's always seeing what our players want, what our market understands, and how we can provide something for them. But AI will continue to grow, and so does technology in our platforms. And as we've seen the evolution of everything that we have created for the past 25 years, there's always been one thing in common. It's adapting to how the technology, the hardware, has performed. And as we progress forward, this will only continue. As we saw 2 days ago, ChatGPT released the 4.0, new interfaces there. So this is only growing, and it comes back to our industry as well. We've had crash games, we've had slots, we've had land-based, we've had poker. Who would have thought in 2003 you'll be playing an online network poker from your living room? The next super important thing is that not only your product is good, it's what surrounds it, and how to keep the players focused and retain them, and keep them entertained and engaged. We do this through gamification. And gamification has worked in every industry, and it's working for ours. You have tools such as leaderboards, missions, pre-spins, and tournaments. And these are all things to engage the players, to take the players in like a quest going on their online experience. It's not just about spinning reels or playing card games. It's something more. You're doing it as a community to engage even further. It's what we like to call the amplified experience. So going forward is the best way to predict. The future is to always invent it and keep on innovating, keep on being safe to your players, and making sure you always find the why in the next creations that you create. Thank you.
Throw something at.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, let's continue the day. In just a few minutes, we're going to have a really, really interesting panel here on the stage, navigating the crypto stigma. So I'm going to soon welcome the moderators, but let's enjoy that panel. See you soon. Navigating the crypto stigma, please let me welcome moderator Mark Taffler, Commercial Director at Live88. Welcome, Mark.
Good afternoon, everybody. It tells me here I've got 22 minutes to talk, so strap in. I'm delighted to host this panel on an extremely relevant topic area, which I think the name of this session is Breaking the Crypto Stigma. And I think that crypto is no longer a stigma. So what we're here to do today is inform. I'm delighted to be joined by a panel of absolute experts. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Tim Heath, General Partner of YOLO, Andrea Evripidou, hope I said that right, and Dimitri Belyanin.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks.
Lovely. Good afternoon, guys. How are we all? Okay?
G'day, Mark. Very well.
Good. Well, we're here to talk about cryptocurrency and, more importantly, how it impacts upon our wonderful industry. Question for the audience, show of hands. Who owns crypto here? Okay,
Pretty decent.
85%, I'd say, maybe more.
That's a good number.
I'll ask the same question to the panel. What's your favorite cryptocurrency, Tim? And why?
Bitcoin.
Because?
It is the underlying framework of the whole economy that we work in. It's the genesis. It's not the fastest or the most efficient, but it is the most simplistic that can't be manipulated. There are new layer 1, layer 2s coming out there. They're all funky-dunky doing whatever, but Bitcoin is that store of wealth that you can then propel yourself on into the crypto world, into whatever else you want to do. Obviously, USDT is the most transacted one these days from our industry, but for me, Bitcoin is the one that it's just the rock of Gibraltar sitting in there.
Nice. One for Bitcoin. Andrea, what about you?
Terrible coming right after Tim, because that's exactly my answer. But yeah, I would agree. Bitcoin, the genesis of where it all started in a way. You can't think of crypto without your mind directly going there. And I think it's also the one that is probably understood the most down at its fundamentals. And I'm a very analytical person. I get involved if I understand what's going on. But I'm also very curious on the evolution of USDT, stable coins, see whether they'll become a lot more mainstream than we are now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Dimo, what about you?
Yeah, for me, I think that's Ethereum. And I mean, the first obvious choice for me when I started looking at crypto was Bitcoin. But then when I discovered Ethereum, I realized that that's a blockchain which allows you to build projects on top of that, which allows you to bring in any new coins you want, etc. So I felt like, back in the days when I first discovered it, that this thing has a massive potential to become not just like a source of wealth, when you're just making money on top of and it's growing, but become like a tool and protocol for building new projects. And I think just after I discovered Ton, and I think Tim was one of the first people to show me back in 2023 or so. I was lucky to buy a few, but I think Ton will be the #2 priority on my list because these guys are building the infrastructure ecosystem, and this is where I think this massive synergy of all these projects built on this blockchain is just coming in place.
It's interesting. There's two things you said there, Dimmer, that I'd like to draw on and get everyone else to come in on. We're overlooking and we're going to purposefully ignore the get-rich-quick ethos that people believe, I think, sometimes that crypto still has, because that's not what it's about. Crypto now is a utility. So you talked about how ecosystems can be built around Ethereum and also Ton. Tim, can you maybe elaborate on how that works?
So the reason, I'll go back to Bitcoin, it's like that collateral that you hold. It's not an investment asset. Then you can start doing things of taking crypto inside a community, inside Telegram and whatnot. And when you can build an economy of money, demand and supply, as a bookmaker, I'll take bananas as a bet when you think about it. And if you win, I'll give you 4 bananas for your 2 banana bet. So it becomes this seamless sort of non-jurisdictional transfer of a token of value. And I think Ton has worked out how to transition that money across people, across entities, suddenly to a Telegram username. And there's the most beautiful crypto wallet inside Telegram, and they've got 930 million TAM there. So it's much easier to explode the usage of Ton than it is, I believe, in Ethereum. And MetaMask has a lot of users as well, but it's not as inbuilt into your daily life.
Yeah.
And that's where crypto is going to for me, moving for me.
And just taking it back one step, if you were to meet someone from another planet, how would you, in a very overview, how would you explain what is cryptocurrency?
For me, it's the transaction of value between two untrusted parties. How can I buy something off you, do something, even if I don't know who you are, and the other person can guarantee that holds value? And that's it can be a digital banana or it can be a digital coin. And the great thing is that money doesn't live in a jurisdiction, it actually lives in a cloud, it's non-jurisdictional. I've simply got the keys to move those coins that I hold to somebody else.
And then if we look at today's landscape, you know, we're all here at a gaming conference and, you know, how do you think currently, Andrew, I'll ask you this, the industry, our industry, is interacting with crypto? And what's the room for improvement?
Certainly revolutionized the industry the past 5 years, to say the least. Just looking at statistics, you can see that the value of crypto gambling is now in the billions. What it meant was more security, more instant payments, more instant deposits, even payouts, a decreased rate of fraud. Thus, it's been adopted very widely by good operators. Of course, you know, we're here to discuss the stigma of crypto, and it's not infallible to scams and fraud. But if you compare it to fiat and employed properly or having the right mechanisms around it, it has made gambling a space that's way more exciting now to engage with, because you have that new currency, that asset, and you're gambling at the same time. It's an amazing space for all behavioral psychologists as well as operators to analyze. Where I see it going, I see it proliferating more and more and being used more and more in all its shapes and forms, from in-game tokens, game developers using and creating their own tokens for the games themselves, to even seeing more and more crypto-only casinos, leaving aside the fiat element to it.
But if you think about it, if you're like in India, Dimi, as you know, 55% of people who want to give you money to gamble cannot process a transaction. You want to play and you're losing half your customers at the point where they're making the transaction. Crypto is frictionless.
Exactly.
If I want to play here, I can send money and it takes me 3 seconds and I can start playing. Yes, there's the KYC, the AML, which we've got to do as operators behind. But from a player perspective, if I want to play, I can play, full stop. And for me, that says everything.
100%.
This is actually very important. If you study all the reports, all the studies, speed of withdrawals and deposits is the #1 factor for many users, right? When they click on withdrawal button, and sometimes it's taking you like days or weeks to get your money back, it's killing the trust. With transactions in crypto, this can be instant, right? So I think crypto allows people to seamlessly interact with the value, which essentially is inbuilt in crypto, and at the same time do it in a fast and very agile and efficient manner.
So the question there is then, in a fluid fiat market, let's call it with open banking, I don't think crypto solves any problems. But in more trickier markets where you are doing 7995 or miscoding or whatever else, crypto solves a problem. We need to educate the users that it will be better. But the king comes round to, why would my user want to change to crypto when I can use another method? And how do we teach them that?
Yeah, this is actually very funny, because the moment when you introduce crypto to a user who's been interacting, like as you said, miscodes, peer-to-peers, anything, he never goes back, right? It's operators who need to understand on how to build that user journey, user interface, and educate the user once. So then it becomes like a no-brainer payment method for him.
So you mentioned something really important there, education. And I think today what we want to try and do is educate our industry about how crypto can be more useful for them in their business interests. So if there are fiat only or or you know, I'm thinking about adding crypto, what would you say to people here today?
Learncrypto.com.
I hear it's a very, very good
Very good
course.
site. You've got to find a way, you've got to solve a player's problem. I know some people in the American market who are doing it aligned with dogs and bows and whatnot. They would do the fiat payment first and twice, find a VIP, and then handhold them through the process to the VIP to remove that stigma by just, people don't want to look stupid in life. And it is a different mindset how to use crypto. If we can gently onboard them, and this is with Telegram, I can one click send money to Dimmer like that, and the money's in there, our life is good. We're both smiling. I will use it again next time. But if it's a difficult, go and download this and do this and there's 12 keys, what do I do with them? Oh, I don't really want to do that. I don't understand it. I don't want to look like an idiot. This is what we need to educate, how to make it seamless wallet connects, basically.
And how often do you have, that level of transparency that you get with crypto? You essentially can actually see where your coin is going on the blockchain. So to me, it feels a way more secure way. If you're new to gambling, if you're new to crypto, all you have to know is that it's fully transparent, or as transparent as it gets.
I was having a conversation at the opening drinks with someone. And I explained, you know, doing this panel. And they were still very fiat focused. No, I don't trust crypto. I don't trust crypto. And the only example I ever can draw on is the 2008 crash. You know, fiat failed. You know, so how, you know, when you have a non-believer, how would you address their concerns?
We were gambling on the golf on Monday. And people were trying to, $50 a hole, people are trying to pull money out. Have you got change? I'm like, no, I don't have change. Just send me some USDT. And we onboarded a lot of people at the golf. It was quite surprising how many people we could. But then we walked them through the process and like, wow, that's easy. But there was a need to collect the gambling bet, which is why I was incentivized to make this happen. But when you walk them through it, it works well. So it's solving problems again.
And you mentioned in the panel this morning that most of the money coming over from Asia is being done on crypto.
Yeah, it's certainly, we all know payment settlements are tricky and hard. The colourful banking solutions out there, banks are becoming generally more difficult to work with on how the source of funds and the reason behind the money movements. If we can get settlement, being an operator, it's all about cash flow. If I can get settled quickly from the PSP in USDT and work with a Zace or a 1.0 who can then provide me with rails and do that conversion, our CFO and our treasury is really happy because they're not chasing and trying to get more money in. It just becomes really easy. I'd say most of the settlements out of Asia are in crypto these days.
It's a global currency. Like when you're in Asia, maybe your bank only gives you Indian rupees. Well, maybe my bank doesn't want to accept Indian rupees, but Bitcoin is so global and such a international language nowadays, an international storage of value that, back to Tim's point, it's solving a problem.
But there's an interesting thing there. So at the moment, you're getting your settlements in on USDT, quickly convert it to euros, quickly convert it to pounds and dollars. We're going to get to a time soon where USDTs come in, oh, we need to pay that marketing, that affiliate, that supplier. I can now get the money in, take my share, send it on straight away, and it can be done programmatically. So now you can build this into your treasury management, into your accounting, that the money can all move without the need for human error, if that makes sense.
And each one of you comes from a different space in the industry, which is perfect. And Tim, you set the first ever crypto casino up with Bit Casino. What's Zace currently doing in the crypto space that you would be willing or wishing to communicate to people?
We are currently very much on the settlement side. So one of the issues, and I'm not saying it hasn't been done before, but what we're trying to make a lot faster is that settlement between the crypto flow and the fiat flow of gambling operators within one umbrella, within one account where you don't have to, as Tim was saying, you know, quickly settle it into crypto. But to settle it into crypto, I have to log into my crypto exchange or my liquidity provider. If I'm lucky enough, they might do it immediately. Otherwise, I have to instruct them. Then go into my bank account, log in again, and then pay all my suppliers. Whereas if you have them all under one login, one umbrella, then it's managed by people with that expertise that are not going to call and ask you a question of, well, USDT, huh? So how come? Then everything becomes a lot smoother, and that's the issue we're trying to solve there.
And Dimo, you were famously at Parimatch and involved with a lot of the marketing side of things. You know, there's been quite some controversy around crypto companies getting involved in football club sponsorships, you know? Some have been good, others not so much. Where do you stand with how crypto is marketed in the world?
I still think that there is a bigger room for a proper marketing and crypto education whatsoever. Most of my career, I spent time educating people like what gambling is, how to gambling responsibly and safe, how to extract the value and fun out of gambling, right? And any market, any industry, any niche in the world whatsoever is always having that learning curve, right? So I do feel like, there is a room to bring crypto to the masses. Still, there is a room for improvement in the human and user interface when it comes down to like crypto operations, crypto like withdrawals and stuff like that. Telegram done it beautifully well with their wallet. It's just as seamless as it gets. When it comes down to the real user, like you mentioned, some of these companies, you know, crypto companies, they sponsoring football, etc. Still, like most of the transactions are not actually going through crypto. Like it's fun to see that there's still like, you know, users going using their cards, then buying the crypto on the side to play with it. But I don't feel like there is an out of education, and in most of the markets, especially tier 3, like Southeast Asia, African markets, crypto is barely even introduced to these guys, right? And for some of the largest companies in Southeast Asian markets, crypto transactions may be like below than 2 or 5% of the total volume, which is not enough. So I feel like, you know, we as an industry, we lacked innovation for a while. Crypto has been one of the biggest things happened to like the world in general, and I don't think we're utilizing it enough. And one of the biggest reasons why is the interface and the human and user journey as the most important part of it.
Yeah, no, it's valid. And we're talking micro level at the moment. If we look more macro and we look at the world and financial in the world, I think El Salvador is the first and only government to have officially classed crypto as a legal currency. Who's next?
The Middle East is next.
Yeah?
There's obviously a lot of money in that region now. There's a lot of crypto in that region. And they're taking a very pragmatic view on how to regulate it and make it compliant, how to provide their VASP license in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, and they want to embrace it. They see it as a big part of their foreign monetary policy, their monetary policy in general. And if it's done correctly and it brings business in there, there is no lack of demand. As crypto-related companies and services are not going away, then find them a home that they can operate within with the necessary checks and balances. And this is a government who's really pushing it forward. So it's very exciting to see what's going on there. That said, I don't know how much crypto is going to be in the face of people and users at the end. I believe crypto is really the underlying rail of how money moves across and is programmatically dealt with. But there's some beautiful interface on top that you don't realise that you're actually using crypto underneath.
It's really interesting. And just segueing back into our industry, PSP costs are extortionate, right? You know, 7% in, 4% out, etc. Crypto can save money on that too, right?
Hugely, both on the PSP side, on the chargeback side, on the player attrition side. It's absolutely a game changer for the operators, for the industry as a whole, and who knows, because blockchain in itself, yes, we're used to talk about it as a method or as a rail supporting the cryptocurrencies, but that's not all it can do. So I'm sure there are a lot more use cases that we can use the entire blockchain to revolutionize the industry, transmit data, create better games, understand users better, and deliver much better experience.
So this is where the fun part comes in. Like, education has been a word said by me like 5 or 10 times already, but you mentioned like 7% in, 4% out. Like, let's say this is total like 15 to 20% of the GGR. Let's take this money and invest into education, invest into bonuses, invest into like incentives and design and user interface to learn and educate these people to start using crypto. So then in the long run, you can save a lot of money. How about that?
Sounds great. Exactly what needs to happen. And this actually gives more back to the players for a more entertaining experience because you're saving money on moving that money. But the question is then, how do I convince a player to use crypto and discover it? Therefore, I'll give them more money back. And that's a very hard first step always. So it is get that first step done and then we can open up the floodgates.
Yeah.
So just as we run into the last sort of 90 seconds of the panel, just want to take your perspectives on what does crypto look like in our space in 3 to 5 years? What would this audience be looking like and asking in 3 to 5 years?
Well, I haven't used a checkbook since 1995. I haven't used traveller's checks since 1999. I don't think I've used cash while I've been in Malta this trip. Any transaction I've done has been with Apple Pay at a restaurant or in crypto when I'm gambling at the golf course. So the next 5 years, I hope to move it all to a phone-based one-click payment, which is final, transparent, locked in and can't be charged back. And then I think life is better.
For me, as I'm just going to build on what you said, we've played a lot with fiat, we've played so much with cards. You have a request to pay right now or direct debits so that you can pay immediately your bills. All this stuff that we have developed on top of our existing fiat network, I see those functionalities being built on top of the crypto network. Thus, it will look and feel exactly as to what we are used to, only better, more secure, faster, and more international.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We have a believer.
We're converting them one by one. This is
Reveal yourself. So yeah, I think the future is bright. I'm totally with Tim. I think that everything's going to be super mobile friendly, super fast, super agile. You just tap your phone, you pay with whatever currency you want in any country you want. I think one day there will be like a monopoly. I think that's my belief in terms of the crypto payments as well. And I think there will be like one of few like really big wallets in every single device. Let's say Apple might come up with their own wallet, Android might come up with their own wallet. So I think there eventually will be a few, and they will try to standardize this somehow in terms of the interface, in terms of the transactions as well. So I think in the next few years, there's going to be a lot of fun things coming in the crypto and the payment space for sure.
And just on that, remember credit cards were invented in the 1960s. And 70 years later, they're sort of now working properly, 60 years later. Crypto is only 15 years old. And there's been a lot of innovation in that 15 years. It's going to be faster. But let's not judge it too quickly. We're not going to go back to checkbooks, bottom line.
Well, I thank my panel greatly. I thank Tim, Andrea, and Dimmer for the insight. And I think the summary is crypto is safe, crypto is quick, and crypto is the future. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good rest of your day.
All right. Thank you very much, guys, for a great session. I had no idea you could pay with crypto at the golf course, actually, but now I do. So that's great. All right. So the next session that is coming up is about something that is pivotal to any operator or company in the industry really is, which is payments. So the next session is titled The Checkout Catastrophe and Why Paying Feels Like a Punishment. More importantly, how to fix it. The session is sponsored by Fluid. And up next is the CEO of Fluid, Roberto Rubio. All right, we'll be right back with you. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see all of you here. And thank you for the introductions. So yeah, the checkout catastrophe. What a big, bold statement, I guess. I'm going to get back to that in a second. But before I get to that, let me just quickly introduce myself. So I'm 38 years old. I'm born in Norway. I'm Spanish Norwegian, so a bit of a hybrid, I guess. I was 8 years old the first time I used the internet. I remember it was a Macintosh. It had a Netscape browser, and I fell in love with tech. Even if I fell in love with tech, I spent 7 years struggling through law school and business school, believe it or not. But the last 20 years or so, I've been able to focus on business and tech, so everything that is at the very intersection of business and tech, which is where my passion lies. 5 of those years I spent at Barclays, where I was basically overlooking everything that had to do with digital development, mobile banks, mobile apps, online banking. But the last 17 months, I've been fortunate enough to focus my time and attention on basically something that I think is very interesting, and that one problem is this. Is there anything more frustrating than this? If you run a brand, if you're an operator, is there anything more frustrating than seeing customers try to make a deposit and not going through? So how the hell did we get there? I think if you look back in history, you'll see that over time we've developed payments to become easier for people to use. So we went through, obviously we had, back in the day we used to exchange goods, services, and then we went to coins, and from coins we went to notes and bills, and then we went to checks, and then eventually more into cards, and now you can pay with your phone. So even if, as a human race, I guess, as humanity, we've tried to improve things, I think a lot of it has sometimes gone wrong. And this is what I call the payments paradox, which is you try to make something better and easier and simpler, but yet it becomes more complex. And the question, I guess, is why is that? And I'm here to make a few arguments, I guess, as to why I think that happens. So here's one example. I guess we've all seen this when you try to pay for your parking, and it's very overwhelming, I guess. There's so many different choices, there's so many different things you can do. And why is that, right? So I think our argument is that as you develop technology, things become complex. It's like chaos theory. And if we bring that into our industry, now this is just I'm certainly not going to name any brands, but if we look at how traditional cashiers look like, it's very complex. There's a bunch of different choices, payment methods, there's promotions, there's buttons that you can't really click, there's bonus codes, there's so much stuff happening. Not to mention my special little shout out to the world's longest CVC field in the world, I guess. There's too much noise happening. And this is ultimately something we wanted to fix. So the question, I guess, is how do you fix something like that? So we believe in what we call empathy and care, which is basically design thinking. It's try to understand the need of the user, try to understand what is the problem they're trying to solve. And we think the way you do that is by caring about your user, by using empathy, giving them the opportunity to voice their opinion, have user groups, observe what they do, track what they do. And we also think that caring about users is a long-term investment versus short-term profit maximization, which we don't believe in. And this reminds me of a quote, and I want to say this is about 2 years ago, made by a gentleman that I was lucky enough to meet backstage, and I guess we're all a bit of fanboys of him. And he introduced the concept of the golden rule, like how do you apply the golden rule into our industry? And I have one example that I think is relevant in terms of how companies can really do this. And my example is from a couple of years ago. So on September 7th, something happened. During the night, I live in Marbella, by the way. So during the night, someone broke into my house. They stole my laptop, my iPads, my phone, everything, including something which is very dear to my heart, the watch that I bought for my 21st birthday. So what happened? Obviously, as you do, you call the police, you get your, they come, they give you all the documents. I obviously went down to the authorized dealer, I gave them a copy of everything, and then basically forgot about the whole thing. Life moved on, I guess, as it tends to do. Then a couple of years later, I want to say 4 years later, in May of 2020, I get a phone call. We found your watch. It's in London. Someone has tried to, brought it into the authorized dealer. They wanted to have it fixed, serviced. We're going to send it to you. We're going to send it to you for free, which obviously to me was a huge surprise. So obviously 4 years later, I have my watch, and that's a watch I'm still carrying to this very day. So I think that defines this company very well in terms of it's almost like their corporate DNA, like how they treat their customers. They do the right things. So instead of going for the short, I guess, or the easy way, which it would have been to just take that watch, service the watch, charge, 1,000 euros, and then, give it back to the client, they sent it back to me because they knew in their system my watch was stolen. So I think that's a good example and something that we try to bring in when it comes to how we do things in Fluid. But if we were to look at how are we doing as an industry, I would say not very good. Depending on how you look at it, about 85 to 90% of all complaints within iGaming is related to payments, which is huge, which is something that we obviously want to fix or mitigate. And if we start looking at what are those actual issues, a lot of them are down to the fact that you have a very complicated UX, like the screenshot I just shared. They're quite slow. You click deposit, it takes a few seconds before you see all the payment methods, which is not great. They're not context-aware, which means that it doesn't matter if you're a new user, returning user, VIP, whatever, it always looks exactly the same. And there is no possibility to track. You can't see what your users are doing. The other day I was speaking to an affiliate. He said, I sent 100 players to his site. The next day I see 10 successful deposits. What happened to the remaining 90? There's no way for them to know, did they open the cashier? Did they try to make a deposit? What happened? No way. So we also, or I know these pain points personally as well, because we used to be on the operator side. So what is today the Fluid team, we used to run a brand called Mega Rush. So we had this idea like, we can do this better. We can improve the whole UX. We can make the best cashier in the world. And that is ultimately what Fluid is today. So with the help from Happy Hour, our good friends at Happy Hour, we have been able to basically develop what we believe is a next generation iGaming cashier that is built to improve conversion, reduce fraud, and basically delight your players. And instead of talking, I'm just going to show you how it looks like. So when you make a deposit, we have a machine learning algorithm that checks for a bunch of different parameters, understands what should be a deposit amount, the suggested amount. We'll look at promotions, we'll look at history. Is this player likely to take a promotion, yes or no? We do a lot of magic, I guess, behind the scenes. In this case, there is a bonus that has been chosen, but it's 50% of the max available, so we try to incentivize the user to take the whole bonus, in which case, in this example, they did. They go to continue. Same with payment methods. We look at what are the most relevant payment methods for this particular user. We display them. The rest we hide in this beautiful looking menu down there. Type in a credit card number. Or you can scan your card. And off you go. So I could talk about Fluid, I guess, all day, and as any entrepreneur will tell you, I mean, this is literally like my obsession. But in addition to obviously providing a nice wallet, we obviously also have a nice, beautiful backend or control, as we call it. We have a middleware that allows you to talk to any payment orchestration tool basically in the world. There's a lot more I could say, but I want to finish off with this. Do you want to improve conversion, reduce fraud, and delight your players? You should talk to us. And before I wrap up, because I see time's running out, and before I say thanks, I especially want to say thank you to the team. These are the guys that built Fluid. And this is my team. I'm incredibly proud of my team. I love them to death. Some of them are in this room, I think. And if you want to have a better UX, just come talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert at Fluid. So next up is a really interesting panel that was actually super popular last year. So this year it's back, reworked 2.0. The title of this session is Standing Out as a Startup, Benefits and Challenges for Startups and Investors in the Early Stage Investment Process. Quite a lengthy title there. So in just a few minutes, I'm going to welcome the moderator, which is David Carruthers, Principal and CEO at David Carruthers Consulting. So just in a few minutes. Okay, standing out as a startup, welcome to the stage, moderator David Carruthers, Principal and CEO at David Carruthers Consulting. Welcome to the stage, David.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Startup Secrets. I'm very, very, very pleased to be here. I'm delighted to introduce a super special panel that are going to join me today. Please welcome Paris Smith, Ryan Lawrence, Ulrich Betsson, and Peter Elmark. Good afternoon, team.
Good afternoon.
As we know,
afternoon.
Raising money sometimes is easy and sometimes it's difficult. At the moment, people think it's difficult, but on the flip side, it means if you're an investor, you can maybe extract some exciting value. And what we're going to try and do today is, I'm going to try and export your intelligence, experience, and know-how to an audience that wants to solve their problem. It's the best value they'll get all week, is your experience to help them solve their problems. So perhaps if we kick off with, Paris, please, how do you look your best as a startup to the potential investment community?
Being prepared is so important, and really being passionate about your product. You know, that deck is good, but the more important thing is your ability to network and, you know, just get those introductions and, you know, try to, you know, put yourself out there. And of course, you know, conferences like this is the perfect place to do it.
Absolutely. You go for the top level conference like iGaming. Ryan, you've got a successful startup. It's probably not a startup anymore. So what's your secret? How did you become successful?
I think when it comes to engaging investors, you've really got to try and nurture those relationships. So it might mean that, you know, as a practical piece of advice, we circulate quite frequently investor updates. And what we do is we have two versions. We have one version for internal investors, and we have one version for external. And what that allows us to do is every conversation that we have with someone that is potentially interested is that we can continue engaging them over time, because if we were too early or the timing wasn't quite right, we can still have those conversations, and that can be a really good action point to then have a conversation in the future, whether you're preparing a new round, you want some advice on something, you're launching a new product, and that can often lead either to introductions or them actually being interested at that point in time.
Ulrich, you maybe look at this from a different perspective, because a long time since you've been involved with a startup.
Yeah.
But from an investment perspective and from a CEO of enterprises as large as you've represented and led, you were always looking for opportunities. So can you maybe define the things that you keep in your mind's eye when you're looking across the horizon for a potential opportunity?
Yeah, I think there's... we're coming out of a time where there was a shortage of ideas and oversupply of money. I think that's changing a little bit. So money is not that easy to come by anymore, which means I think the ideas are even more important. You really got to be clear on what's the purpose of this? What's the purpose of this idea, this product, this company? What are you actually going to solve? I mean, I think in our industry for many, many years, we've been blessed to some extent that everything was growing. You know, the tide lifts all boats. That's probably changing. So I think you got to be much clearer on what's the purpose of this particular business.
And that's important for the person receiving the funds as well as the person giving the funds.
Yeah.
That synergy is there. And that probably leads you on to opportunities where you can mentor and advise and give even backroom advice in situations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Peter, do you have anything to add to these very appropriate full answers?
Well, Paris said you have to attend the conferences. I think that is super important. Whatever industry you're in, this is a very good forum to be in, because here is where the people will be. But you have to, someone said, you have to stand out or stand down. I think that sort of entails it all. That's very important. You only have a moment if there is an elevator pitch to do, and you have to be prepared. It's about the value you bring. It's about an investment.
How about, Peter, if I just stay with you for a moment, can you give some suggestions on how to successfully justify your valuation aspirations? I mean, my experience is there's always a kind of conflict at this point. It's a tipping point, you know? Well, I won't answer the question for you. How do you justify your valuation aspirations?
It's a difficult one, right? Early stage startup, it's a matter of opinion. What is a painting worth? Well, whatever anyone is prepared to pay for it. It's obviously, again, the value proposition that you bring to the table. Many of the investors have other investments too, and they will benchmark you against them. And you have to stand out. You have to be very specific of what you're offering to the table. If it's an exit you're talking about, that's down the line, maybe 5, 6, 7 years. So if they're asking you questions around your P&L or budget, 5-year plan, maybe it's not the right company to be speaking with, because you're a startup. You're concerned about the next few months.
So that's part of the kind of ecosystem of how investment funds can transform something. Ulrich, can I ask you specifically about this question? Can I ask you, how could you advise people to communicate effectively ephemeral value, things that you cannot put a dollar sign on, but they are value? And what kind of things you would include in that portfolio, which will justify the overall aspiration?
Well, I would definitely include the team in that portfolio. You know, I think many times there are a lot of good ideas, but at the end of the day, it's how well you believe that that team will be able to execute on that and actually deliver on it. And if you have people, the right experience, maybe done it before, you know, right connections, that makes a massive difference when you're going to go out and ask for money, I think. It really does.
Paris, do you have any secrets on negotiating valuations that you want to share?
I love negotiating. I always, well, it depends on what side I'm on, but I always give myself room. I think, you know, when it comes to negotiating, which part of the negotiation for the?
Either side. You can be, I'm trying to get more shares for my money, or I can try to get more money for my business. You know,
Yeah.
both are relevant and both are negotiations.
Yeah. You know, when I'm speaking with startups, I don't negotiate only because they're in such a vulnerable place as it is. Right. And I believe that as time progresses, if there is additional value added through mentoring or advising or connections, you know, then I would rather ask for more later after I've proven myself and the way that they have to prove themselves to us.
That's an interesting dynamic. You're bringing the female persona into the arena here. Soft skills. And the soft skills are extremely important in this situation. Ryan, I'm not accusing you of not having soft skills, but any experience to share? Any time you could maybe share where you walked away from a situation and took a different route because it just wasn't right for you?
Yeah, there's been many times when that has happened, but I think the first thing that you've got to say, if someone is trying to press you on your valuation, try and take that as a positive. It usually means that they're interested, but maybe don't really understand, I guess, the real value they can get at some point in a time. So therefore, try and put yourself back in their position. So with a lot of early angel investors or even early stage funds, they'll often have themselves a target multiple on their investment. So whether that be 5x or whether that be 10x, try and think about the valuation you're currently looking for, the future rounds of dilution you may have, and try to really explain why the valuation you're currently aiming for suits that dynamic and what they're looking for as a business and as a fund. Because that was something that we actually did. We had someone grill us on a valuation for our second round, and we managed to get it more to a place that we were really happy with because we explained that situation. They weren't necessarily heavy in gaming, so we had to point them in the direction of different exits, different examples within this sector, and just exactly how they could get a return on investment and exactly how that fits with the general thesis of their fund.
I'm gonna stay with you if it's okay.
Go for it.
Again, because you are in the front line in an operation at the moment, but how do you adjust your strategy when investment opportunities are just impossible, or they're not realistic and you're not prepared to accept them? What things can you do as a business to give yourself breathing space and time and eventually get to where you want to go?
I mean, ideally you can increase revenue and you can shorten that runway.
But how do you increase revenue? Come on.
Good question. But I mean, on the revenue angle, you can look at the different models. You can look at potentially pivoting into a different space, providing value in different ways, whether that be if you're a B2C company, maybe you can increase your margins. How do you increase your margins? Or look to experiment with different elements of the product. You could look at different marketing. So if you're currently spending X amount on a depositor, then how do you drive that value down to give yourself more room in terms of the customer payback period? So that's like really B2C elements. But then remind me of the question again. So,
how do you adjust your strategy if you can't get new money?
Yeah, so you can also, from an investment angle, you can look at different routes and vehicles of investment. So something that we've done in the past is that we've raised via an ASA, which is called an Advanced Subscription Agreement. In the US, they're often called SAFEs. So that would be angel investors can help with a small piece of capital now, whether that be 250, 500K, whatever that amount is. Try and bank that, so then that can help you get towards that next objective of raising that higher valuation and that larger round. And then you can give them a discount on their shares at a future point in time.
So, Ulrich, applying strategic thinking to the problem today seems a good strategy to resolve a problem. In your experience, have you seen and observed businesses, and maybe you can remember them, that actually did something that they didn't expect they had to do it, and it only came through this opportunity of being unable to get the easy cash in the beginning?
Can you repeat that question? I didn't quite follow you.
All right, I'll try and say it. Let me give you the David version, okay? If you are, in your experience, have you seen businesses that have been looking for cash and failed to secure the cash, but have pivoted their strategy to something different and then secured cash at a later point because they've managed to survive that oxygen gap, if you like.
I'm not sure I've seen it in this from a startup perspective, but I think you see it in businesses all the time. We end up with a project, a product line, a market that for some reason doesn't work out the way you want it to, and you always need to pivot to find a solution, or you close down, and that's what you end up having to do. So I think in all businesses you see that all the time. It's up to me. It's capital allocation. That's what you're there to do. To make sure you deploy your capital where you get most use of it, whether it's in a market, a product, or an investment in another company.
Okay. Peter and Paris, we've kind of beat this one to death because it was a not very simple question. But do you have anything to add before I move on?
I think when startups, when they're beginning, you look at, okay, what would be the ideal? And I think, when you say your ideal, okay, we need, $500,000, $1 million, whatever it might be, and you can't raise that, a lot of them go back, dig a little bit deeper, and then they get to a point where, they're more enticing to an investor, where now they've come further. So sometimes I think startups ask for the money too early, and then they go back, do the work, and when they come back out, they're more appealing for investors.
Peter?
I was just going to say, we're talking about entrepreneurs, right? And per se, they are quite innovative. And there's all the ways away. I think that at a startup phase, you really need to avoid high fixed costs, have variable costs so you can scale down if needed. Maybe not focus on growth, focus on revenue. But the challenge is, of course, to buy yourself time. Time is critical in the early stages. And that's perhaps the most expensive resource that you need to seek.
Just to add one more thing to that, because I think in our industry, we're pretty blessed with that startup cash availability. I think there is, broadly speaking, almost anyone who wants to do a startup can find some sort of funding, seed funding in this business. More often than not, at least. The difficulty is really the next level, when you're going to start to scale things. And particularly now, when capital is not that easy to come by, it's just harder to actually scale. Requirements are much higher to get any funding in the scaling phase. And then the third aspect to that is the exit strategy, because that's been pretty clear for many, many years in our businesses or our industry. Now it's not so clear anymore. What is the actual exit path for many of these companies? Before it used to be IPOing in Sweden, maybe. You could sell to one of the biggers. They won't buy much smaller companies anymore. And some of the smaller companies that might want to buy even smaller companies, they don't have access to capital. So I think that's where the difficulty is now, rather than at the absolute startup level.
I think it's very interesting that you do mention that exit strategy, but it sounds so far away, but it's important. It's an important part of the DNA of the business and the direction it's going in, which kind of leads to my next complicated question, which is, how does a business, and I'm going to ask Peter this because to give you a secret, I spoke to him about this earlier. How does a business navigate environmental headwinds, whether they be macro or micro?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think you could ask Ulrich about this one too, because there is, or used to be, an entrepreneur in Sweden who I hold very high, Jan Stenbeck. He had a mantra. He said that politics beat money, but technology beats politics. And environmental hoops, it's about being innovative. If we can use technology to our advantage, we can overcome those challenges.
Ulrich?
Yeah, technology, I think, is absolutely the solution for many of the problems we face as an industry. but some of them are political. And it's very hard to get away from that, I think. In terms of back to the exit track, it's to IPO in Sweden today is virtually impossible because banks don't want to lend money to you. They don't want you as a customer. It is an absolute closed door, and I think no technology in the world right now will change that. So you have to be aware of some of those trends on a macro level that is happening in various jurisdictions.
That just allows you to focus on what's achievable rather than what's desirable.
There needs to be more innovation. It needs to be easier to access the value that this industry offers. I mean, it's easier today to open an account to deposit money at Revolut than opening an account at an operator. That shouldn't be. It should be flawless to get your money in and out without actually having to, even upload your history data. That's not reasonable. You go to the supermarket today, you flash your watch. Why can't you do that when depositing it at an iGaming operator?
Okay, let's look at it upside down for a second, Paris. I'm an investor. How can you evaluate me, and how can you get to a point where you can trust me? So what things do you do as an operator before you take the money from Mr. Carruthers to make sure you're going to be comfortable and safe?
I think just, understanding what is important to them, what they value, and it's about time, talking, watching how they're reacting to you. It's easier if I put it the other way around because I'm on the other side.
Okay.
So what I do to get people comfortable with me is just being honest, genuine, and authentic. If I don't know, if I'm not truly interested, they would completely know. Once I'm interested, it is a bit of a sales pitch to sell yourself, to be part of whatever grouping that you're interested in investing in. So it's just really about the honesty. I think that's the most important thing.
So first impressions are key.
To some degree, from the entrepreneur to the investor.
And vice versa.
Yeah, for sure. Like last year I saw him speak, and I came up to him after the panel, and I just wanted to meet him. I wanted to see what he was doing, understand more, because he came across so well. And I loved the fact that he was looking for new opportunities and open to hearing what anybody had to say.
Nothing to do with the fact that he was young and handsome.
No.
Okay. Ryan, you were nodding there when Paris was talking.
I think you've also got to be upfront with the investor as well and ask them questions like, are they an active investor? Are they a passive investor? Yeah. What level of involvement do they want? Does that really fall into place with what you want? You can't have 100% active investors because you'll have no time of the day. But also at the same time, you don't want 100% passive investors because you want investors that will be there in the trenches with you, that will be there to offer support, will be there to offer advice and guidance. So I think, as Paris alluded to, having those honest conversations is really important, both from the startup's perspective, but also from the investor perspective, and don't be scared to have those open and honest conversations.
Okay. Gentlemen, anything to add on that? No? Good.
Well, it's a two-way street. If you have the opportunity, there needs to be a relationship. There needs to be a mutual trust. It's very important to get advice and support from your investors as well, and not just the check.
Okay. This is the final question, and you've got about 25 seconds each, but it's about surprises. Can you share any surprise or surprises you've had or observed in the investment process over the years? And if I start with you, Ulrich, please.
Yes, many of them. We've been buying a lot of companies over the years, and I think on the operator side mostly, you always find, and this is a difficult one to reconcile, you always find a massive discrepancy in your view of what compliance is versus the entrepreneur's view of compliance. That's hugely detrimental to the valuation you can put on the company, because if you disagree on that, there's a lot of money that you can't account for. So I think an advice in that aspect, if you're looking for an exit and be bought by a larger company, you need to align those compliance aspects to potential buyers. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to buy your company.
Okay. It might be early for you, Ryan, but have you got a surprise you want to share?
I'll share a nice surprise. I think investors genuinely want to help. They want to add value. So before, maybe we might have been a little bit reluctant to share, all the wounds that you have in startup life. But investors want to hear that. They want to know that. They want to see how they can help, how they can bridge that gap.
That's good.
So that's probably a positive spin on things.
That's good to hear. Paris?
When I'm looking at investments, what surprised me the most at this stage is the depth of quality of the people. You have your main founder, and it's always interesting, exciting for me when I meet more of the team, and you can see the additional value add. It's a nice surprise.
And Peter?
Timing. Timing is so important. Don't give up. Just because you didn't yield any interest or got a no in the first round. Imagine you're inviting a girl for a dance. You get a no, but do it again. You might get a yes. It has happened plenty of times. That has been a big surprise for me.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Audience, I hope you've been illuminated and excited, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
So now we have a short little break coming up, right, Michael? Where are you?
Yes, I'm right behind you. Yes, we do indeed have a short break. So if you need to refill your coffee cups or Red Bulls at this late afternoon, now's the time to do it, I think.
Yeah, now's definitely the time.
But as we come back, there is more to come, right? So first of all, there's still 3 tracks ongoing upstairs, if you want to join any of those. And there's also the personal development track running downstairs until about 4 o'clock. So you still have a couple of hours left if you want to pick up some knowledge from some different tracks. And then as we come back, what happens then?
Yes, tell me.
So when we come back, we have a super exciting presentation around the art of fake, where we look at fraud and how to combat that, and some stories around that.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we also have...
Yeah, so that's in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then at 3:15, we have the Hot 6, which I am actually really excited about. So 6 of the newest and brightest brains will be here on the stage getting direct questions from top institutional investors. So that's going to be super exciting. So that's at 3:15 here.
Yeah, and just a friendly reminder that at the end of the day, there is, of course, this amazing, beautiful rooftop terrace at the top of this building, where there is the next working drinks. So whatever you do from now till then, please do stick around and come and join us for an ice-cold gin and tonic on the roof, yeah?
Definitely,
Yeah?
definitely.
But for now, 10 minutes break. We'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
See you.
Welcome to Place and Experience. Indulge your senses with immersive game titles. Boost the excitement with our engaging promotional tools and generous network promotions. Be in control with the XI Viewboard Management Tool and experience seamless gameplay powered by X Platform. Enjoy Place and Experience as our partners do in over 20 regulated markets. And get ready to go big. Big play is on. Playson.
Okay, so you got yourself a sleek, sexy chair from Vivendo. But how do you sit in it? You'd be surprised by just how much bad posture can affect you. So let's get serious about sitting. First of all, customize the height of your chair so that your elbows are at a nice 90-degree angle with your desk. Keep your back nice and straight with your shoulder blades back and chest elevated. Finally, while we know you love sitting in a Vivendo chair, don't forget to move. Try to get up at least once every hour. Now, take your seat and sit like a pro.
Okay, we are back. Welcome back from your break. I hope you managed to find a coffee, refill your Red Bull, or whatever gives you energy here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Our next session is called The Art of Fake. As our industry grows, unfortunately, so does the creativity of all the fraudsters out there as well. And this session will look at how fraudsters create undetectable gambling accounts, how they do it, and of course, when we know how they do it, we have a standing chance of protecting ourselves. This session is sponsored by Group IB. And up next is Andre Pashin and Julian Laurent from Group IB. Thank you very much.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, and me? That's much better. Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm Julian. I'm one of the product managers at Group IB.
Yeah, my name is Andre Parsons, so I'm the head of fraud protection in Europe. And yeah, today we'll tell you about the fraudsters, their illicit methods, how they try to get into the systems, exploit the loyalty bonus programs, your device spoofing, fingerprinting methods, and others. So,
yeah, and it's not all gloomy, right? So we're also going to try to present some solutions, so bear with us. Just to give you a bit of background on us, Group IB, we are born from investigation. So Group IB means Group Investigation Bureau. We've worked with Europol, Interpol for over 18 years now, leading investigation, and quite recently we decided to come to the prevention side rather than investigation to help. So this is just to give you a bit of background on where we get our information and where the knowledge we're going to try to share with you today comes from. We do a lot of monitoring of dark web, Telegram channels. We have a whole threat intelligence division that helps us gather this information. Now, set the scene. I know that sometimes KYC can get a bad rep. People will say, oh, it's the anti-business department. I'm looking at you, sales. But in reality, they're an essential part of the business, right? And it's a very complicated business. Nothing gives more an impression of complication than abbreviation. So KYC, CDD, EDD, all of that, one of the weaknesses of it is that it comes from external data. And then this is where the fraudster and so on can really understand your weaknesses and exploit them. And KYC professionals are extremely good at their job, but what we want to really highlight today is so are the guys that are trying to get through. Andrew.
Yeah, so the fraud operates as a business. They also have their own divisions, they have their own services that you can subscribe to. It's not an advice, so don't really do that. And yeah, you could see that they have like different parts of their business, such as money mule accounts, developers of the phishing sites that are targeting the operators. Basically, the marketplaces with the stolen data where they could actually get all the necessary data for verification to bypass that and use it. So, for example, you could see some of the examples from the threat intelligence solutions that we have, and which we will present you today. So the first one is, the first lot is basically the guys that are advertising their own services of bypassing the verification for different sites, whether it's exchange, whether it's the payment services, and so on. You can see different names there, obviously. Some of them are from crypto, some of them are from the financial fintech services, and so on. But also, the best fake is real. So the problem is that what they would get is the real verified accounts that are stay dormant at your site, basically waiting for the lucky fraudster to basically exploit that. And so, except for buying that, probably you could also steal this information. And yeah, how much that would be?
Yeah, so that's the next step. So this is them advertising on some of the forum I mentioned, right? And if they can't do this, then they have another way. They will then try to steal existing customers. This is an example on how professional they are, right? This is an advert that they have on their forum, and they offer different type of services. Some of them even copy very big brand names of type of services they advise. This with phishing kit, all it takes is a really good fake site. Look at your logo, some free bonus point or from free bets that you could get, and to gather information from a legitimate client and then trying to move on. But then if you can't steal a ring one, simple, you make it up.
Like those guys are also advertising their services for drawing the documents as well. It might be passports, driver's license, it might be also the photos that they will provide along, so that if you have some sort of the data, for example, you have the stolen credit card for a specific name, you can ask them basically to enrich this for bypassing the KYC operator, for example. And so, yeah, if you ask it, you will receive it basically. For example, here you can see that it's not only, let's say, focused on the drivers, passports, driver's licenses, passports data, and so on, but actually, yeah, there are one-stop shops. As you can see here also, like at the conference, when you're passing through some stand, it tells you that, yeah, you can buy everything here. Basically, you could see the same tactic, let's say. So from the fraudsters, where you can find like free VPN and proxy available for all account purchases, like a nice bonus or addition. As well, you could see the accounts that are available for sale, and not only from the banking services for withdrawals and deposits, but also for iGaming providers as well.
And social media account that goes with it, so they have an own industry. So that one is quite the artisan, that's like a tailored one, but then they can go quite a lot more different aspect, right? So I can hear some of you will say, yeah, okay, but we got tools for that, right? We've got some very great technology out there that help us spot them. Now, let me tell you, as someone that spent his days with engineer, right? Boy, do they love a puzzle.
Who doesn't love a puzzle, though? And like a good puzzle, right? So when your account gets blocked, you'll try in different ways actually to get into. And for the techies, it will be like another challenge to overcome. And yeah, if you're seated somewhere and just enjoying your time and then see that you can get some money, who will resist, right? You got this.
So this is obviously caricature, right? You said, okay, when they try to poke around your system and defeat it, they might start with something simple like that, and you think, okay, we got this, yeah, we covered. What you're going to get from that industry, the shadow industry, is a, yeah, oh my beer. And here's an example. So this is a complete generator that will create IDs on large scale, create fake pictures, fake signatures, and you can do it with telling him, I want 2,000 ideas. Create me 2,000 identities that I can use, different countries. And as you can see, it's a whole portfolio, and it's super automated with a nice cost setup. It's really well displayed. That's quite well done.
Yeah, for the operators, just don't try to increase your revenue just using those tools, okay? And yeah, Julian, where did you find that?
Well, because we work with Interpol, Europol, and so on, you know, you might think, yeah, this is a deep dark web cover operation working with CIA. Actually, I find that on YouTube.
Yeah, those guys are basically advertising themselves, as I see. So, and you guys seen Face Off movie, like where the Nicolas Cage basically stole the John Travolta face? I would rather keep if I were him. So basically, we see that if previously we thought that the Android devices are safe, iOS devices are safe, and the Android is basically the way how you can lose your credentials, basically we see that there is the new Trojans, new technologies appear basically to steal your data. So like in the movie, basically the threat actor will impersonate someone in order to get you install some application into your iOS device. And what will happen next? Basically, they will send you the additional command to basically pass the liveness check, to bypass KYC, let's say. And what they will do is basically steal and keep your ID, keep your face, and so that they can use it alone. But as we see, here is the new things that are appearing on the scheme. It's the cybercriminal device, the victim's device. So will the information about the device will be enough at some point?
Right, and that comes the next challenges. So in terms of innovation, they know that we are pretty much all of us are using device fingerprinting to try to keep track of devices. And you see some of this innovation. Again, this is a service you can find online. And Andre, can you tell us a bit more about anti-detect browser, please?
Yeah, sure. So basically, those guys created specific tools for the fraudsters to use as by a subscription-based. So what you could do with them is at least see their advertisement all around. So basically, some of the, they might be partnering with someone, just offering, guys, just use our tool to get some cash. Yeah, who would resist? Who would say no? But the case is that they particularly advertising their service for the bonus hunting, for the abuse of the loyalty programs, creating multiple accounts. So imagine you get the fake ID of the Maltese person. So they will provide you the profile with the IP address from the Malta, and then it will look all legitimate, right? So Maltese ID, Maltese IP, but how much does this cost for the?
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Not that much.
For $100. Yeah, illegal is illegal, but $100 is $100. So, yeah, that should be cool and easy.
So this is one of the tools that they are using, right? So we presented now quite a few tools that they have, and if you want to geek out with us, we can extend the list. But these are the ones that currently are quite in fashion, as a matter of speak. Now, it's not all good and gloom. So what we're trying to do is a free tool for the community. We created something that we call the fraud matrix. What the fraud matrix does is you look at a scheme fraudsters are using against your organization, and you break it down into techniques. So here we've got two schemes. One is account takeover at the top, and at the bottom you can see fake account creation, right? So there we break down the different techniques we are using. And you can see there's about like 20 plus technique on that screen now, and that could feel overwhelming. But there's a weakness in them. There's commonality. So if I like the box in red, where there's commonality between those attacks, and then I can find a likely candidate that can help me when the fraudster is using their own device to get through.
And as well, just by putting some more attention, putting some more focus in solving this problem, it can actually get you like 80% of the results. And yeah, that's you need, so to understand what sort of the tools would be suitable for solving this. So and about the tools, basically we could tell multiple things just at looking at the devices. So from the perspective of their global presence, whether this device was seen in other operators performing loyalty program abuse, ATO, so account takeovers. And as well, you can detect whether it is a part of the botnet, so somebody is basically administering all of those accounts from one device. As well, you can apply different technologies in order to look at the behavior behind this device.
Yeah, so understanding your customer, right? So a little bit like everything, if you understand who is supposed to be on a platform, if you understand them, you know when it's not them which are here. And it comes to really how you develop. So what we heard on the previous talks, there is a lot of discussion about AI is not quite ready. Mostly when you try to use it to develop game, to guess what the gamers will want, guess what's going to make you money, that's true. But what you can use it for already today is to, first of all, legitimize your user. The tool is designed to, first of all, make sure you legitimize my user, don't create friction. And then you can use it to see fraud patterns.
Exactly, and by applying those detection of the fraudulent patterns, you could basically be ready that this particular guy will show the additional signs, let's say, that he will try to exploit the system further, for example. And so when we talk about the fraudulent and legitimate patterns, of course, the one point that comes into the mind is to release or reduce the friction that the customers might experience when they apply new tooling, for example. And when we talk about that, yeah, we need to think how those tools can actually help you reducing that. So.
Yeah, so median behavior also helps you reducing the cost of KYC. If something comes and knock at your door and it's actually a bot or a device that's been used elsewhere with another provider or used already to attempt to create a fake account, you can detect it early, stop it from triggering to expensive KYC costs. But if you do it right, you can do it with a reduction of false positive, less workload for the team, reduction of friction for the customer. The tech is there, and that's where AI right now is really good at, is looking at scenario, identifying them and spotting them in like 10, maximum 100 milliseconds, you get your result. So I hope this was useful, that's us.
Yes, thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Andre and Julian at Group IB. Okay, next session, in just a few minutes, we have the Hot 6. So 6 of the newest and brightest brains in the industry will be here on the stage in just a few minutes. Hosting this session will be Bill Pascrell III, a partner at Princeton Public Affairs Group. So don't go anywhere. See you in a few minutes. Okay, so who's ready for the Hot 6? 6 of the newest and brightest brains in the industry will come together and answer direct questions from top institutional investors. So let me welcome the moderator and host for this session, Bill Pascrell III, BP3. Welcome, Bill. Come on out here. Give it up for Bill.
Thank you, Alice. Let's hear for Alice. Come on. And her co-host, Michael, who's a longtime friend. They've done a great job. They're full of energy. Just had a chance to meet Alice today. Michael and I have known each other a long time. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm Bill Pascrell III, partner at Princeton Public Affairs Group, affectionately known in the industry as BP3, like a Star Wars character. You're going to meet 3 incredible industry experts who are going to sort of grill each of the Hot 6. And I had a chance to meet them backstage. They're remarkable people from across the globe with tech stacks and innovative companies that are being globally recognized. So please join with me. One by one, I'll bring them up. Benji Chernak. Benji's with Avenue Capital. Benji and I were just kibitzing last night at dinner with Adam. How long we've known each other. Boy, time is flying. Good afternoon, Benji.
Good to be here.
And please join with me in introducing one of our other industry experts, Matthew DiEmanuel, CEO of YOLO. They always have the best party, YOLO.
That's true.
But they're also monsters like Avenue Capital and Investment. This other gentleman who was so kind to host us last night, we had a great dinner at Caviar and Bowl. Adam's a monster in a good way in the industry. He's with Blackstone. please join with me in welcoming our third expert, Adam Rosenberg. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Let's do it. Yeah.
Audience, are you ready?
Do you want water? Thank you.
You have that lunch fatigue. Well, I would suggest you take caffeine tablets, but you're not going to need it for this next 55 minutes. This is a very cool event because you're going to see firsthand. It's kind of like in the US we have Shark Tank. This is sort of like Shark Tank. These are the folks that put massive capital into companies, startups, and continuing companies, and they're going to ask questions of these C-suite folks who've created companies that are being disruptors and differentiators. So I want to introduce our first Hot Six guest, Mia Nyland Evers. Mia is the co-CEO of OmniGame. Is she here? Here she is!
Hello, Mia.
OmniGame is based in Copenhagen. It's an iGaming company that operates pip.dk. And maybe Adam or Matt or Benji will tell me what that means, because I have no idea. They're an operator site alongside a game studio providing exclusive and proprietary platform. Since 2016, OmniGame has crafted a unique portfolio that is tailored to the casual gaming demographic, emphasizing entertainment over traditional legacy gaming. OmniGame's success stems from innovative game mechanics, sticky content, and a resonant brand particularly appealing to, I love this, loyal female players. There are too few like you in the industry. I love to see C-suite women and people of color in the industry because, Adam, I think you would agree with this, just 10 years ago, it was very hard to find. And it's finally scaling, but we have a lot of catch up to do. OmniGame also strives at pushing the boundaries of the iGaming industry by encouraging sound and healthy playing partners. It's not about killing the thrill, it's about enabling their players to keep on doing what they love, playing games, having fun, not using gaming as a coping mechanism, but as entertainment. Please join with me again. Let's give a great Next.io and welcome OmniGame. Benji, let's start us off.
All right, I'll kick it off. So, Mia, maybe you can help break this down for me because you guys are doing a lot of different things. You're an operator, you're an iGaming platform provider, and if I'm not mistaken, you're also a unique games provider or a game studio per se. So maybe break that down. Where is the focus? Where's the priority? How do you do all these things at once?
Yeah, so normally when we talk about OmniGame, also because when you talk in general in the industry, it's like, what do you actually do? And I normally try to describe it as this triangle, that we have the customers, we have our operator, which is pip.dk, and we have our own proprietary platform, and also the games. So for somebody who looks at the financial metrics, it's pretty easy. We actually don't share the cake with anybody else. Everything that we get from the players, that we provide with our perfectly good games, everything we get ourselves. That's very easily understand. We don't have any rev shares. Right now, what we're doing is that we are looking at the assets that we built with the platform, but also with the games, and looking at different partnerships, because right now we are actually providers only to ourselves. And what we accomplished with last year, which we're super proud of, is that we actually, only being a Danish license, we managed to break even and now are cash flow positive. And what we do is that we only have 30 slot machines on our sites. Think about any other operator where you go to the site and only see 30 slot machines. That's what we have done, and we have 5% of the Danish market now. Wow. And that's just something that I can sit and tell you how amazing our games are because I love them. They are so fantastic. But the number speaks itself. You can't get, in Denmark, who's such a regulated market, such high competition, you can't get a 5% market share without having good content, a good player experience, and everything else, the whole full package. And that's what we're able to do because we have our own platform, because we have our own operator site. And that's the full thing that we are doing right now and have accomplished with. And what we're looking into is these partnerships where we know, okay, our games, they are super good. They are really high quality. We even have our own sound studios. They have an office. I don't have an office at our office. But we do so much to tailor for the players. We ask the players, what do you want to have? We look at the data, combine it, of course also with the market, but that's kind of our recipe. So we're not an operator itself that stands out. We're not a platform itself that stands out. The games are standing out, but the full package is really what we have accomplished good with, and what I'm super proud of, and super proud of the team back in Denmark. Yeah.
Matthew.
With that triangular approach, how is the customer benefiting from that, in your perspective?
What the customer benefits at when they engage with us is trust. So even when we are down, if we have an upgrade or whatever, they come back. I have a background in the industry as well, I've never seen cohorts like we do. And that's because you actually have a trustworthy relationship with the players. Because, of course, also the exclusivity in our game, so they don't get them elsewhere, but they're so good that you want to come back, even though that we don't have a sportsbook. And what we managed to do, and I can't take credit for that because that's the team, but we also managed to create games that female players really like. So right now, our players, they're 50% male and 50% female, which is something that I haven't seen before. Like, of course, I've worked at the lottery side, so I saw more female there than the classic sportsbook. But that's something where, because we are, in the end, the one who also speaks with the customers, we are the support there as well, then we also get their feedback. Even our developers care about, okay, what is the final end goal with the games? And having that full circle, that's where you make good games and good customer experience.
Adam.
I love the idea of appealing to the female customers in greater percentage than the typical casual games. What do you do that appeals more to the female customer? Is it game design? Is it speed of play? Is it character? Is it sound, as you mentioned? What is the combination of attributes you bring to try and appeal proactively to female players?
What we have done is, of course, a combination of where we can see and how the player behaviors are in general for women. But if I knew the secret recipe for making the exact perfect game for women, I would produce way more. But what we do is that we always try to innovate a bit and actually mix together with the knowledge that we have. And we seem to hit it quite well. And what we also can see is that what we have managed to do is, like, I'm a casino player myself, so I love the games, but what you normally do in a casino game is that you play a bit of a boring main game, and then you hope to get into the feature games. What we have done is actually making a main game that you also want to play, and that combined with that you have great sound, you have good animation, but we also cater to that there's a longer play-out session compared to just a quick. Then I think that's something that actually tailors to the female, and that we can also see that that's what the female players have, that behavior, and that's how we also create our games. We have all our players segmented out, and that's also why we can see, okay, these different metrics are really good in the games, and that's also how we create them. And
so just as a follow-up, it's a casual game platform, not a real money game platform, am I correct?
Mm.
So Playtech, which is a very prominent public company, has struggled in terms of the public market valuation of its business. What lessons do you take from that, and how do you design your business differently, if at all, from what Playtech is doing, as an example?
So our games, and just to understand you correctly, so our games are casino games. So just to make sure I understand your question, I don't think that we are struggling with anything towards actually having a good revenue stream. I think what we actually have built now is we have actually a whole new platform as well that we are done with. We have our own app that we are launching now. It's the scalability in that we build it up so far. So right now, what is happening is that all these games that we have built, all the platform that we have done, it's just ready to launch in a new B2C market. So we can capitalize on everything that we built that we don't have to share with anybody else. Of course, I'm not ignorant. I know it takes something to go to a new market, but we actually already built it. So we can go there, get the licenses, and actually go out with something that we know that the audience out in other markets are actually waiting for.
I want to make sure I understood it. Maybe I misspoke. This is described as a casual games business, right? So to me, that model is games that people can play for free.
Nope, no for free.
Okay.
That was what I.
And they're wagering money and they're winning real money. These are casino games. They're not casual games.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I understand. I'm
so
sorry.
it's a full casino license in Denmark that we have now.
Talk to us a little bit more about some of the retention mechanisms and how you're segmenting them across your female and male audience. It'd be really good to understand a little bit more about what you're doing in particular to stimulate that female audience and retain them.
So what we do is that our whole CRM engine is of course put up to that we differentiate in the possibilities that we have, because Danish is very regulated, but we differentiate in which games that we're also promoting to the different players. But what is actually quite a significant point as well is that we offer half the bonuses than our competitors. We have an RTP that is actually 2% lower than the average in the market as well as our slot machines. So even though that we're actually not doing more, we're not giving more bonuses to female at all, we're actually just providing a good, solid product. And that's sometimes just what you ask for. Sometimes you don't want to have 2,000 slot machines to pick from. You don't want to constantly be asked to place a bet on a football game that you only care about because your husband is saying it. I love football, so I'm more the one who wants to see it. But it's just getting that audience, the simplicity, the personalization of the site, because we know that these games work. These games work in our marketing engine because we can make all the content ourselves. And we can see what works. We can see what works on social. We can see what works on TV because we have the full engine. And that's where I believe we have success now. And I'm super proud of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me in thanking Mia Nyland Evers, co-CEO of On The Game, for a great job. Thank you very much, Mia. We'll see you backstage. Our second seat on the Hot Six is a founder of the company We The Bookie, Malcolm Wilkinson. Malcolm launched in Ireland last year. Unlike conventional B2C online sports books, We The Book stands out by redistribution of a remarkable 50% of its monthly gross betting revenue back to the customer. How the hell do you do that? The innovative approach not only slashes customer acquisition costs, but also drives unparalleled retention rates, fosters deeper engagement, and sets the standard for social responsibility, which is deep in my heart, for our industry. With incumbents unable to match We The Book's model, Malcolm is seeking investment to not just expand globally, but to be the dominant brand in every market. Please join with me in welcoming We The Bookie's Malcolm Wilkinson.
Thanks, Bill.
Benji.
I was going to let him lead off.
Oh, go ahead, Matt.
Thank you. One of the virtues I saw across your site was all about responsible gaming. Talk to us about how you're driving that responsible gaming and why you're making that the virtue.
Sure. So inherently, we want to be a responsible site. We want to provide a better service, but not bleed the customers dry. We want them to enjoy the product and be sustainable with it. And embedded in the model is responsibility, because if you think about it, let's say the customer goes down 1,000 in the first couple of weeks. On another site, especially if they've got a little bit of a gambling problem, they might try to chase that bet and go into a downward spiral. And what we've actually seen from our customers is that they'll stop betting or really reduce their betting at that point to lock in their loss and then get their we share at the end of the month, which on 1,000 loss might be 300 or 400. bet with that, and then maybe deposit after that. But as you can see, that's pretty sustainable and responsible.
I guess one of the questions on my end is just the obvious one. Like, sports books, and you are a sports book, run on fairly skinny margins in general, and here you are taking half of that margin and giving it back to the customer. So what are the inherent challenges in terms of actually running the operation when you have that skinny a margin?
Yeah, obviously there are challenges with giving up half your gross revenue, but there are significant savings in other areas. Retention's an issue in the industry. That's our gold star metric. Once people experience this, they are simply not going to go back to another site. And then we don't have a marketing budget yet, but we expect that our customer acquisition costs will also be lower because we're actually offering something inherently better. And the other thing is that we're going to be much less dependent on the affiliate industry, who, as you know, take 30 to 50% of gross revenue themselves on customers that they refer. So, we can circumvent that and save money in that way.
I want to drill down into the mechanics of a player's loss. They lock it in. They know they're going to get their we share for that month. I guess it's recalibrated each month. And I'm trying to understand how that works with the social responsibility concept, because there is a moral hazard here when the losses, not that anybody wants to lose, but once they've lost, they're incentivized to keep or even increase their losses so that they increase their take back. So how do you balance those dynamics?
Yeah, I think part of it comes from the customers getting more familiar with the model. And again, back to that example of someone who's down 1,000, it really doesn't make sense for them to try to chase that and put a big bet on something. Because if they win that bet, let's say they put 1,000 on an even odds, well, that's great, they won the bet, but now they're back to par on their account, but they've lost their 300 or 400 we share. And I don't think a gambler has the expectation of losing more. It's not like they're going in and say, I want to lose more to get more we share. I don't think that is realistic in the gambler's mind. And yeah, there are other ways too of being socially responsible. Like, we made a conscious decision not to have a casino. We want to focus on the sports book. So I think there's a lot of ways where we will continue to be very, very responsible.
I wouldn't mind drilling in on some of those specifics as well. So how do you determine how much cash goes back to a given customer? Is it based on their individual losses, or is it based on some global handle over a period of time? How does that work?
Yeah, so on a monthly basis, we take the gross revenue that month, and then we cut that in half, we keep half, and we give half back to the losing customers that month.
Pro rata.
As a percent of their loss. So if you go to wethebookie.com, you'll see there's a daily we share tracker. Today it's 35%. It's not going to be 35% at the end of the month. It might be higher or lower, but the customers will follow that, part of the engagement aspect. And then let's say it finishes at 40%. Then if you've lost 10 euro net that month, you get 4 back. If you've lost 1,000, you get 400 back. So we don't have a VIP program. Everyone's treated the same on a transparent basis.
So if a player is a loser, but you have a bad month, so you don't have any net revenue to share, then they're out.
Then
right?
Everyone will get 0 that month.
Then everyone gets 0.
Yeah. But they've done well on their book. Hopefully it's not just one person who's done that. That would be the worst case scenario.
But they're dependent not only on their own losses, but on you having a pot to share with the losers.
Exactly, which brings me to another feature that we're going to start building in another iteration of the site, which is the Bookies View feature. So the PGA Championship major starts tomorrow, and some of our customers might only bet on football, but the golf is on TV, final round. We'd like to put our net position on each player, so that in watching the final round, they're cheering for We the Bookie to do well, because that's going to enhance their share, or the pool that creates their share. And in a future iteration, actually do a calculation of what that means to them based on their loss, and I think that would be pretty engaging.
Malcolm, how are you intending to scale this model outside of Ireland?
Yeah, it's very globally agnostic. I mean, every gambler would would want this model. And there are only a few jurisdictions where it doesn't really work. Places like Germany that have very high percent of stake, that doesn't really work financially for us. And there are some states, and I believe the Netherlands, that have anti-cashback rules. So we would either try to think of an alternative model or just not go to those jurisdictions.
Malcolm, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for Malcolm Wilkinson, founder of We the Bookie. Thanks, Malcolm. Right through there. I wanted to ask him where his next jurisdiction is, but
out of time.
Where he's going after Ireland. Our next hot seat seat, number 3, is another woman CEO and co-founder of Speako, spelled S-P-E-E-Q-O. She is the voice. AI unifies data sources and enables targeted questioning tailored to specific user segments, delivering precise and actionable insights across the entire customer base. This approach helps businesses maximize revenue per user and optimize player value. Additionally, SpeakQO supports at-scale, proactive, responsible gaming practices that enhance regulatory compliance while avoiding generic interactions, ensuring timely, relevant, and personalized intervention. This empowers companies to make informed decisions, fostering sustainable growth and superior customer satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in welcoming to the main stage SpeakQO's co-founder and CEO, Petra Kolosarova. Hi, Petra.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Adam.
Well, I'll start. I noticed on your website that you list, in addition to gaming, there are other fields that you're entering, education being one.
Mm-hmm.
Explain that, because that'll maybe help us understand how voice identification works across verticals.
Yeah, so I guess it's important to say that we started in 2020 in Hong Kong. And the original problem which we actually identified was in education, as we found out that even at international schools you would have hundreds of kids and they would have a single psychologist who's responsible for them, which doesn't make it very scalable, of course, and lots of problems would slip through cracks. So there is a parallel with what we are doing for iGaming and what we are doing for responsible gambling, because that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to basically supercharge responsible gaming teams in order to fulfill the criteria which are required for millions of users.
Interesting. So it really is a responsible gaming product. Is this a product that you expect businesses to utilize, or are you a third-party vendor to them? How do you price your product? How do you provide it to the operators?
Yeah, I guess it depends, especially what's your underlying infrastructure as an operator. So you can, of course, integrate us directly. 80% of all the gambling goes through mobile. So the easiest way how to actually deploy us is through SDK integration, which is actually 30 minutes integration requirement. So it's a very easy demo or trial for you to start with, and then it depends what kind of level of insights you're expecting. Do you expect to use smart segmentation? Do you use specific trigger points, which are for example, some RG flagged moments where you want to trigger interactions with your customer? So it really depends.
I'd love to understand the mechanics a bit better. So if we think of a gaming operator, are you assisting them? Are you tracking all of the customer conversations, and how do you use that data?
So not necessarily. So there is quite a lot of like companies which are, for example, tracking all that. So for example, like frequency of play, withdrawals, and whatever you can think of. So we are rather building on top of that layer of data, and we are smart segmenting users based on that data and trying to ask them the right questions. So for example, if you would have a moment that a deposit has failed, it's a very straightforward RG flagged moment. So instead of like make a binary decision, yes or no, we can actually trigger a targeted question which is tailored to that moment and try to get a bit of contextual data, why is this happening? And this is, for example, just an example. You can, of course, like segment, for example, risk groups. Let's say like males up to age 25 would be a known risk group. You can ask them targeted questions. You can have like someone, for example, who goes to your website and tries to learn more about self-exclusion but doesn't take an action. That could be a perfect group where you ask a targeted question. So there is lots of data already generated. We are just building on it.
So if I understand correctly, I think the real value that you're going to obtain is through that emotional behavior of the player, of the person. So how you're going to drive that through two touch points, through voice and through text.
Yes.
But the real positive value comes from the voice. So how are you going to work when it comes to, usually the biggest barrier with that is localization, colloquialisms, whatever, slang, whatever else it may be. How are you going to combat that?
Yeah, so we've been around for 4 years, so the actual like machine learning pipeline is quite developed at this stage. There are several things which are being deployed when it comes to like languages. At this stage, we are supporting 35 languages. So, for example, like it really depends like from which country you are detected. Then there are fallback languages which are kind of like prioritized. Then there is automatic speech detection, which actually detects what's the language being used. And then because of course like the RG teams usually would be operating in English, we actually also translate everything for them. And once it's translated, the analysis is displayed in English language. Could be in future, of course, displayed in other languages, but now it's displayed in English.
Thank you. You started to answer this question before, but I want to draw it out a little bit. Do you imagine your product being integrated into your customers' offerings, or are you a third-party provider that they're required to use or that you offer as a service where you control the inputs and outputs and report to the clients?
Yeah, I think like it's a rather direct integration from operator side.
It sounds like your heritage came from other verticals and then moved into gaming, and I'm just curious what some of the biggest obstacles or challenges or opportunities you're finding that are gaming specific.
Well, the opportunities are that it's a massive industry. People are generally very friendly, so that also helps that we got lots of industry knowledge, just like speaking to people and really learning from them. So it was a very fast learning curve for us, so we are very thankful for that. And another opportunity is the amount of data which is available in this industry, and that's particularly important for us because we are a machine learning company.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Petra for her fabulous presentation and hot seat.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Petra.
Bye-bye.
Hot seat number 4 is the CCO of Just Slots, but they're not just slots. A new game supplier embracing the latest technology to create diverse, entertaining slots. The Just Slots team understands what is important to players and operators and is using this insight to set new standards across the sector. Their first title, Sugar Heaven, will be launching soon. Would this great Next I/O community please join with me in welcoming Just Slots CCO, Christine Parkhill. Hi, Christine.
Hi.
I guess I'll go back to batting leadoff here. You know, there's certainly no shortage of games providers and slot providers on the marketplace. So I'd love to know off the bat kind of where you differentiate, or if you even need to, and what some of kind of the unique selling propositions are in terms of your offering.
I think for us, in a nutshell, we're taking a more engineered approach to making slots, I think. So as we said, we're considering the needs of the operator and the player, and then we're really focusing on technology. So we've spent the past couple of months, and our big investment has been in building a tool to build games better. And then we're really focusing on data as well, so using that to feed into the process. It is a very competitive marketplace, for sure, and there are loads of slots. But to be fair, if you look at the top slots players play, it's actually only a few. Most slots die quite a quick death. So we're going to try and do it smarter, I guess. Yeah.
So if I double down on that question, how does that come in terms of an end offering for a customer? Like, is it an easier integration, or is it a different type of product?
In terms of type, it touches on various aspects, I would say. So in terms of the actual product we make, obviously it has to be entertaining and fun for the player, but more listening to what the player wants and using data to actually understand what the player wants, kind of reverse engineering it. And then with the operators, I think just being as smooth as possible in the processes, in like the back office, all the day-to-day stuff really needs to be easy. You know, they deal with, I don't know, 50 different suppliers, so we want to be easy to work with.
So your first title is Sugar Heaven.
Yeah.
It hasn't released yet. Where will it release, and can you describe the gameplay?
Yeah, so to start off with, we're starting in terms of distribution using aggregators as well. So yeah, we've already done one integration to Hub88 actually. So that's how we'll start, I guess. In terms of gameplay, for the first game, we've gone for a bit of a safer approach. So it's a 5x3, 20 win lines. It's a candy theme. It's got sticky wilds, and it's got some multipliers and some enhancements as well. But yeah, so kind of safe with a twist, just to get started and kind of just feel the market.
Going back to the data that you mentioned, and I think the data points can be quite significant for you to be able to get that edge. How are you intending to utilize those data points?
Yeah, so I think for us, especially at the size we are, it's quite hard for us to invest in a full BI team. So we've partnered up with a company that specializes in analyzing data for gaming. And they're going to build our dashboards, and they have some really interesting tools. We have data about every single transaction in this industry, and I don't think we use it enough. So what we're going to do is look at, for example, player behavior round after round, when a player leaves, you know, how big a win needs to be, bonuses, and actually then feed that into the next games we make.
I think one of the challenges being a relatively young company is you produce all these fantastic content in games, and you start landing some deals and working with an operator. And how do you ensure or how do you maximize the opportunity in working with a given operator to ensure that you're not just lost in the shuffle amongst their product offering, to maximize the likelihood that your product will be front and center in some capacity?
So I think some of it is being easy to work with. And I know I keep coming back to it, but yet I think making an operator's life easy, for example, producing things way in advance, having a nice game release process, having built-in tools like promo tools to make the games easier to promote. I think relationships are really, really important as well. So you can only do so much with discounts and kind of giving things for free. I think the relationships really come into it then.
Do you have designs or plans for subsequent games?
Yes, we do. We have 4 games in development at the moment, different stages of development. So yeah, we're going for quite a variety. By game 4, we're going a bit more innovative, I would say. So that's a bit more risky. The first 3 are more, I guess like a book game and an expanding wild game. So yeah, but the art teams are really different. So there's some crazy stuff there, which hopefully people will like.
What will the underlying feature be across all your games? What's going to really personify just slots against other competitors?
So for sure, quality. Like when you look at a game, like the look and feel is, you feel high quality. The animations, you know, it's attention to detail, I think. The UI, we've spent a lot of time getting the UI right. Well, we think we got it right. But yeah, so super easy, one click away for mobile. I think still we see a lot of games in the market where on mobile, it's kind of they're designed for mobile, which is a real pity because, yeah, 70 to 80% of players on mobile. So I think it's, yeah, the look and feel, and then, yeah, we're trying to listen to what players want and, yeah, feed that into our product roadmap.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Christine for her presentation. Thank you very much, Christine. Our number 5 seat on the hot 6 is the co-founder and CEO of Static Sports. This gentleman hails from my homeland. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. Static Sports provides mission-critical products, data, and odds to betting operators, sports leagues and teams, and media companies. Their focus is currently on sports with undeveloped coverage like cricket, MMA, motorsports, and women's sports. Their team of data scientists and technologists have built a best-in-class data analytics platform using AI and machine learning. Co-founders Sean and David met while working at a hedge fund where Sean was a gaming analyst and David was the fund's lead developer. Massive experience. Please, let's give it up for a company solving a real problem in our industry, StatsX Sports. Welcome, Sean. Good to see you, mate.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
Hey, Sean. Maybe I'll start on this one. So there are several large companies that are data providers to the industry, but relatively few that focus on the sports that you're interested in. Why cricket? Why MMA? How did you develop this thesis? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you. And also just, I'm able to share the stage with you guys and with these other startups. It's been awesome. But yeah, so the reason we chose these sports, we actually started out with a B2C product. We launched a daily fantasy cricket app in India. And we soon realized that the quality of the data was actually quite bad. And so we looked at lots of different data providers, and we decided to just do it ourselves if we wanted to have high quality data. And then we started to realize that it wasn't just cricket. You know, the big 4 U.S. sports and soccer, football are very well covered, but the long tail of call them second-tier sports, you know, really don't have the coverage in terms of depth of markets, breadth of markets that they deserve, and so we're trying to bring that to market.
You make a real common virtue of the AI. How's the AI going to leverage what you're doing?
Yeah, so AI kind of makes what we're doing possible because it was very difficult for a small player, for a startup, to get into odds making or data in the way that we're doing. And so one thing that it's allowed us to do is decrease the cost structure significantly. So, you know, all of the big guys will hire hundreds of traders to be plugging in numbers in spreadsheets, to update their odds, to be watching 6 screens at once, to, you know, just to check their odds makes sense. You know, we're using AI and machine learning to do that, so it eliminates the need for having so many traders.
So I'd love to understand, I'm a tad confused on one point, which is that you began as an operator, as I well know, and you were a little bit frustrated with some of the data being provided to you and said I could go out and create better data myself. So are you providing those data points to operators and to media companies that need that data? Or are you providing pricing? Again, is that going to operators? Or is that going to, so who are you providing what to?
Yeah, thank you. So what we're providing, our first product is odds pricing for cricket. And so we've found a way to get more accurate data than we were, like live data than we were originally receiving from one of the largest data providers in the world for cricket. we found a way to do this using open source options online. The odds, the pricing is our special sauce right now. And we're selling it to sportsbooks. So our first customer is a large sportsbook in Europe, and so we're bringing them on, and that's basically the product that we're selling.
So the first product is cricket pricing to sportsbook operators,
Exactly.
and then from there you're going to move on to other verticals again to sportsbooks. I know Bill mentioned the media component, so I was curious about that.
Yeah, so the media component is, now it has become a must for, sports companies to, if they're showing, what's going on in the match, the soccer match, they're showing what the win probability is. They're showing what the odds are, and so we could provide those, and we could provide those, much cheaper than the big guys.
Got it.
So the lifeblood of setting pricing and odds correctly is making sure you have accurate data. Are there official sources of league data in cricket or MMA? And how do you navigate that in terms of, I gather you're doing it through machine learning and OCR scrape and other things, as opposed to getting official league data. How does that work?
Yeah, so we're a startup. We don't have the firepower to go and get the rights, the media rights or the data rights, especially with the bigger leagues. And so we've had to find more creative ways to do it. But we've found that our data, in terms of latency, there's no difference. So right now, because of these sports, and maybe because the other providers consider them tier 2 or tier 3 or not as important, the latency is on par with them, because even though they have media rights, a lot of times they won't actually even have someone at the stadium. They'll have a runner calling somebody who calls somebody else and translates it from a different language. So our data latency is no different than the big guys.
Which two sports are you looking to focus on after cricket?
After cricket, Formula One is what our clients have had the most interest in so far, and then generally women's sports. Women's sports are growing fast, or interest is growing quite fast in women's sports. They've been around, and so we think that they deserve, better odds and better data.
So I assume that, coming back to cricket, which is your current product, it's pre-match, it's in play, it's the whole gamut. Yep. How do you address the integration component? In terms of working with different sports books and providing, how do you address the integration platform challenges?
Yeah, so we have a simple API. It's very similar than if you were to bring on one of the big data providers. We've actually designed ours to work as simply, or even more simply, we're using a unified data format. And so that's the easy part. Getting integrated with the sportsbooks is the easy part.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me in thanking Sean Tucker. Sean, great job.
Thank you.
Winding down here, our final Hot 6 presenter is the co-founder and CEO of Equine App, a fantasy mobile app that brings horse racing back into vogue, and Benji, you know that's near and dear to my heart too, by blending strategy, competition, and community. On Equine, users can become the manager of their own stable, buy and sell at the right moment, compete against the community, and win exclusive rewards based on their horse's real-life performance. Having secured more than $2 million in funding from notable investors, Equine has rapidly grown to over 16,000 users with more than 710,000 transacted on the app in just under 10 months. Please join with me in welcoming Nina Kaput, co-founder and CEO of Equine App. Nina?
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon, Nina.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Maybe I'll start on this one. This is fractional ownership of horses.
Mm-hmm.
Are these real live horses that exist in the world, or are there races real races of artificial horses or simulated horses?
It's real life horses, real performances, but virtual ownership. So you buy virtual shares of real racehorses. It's like a stock exchange for racehorses.
I see. And so you have an exchange in addition to your wagering products that people can time when they want to exit or they feel that their share has increased in value or it's decreased in value, they want to buy more, et cetera.
Yeah, exactly. There is an open market, a secondary market on the app, and users are transacted.
Very interesting.
How does this differentiate to others in the market, like Zedrun, for example?
Zedrun is really 100% virtual races. We're based on real races and real horses. No real horses on Zedrun.
So on that vibe, who are your target audience?
So horse racing bettors, enthusiasts, but also newcomers. For example, people that are seeking new investment opportunities. For now, we have more than 40% of newcomers that knew nothing about horse racing. This is like a winning bet for us because we wanted to create a new door to horse racing, a way to attract a new audience.
So we just had the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
Mystic Dan won. Is Mystic Dan one of the horses that you offer an interest in?
For now, we are just based in France, but you can find like all horses running in France on the app. For example, the future winner of the Arc de Triomphe or Prix d'Amérique.
And what happens if the horse is disqualified or injured or dies? What happens to the interests of your customers?
So if the horse is just injured, this is what's beautiful about the app. It's like a long-term investment, so the horse could come back to racing after a few months. If he just dies, like, okay, you would have earned points every month, maybe rewards. So this is life. It's like a mirror of real life.
One of the challenges for any kind of stock exchange type of product in our space is liquidity, scalability, et cetera. And in the US, we've seen a number of companies, I won't get into the details, struggle with that.
Yeah.
How do you address that? What is the customer acquisition strategy? How do you scale?
So for now, we're doing some ads on Meta, especially. And we have a good liquidity, actually, because we have 46% of transactions happening on the secondary market. And there is a real competition each day. So people want to buy the really good horses of the day. So there is a secondary market, real secondary market.
It's your secondary market?
Yeah, based on the app.
And half the transactions are, okay.
And do you take a rake based on the amounts wagered? How does your business model work?
We take 10% on each transaction happening on the platform, on the secondary market, and on the primary market, we take the whole amount.
So if you have a buyer and a seller, you take 10% total, so 5% and 5%?
What led you to do this? Like, did you wake up one day and say, "Hey, I'm going to start a horse racing exchange in Paris"? Like, I don't.
I used to be a professional horse rider before, and it's the second startup that I create related to technology and horses. The first one was using blockchain for horse traceability.
Especially for the back and everything.
In terms of the business model,
Yeah.
it's obviously very horse-driven at the moment. Where could you scale this to outside of horses? Have you thought about that?
Actually, there is a huge market related to horses worldwide. For now, we're just in France. It's a 100 billion market worldwide, 10 billion in France. And then it could apply to any sports, actually. It's a fantasy sports app in the end, an exchange.
What markets are you looking at? It sounds like there's been some traction locally.
Yeah.
Do you have your eye on which markets you want to expand to next? And how do you manage that as from both a legislative and regulatory standpoint, as well as from the pooled liquidity with different markets and different languages and different currencies?
So we're looking at each country where there is horse racing, actually, and they're looking at us because we have been approached by many federations worldwide. And related to regulatory, it's funny because in France we haven't been considered as a betting organization nor an investment platform. So we're in a gray area, quite interesting one. And yeah, we'll go for the US, UK, Hong Kong, Japan, Australia.
Do you put any money back into the hearses?
Yeah, actually, we are giving back 20% of our revenue to the industry.
Kudos.
So it's a really positive dynamic within the industry. We attract a new audience, and also we fund the industry.
Gentlemen? You good?
Good.
Okay.
Fascinating.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank Nina. Nina, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Let's thank the Hot Six, and let's thank Adam, Matthew, and Benji. Have a good afternoon. We'll see you later.
Okay, how is that for a hot panel? Hot Six might be over, but it's about to get even hotter as our next keynote speaker, at least since growing a full beard, really puts George Clooney in his place in this industry. Up next is a session called The Importance of Game API Understanding for Operators. It's sponsored by Alea Gaming, and it is none other than the iGaming legend and the founder of Alea, Alex Tomit, who will be here on stage in just a moment. So strap in for another great presentation, and we'll be right back with you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alexander Tomic. I'm the founder of Alea. Alea is a game aggregator. It's a company I founded in 2012. First, it was an operator. We were operating on MGA, UKGC, SGA markets, and we've developed an internal aggregator, and that's how we started understanding the problematic of aggregation. We also, we developed all the platform. We've developed the payment provider. We even developed our own chat. But what we quickly understood, as you may imagine, is that a chat can be developed for any industry. A payment gateway can be developed for any industry. And basically, the players that were coming and developing the payment gateway, they were coming from other industry. But a game aggregator, an iGaming aggregator is specific to our industry. It's at the core of our gaming operations. Games are at the core of our gaming operations, and games are ruled by APIs. And that's the point I want to make today. But before getting there, I'd like to get back in the past. And maybe some of you remember, maybe some of you don't, but 20 years ago, when I started, was 2004, there's very few software providers. You had a microgaming casino, basically, or you had a Playtech casino. And it was a downloadable casino. It was developed in C++. You didn't have what's called LGS, downloadable games, flash games. You had to download a casino. And then came ARTG, and then came Top Game, and that was it, basically. And on the English side of the business, we could see these small software providers coming up, and then NetEnt came up. They came up with Java games, and then from Java they came to Flash. And when we created the company, so I started in 2004, I was a white label of a French operator that had their own French games. It was called B3W. The company was co-created by Henri Etriard. Henri Etriard was a very dear friend of mine. He's my mentor. He basically brought me in this industry, and he died last week from a heart attack. I just want to have a thought towards him. He's going to be incinerated next Tuesday in the Cimetière of Père Lachaise in France. And rest in peace, Henry. I just want to have a little time about that. So, to get back to the point, we went from a status where you were downloading a casino, where the casino would do everything. There wouldn't be GGR. It was just money in, money out, to integrating LGS into your own system. And this basically started, NetEnt came around 2005, 2006, but we saw an explosion of this in 2012. You remember Casumo, Slots Million, Vito Slots, Mr. Green, Leo Vegas 2012 with the first mobile casino, and we all started to aggregate games together. Would have I used, as an operator, aggregator back in time? No. Why would I have done that? First of all, there was 2 or 3 software providers that were suiting my market, which was Sweden and Finland, and that would have been on the top of my mind, NetEnt, Betsoft, and maybe Play and Go. And then we added more and more, and we had 5 and 10 and 20 of them. But you could start an operation just with 2 software providers, you know? The game aggregators were hosted on their own servers, so they were aiding latency. And if their servers were going down, all the operation was going down. So there was no need for aggregation, and actually aggregation was a kind of a natural business. And slowly, more and more studios popped out. I stopped counting around 250, 25,000 games. And we have only 250 studios because we have a lot of them that are dying every month. So we have maybe 1 to 2 studios that comes every week. And we have a lot of studios that are dying. And we have 25,000 games. Should we integrate all these studios and try all these games? No. I'm going to give you after that a very good reason why we shouldn't do that as operators. There's a very important reason why we should not integrate new game studios. But on the other side, I don't want to miss the new No Limit City. I don't want to miss the new Big Time Gaming. I don't want to miss the new Hacksaw Gaming. All these beautiful softwares that when they came out on the market, they were nothing. I remember having a presentation done in the Bellagio at Las Vegas. It was a party that was organized by Red Tiger Gaming, by Nick Morgan, and next to me was sitting Nick Robinson. I didn't even know the guy. He wasn't known. I don't even know if Big Time Gaming existed. And he pulls out his phone, and he shows me Bonanza. Have you seen Bonanza? It looks so crappy. The design is crappy. The music is banjo. It's a poorly developed game, but the mechanics behind were very innovative. And I said, man, you need to revamp the game, do something, put some design on it, you know? And he said, no. And I said, at least change the banjo music. He said, no, I played it in my house. I recorded myself. I said, man, you're not going anywhere with that. He said, I am telling you that this is the next Gonzo killer. I said, okay, good luck with that. And we see where he is now. So what I'm trying to say is that I think I'm quite knowledgeable at slots. I've been in this industry for 20 years. I couldn't predict Bonanza when I saw it. Could I predict Fortune Tiger in Brazil, developed by a Chinese company, which is making between 200 million and 400 million GGR now per month, which is the #1 game in Brazil? No, impossible. You can't predict that. So PG Soft came out with a game, Fortune Tiger, and then Fortune OX, that they developed for the Chinese market, and God knows why, an influencer picked it up, and bam, this is #1 game now in Brazil. You cannot predict that. And my point is that I have a lot of data. We use a technology called Looker. I don't want to get into AI. I don't believe that today we have AI models. We have machine learning models. And there's probably AI models that exist somewhere, but they're not accessible to us, okay? We just need business intelligence tools, and we have the best tools for that, but you need business analysts to do the work behind. But they can only do it once you get the data. You cannot do that proactively. And it's funny because if you look at that, we want to all push the No Limit City and all these cool games, but let's say you're a non-CIS operator and you want to go to CIS. You're going to try EGT, as they call it there, okay? You don't know that there's a software provider called Microsoft. Only Russians and Ukrainians know it, and it's the best performing software there. You don't know that. So what you need is you need people that know the business. And it reminds me, and I told that on another panel right before, the war in Afghanistan, 9/11. Intelligence services started removing men from the ground. They were too expensive. And they thought they had the technology to analyze in real time every single conversation, email, photo, whatever, and be able to gather that information in a meaningful way. And they failed miserably. We need people. We need to have our people, our business people that know what's going to work, and then they will analyze the data. Now get me back to the API, because the API is the most important thing here. We are the only industry where there's money in and money out. So basically, you can virtually print money if the API is not coded correctly. And what does that mean? You have different calls. One call for the bet, one call for the win, rollbacks, retries, reconciliation. There's API governance that needs to be developed the same way it has been developed in payment gateways. In payment gateways, you have the PCI standard. We don't have it in the core of our gaming operations in how APIs are communicating between the software provider and the operator. And it's at the core of our gaming operations. And however, we rely on new software providers when we, as operator, integrate their games. You're talking and trying to learn the language of a 5-year-old toddler instead of trying to teaching him how to talk or to speak, because the liability is on you, not on him. So when we started developing our own interval gateway, we were a Babel tower. We spoke 50 different languages, NetEnt's language, Evolution language, all these software providers, and they were not good at building APIs. But there were not this ecosystem of hackers that we see now. And since then, they became good. But now with this one software provider coming out every week or every 2 weeks, I mean, we have people, they want to build entertainment. They want to build great games. They want to become the next No Limit City. You want to integrate them, actually, because you don't want to lose that opportunity. But you know what's going to happen? They're going to get hacked. And you would think, it's okay. It's just 1% of my GGR. It's not a question of exposure. Hackers are going to find them. And they already found them on other websites. And they already tested this API and this API, how it has been integrated. And they're going to generate wins without bets. And they're going to funnel it through other software providers. So your fraud and finance team don't see that the wins, illegitimate wins, are generated on these software providers. It can take you years to understand. Or you will never understand it, and you will have a silent bleeding. So it is very important that we raise our standards towards APIs. It is very important that you, as an operator, develop a core team that is dedicated for APIs, or that you work with a technological partner like us. Because at the end of the day, you didn't build your payment gateway. Why would you build your gaming gateway? There's no reason for that. You need to use third parties, especially for something that is as specific, as technical, as complex as a game API, where basically money can be virtually printed. And you don't want to have your developers working on that. You don't want to have your rockstar developers developing APIs, because at the end of the day, they're going to hate you for that. I've asked my developers to do that, and if I would have told them, go and clean the toilets, you would have had the same results, you know? Integrate a game API. I would say, yeah, I give you this game API because it's a very important software, you know? And then I will take a rookie, and as a rite of passage, I will give him a game to integrate. And I can't see what happened years after when we have a big hack like we had on microgaming on their AWP slot. I don't know if you remember that happening 8 years ago. And the hacks we're seeing today, about 2, 3, 4 millions hacks. Sometimes 10, 20 million hacks. That's more the exception. So we need to be very careful with that. And just to finish, what I would recommend is develop a specific team for API, develop your own API, enforce that API to the software provider, because they don't know. When we tell them, you need to do the retries, you need to do the rollback, we using our language, and reconciliation. So no, it's okay, we go live without that. No, I'm not going to push the green button, because I want to protect my customer, which is the operator. And I want to protect you, actually. Because if something fucks up in an API of Spotify and you wanted to listen to Taylor Swift and you got Led Zeppelin, let's say, too bad, okay? But when something fucks up in iGaming API, money is being lost in 99% of the time on the operator's side, because the liability that the software has is what? 20,000? 50,000 max? And the hacks we're seeing are more about 2 to 5 to 10 million, okay? So develop your proper API with a dedicated team, or to be honest, work with a technological partner that knows their business, because this is the core of your gaming operation. Games are the core of the gaming operation, and games are ruled by APIs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. So, well, the day is almost coming to an end, but we're not there yet. Next up, in a few minutes, we'll have a panel discussion, revolutionizing ROI. So performance marketing pioneers will be giving their insights on result-driven and responsible practices. And this panel discussion is sponsored by Calls You. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, let's get this show on the road, revolutionizing ROI. Welcome to the stage, moderator for this panel, Dmitry Belyanin, founder and CEO at Belyanin. Welcome, Dmitry. Give him a round of applause.
Hey guys, hey everyone. It's nice to see so many people still here. We'll try to inject some energy into this conversation because it's really important. Our industry has been performance-driven since day one, and it's always been like operators injecting money in performance marketing. They're making money of it, but no one thought about brand marketing until some big companies started doing so, and now everyone is trying to balance their marketing mix with performance marketing, brand marketing, and at the same time measuring their ROI and making sure they're not bleeding their revenue. But don't worry about that. We got you all covered. Me and the team of amazing panelists, we're going to discuss the long and the short of it, how to track the performance marketing, which is very important, how to measure ROI, and how to balance it with the ethical practices. So please welcome Martina, Alexandra, Nicola, and Eberhard. All right, welcome. You guys have an amazing experience in marketing, a lot of years of background. No one can give you a better intro than yourself. Please start. Martina, let's start with you.
Thank you. Like, what a warm welcome here, like one of the last hours of a long day. So my name is Martina Akerland. I'm the CEO of CallsU. CallsU, we do player acquisition and reactivation, and we achieve the best ROIs in the industry. I have a history of 20 years within banking and finance. One of the positions was CMO, so this is a topic close to heart for me.
Alexandra.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Voronetskaya. I'm Chief Marketing Officer at Evenbet Gaming. It's a poker and card games provider. And my professional experience is now more than 18 years in marketing.
Wow.
Yeah, and it covers automobile industry, real estate, premium spirits, and now iGaming. And I believe, guys, that today you'll get plenty of insights after our panel discussion.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you. My name is Nicola. I'm the CMO at Casumo. Today is my 1-year anniversary at Casumo.
Wow, congrats.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Thank you. Before that, I worked at Superbet, and before that, I worked 9 years at Google. In the digital industry, I've been working for 22 years, which just means I'm old. That's it.
So I guess these are all your fans making the noise,
exactly,
right?
Exactly,
Right, cool,
exactly,
cool.
exactly.
Yes, hello everybody. My name is Eberhard Dürschmidt. My professional background in gaming mainly is connected to GreenTube, a company I founded in the 90s, and after some scaling up, left at the end of 2015. Today I'm here as the CEO of Golden Whale and adding some perspective from machine learning and data analytics view to this discussion.
Awesome, awesome, thanks. So let's start with quite complicated, a little question. Like as I started this whole panel, our industry is performance marketing driven. But when you start investing money into the brand marketing, it basically affects the whole funnel. So can you guys tell me your thoughts on the long-term strategy and the short-term strategy? How do you approach it? How do you combine it? How do you kind of put it into one marketing mix? So tell me your thoughts about it.
So I give it a shot. This is always a tricky question. Investing in your branding will make you easier to hit your ROIs when it comes to performance marketing. We generally hit break even with our customers within like 30 to 45 days. So this is like super important for us that we can balance short term and long term. For us, it's all about like engaging with the player, reaching out to the player when the timing is right, and with the right channels and with the right message. Many operators that we are working with, they are working maybe in 1 or 2 channels, generally email and maybe complementing it with text. text and sending out the content or the message when they are ready. So to get better ROIs, like really think through and plan your communication, your player experience, your channels, and like when and how.
I fully agree, actually, and I can say that we all are operating on a very quickly developing and growing market. And the easiest strategy here, of course, is to implement short-term strategy, because you will get revenue right now, here on the spot, and in case the market is not quite appealing to you, you can leave the market and that's it. But I believe that in case you will be ready to invest in a long-term strategy, your ROI in 5 years perspective will skyrocket, actually. And that's why, yeah, of course, it's a challenge. And that's why at EvenBet, we actually use the blended approach. So basically for some channels, for some markets, for some projects, it's better to use short-term strategy, because you can, create the A/B testing, see the result, and know where to go the next time. But obviously, we invest great efforts and time and resources from our side to long-term strategy, because we believe that brand is a promise. Brand is the foundation of trust building, and the future of iGaming, I'm sure, is based on a very trustworthy relationship from the both sides, from the client and from the company. And especially it's necessary for B2B business to invest in trust and to build brands.
My turn?
Yeah, what are your thoughts, guys?
So I told you I worked 9 years at Google, right? So my DNA was kind of created in that sphere where digital marketing was something that was very native to me, and it still is today. And today I see it a little bit differently, because this is kind of fixing the baseline, right? You need to have it. You need to create all of these campaigns that are always on and that exist, that attract people. However, the older I get and the wiser I get, I come to a point where, brand plays such a huge part in what we do. Casumo is a great example of that, right? Casumo is a veteran in the industry. Casumo has been built on brand. People recognize it even today. Recently, we went through a little bit of rebrand. You've seen the new colors and the new logo. And we've done it because this brand does not just live outside of the company, it lives within the company as well. We are proud of who we are, that we are different. So, kind of to summarize, the answer to your question is, yes, digital is very important. It's the baseline. It's stuff that we have to do. It's stuff that we have to optimize against. But brand plays a huge part in who we are and how proud we are of what we do, and also to our players as well.
Well, we from Golden Whale, we think also all the soft facts surrounding brand marketing, brand management have to be embedded in a data-driven environment. So the most important long-term strategy that I can see, or we can see here, is to get a practical data strategy in place to produce clean data sets. So what you need, what you already said, is build a baseline, build a meaningful set of baseline KPIs that give you the foundation to even do meaningful measurements on top of that, to see what your brand marketing, brand awareness, and so on is doing around the performance core of your activities. So the most long-term part is building a data strategy for isolating market sources, platforms, channels that you can, that you have only worked on with performance marketing for a certain time, and then you have a foundation for all the rest following up, all the work following up to that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and it leads me to the point where a lot of marketeers these days, they don't really call it like the performance marketing, brand marketing, they call it brand performance in a way, right?
Yeah.
Because each part of the marketing mix, each function is actually fueling one another. As Nicola said, that brand essentially over the long period of time is becoming one of your key assets, which is driving your traffic on the autopilot. Which leads me to my next question: how do we measure it? How do we track it? And then how we turn this into ROI, and how we make sure that our business is ROI driven?
It's very important, I think, to be able to track your brand performance at every step of the customer journey map. And that's why at EvenBet we actually try to track all these steps, all the contacts of our clients with our company, both online and offline. Of course, it's a little bit of a challenge because sometimes offline communications it's really controversial how to define the best option, how to track them. But still, we try to fix everything in our CRM system. And when actually you have this brand-driven strategy of communication, it penetrates every step of your communication with your clients. And that's why I believe that the beneficial approach from this side is in the point that actually we see that brand is a part of our HR strategy, it's a part of our customer success strategy, and when it's a part of these strategies, it means that the relationship building, the trust is also the part as a value of the communication with our client. And of course it's complicated to measure all these contacts and to fix the implications of them. But still what we do, we analyze, thanks to the end-to-end analytics we have applied, and thanks to some brand analytics instruments, the impact of all our communicational campaigns. And for us, of course, it's, for B2B business on the whole, it's quite complicated to estimate ROI, but still, I believe that ROI is not the only indicator that can help you to measure your performance and understand where do you stand at the market. That's why we have different measures. We analyze the cost per acquisition, for example. We analyze the impact of every event where we participate, or we are the sponsor of this or that event. And such precise analytics, data, and I believe target approach helps us to track the efficiency and adjust the strategy in case it's necessary. That's why being flexible and being ready to adjust your strategy is crucial, I believe. And as I said, yeah, ROI is not the only instrument for B2B at least, because it's a good instrument for B2C market, but still for B2B we have to have more indicators of our performance and brand performance itself.
Well, yeah, thanks a lot. It's quite a very overwhelming and very detailed reply. So thanks a lot for it. Go. I would love to hear your perspective, because running like marketing for such a big company where you have such a crazy amount of channels in your marketing mix, how do you approach tracking and measuring ROI in the end of the day?
Sure. So when it comes to data, we collect data points on all platforms and we integrate them and do our own analysis within our own BI teams and collect this information. Same goes for brand. We do market research and we collect data also on Google Trends, seeing what's happening, search volumes, everything that's happening. But for us, brand goes far more beyond than just tracking the volumes and people are searching for us. It goes in the core of our whole company. It goes to all of our teams. Would it be a product team or a customer experience team? Each and every team there contributes into that brand experience, right? So brand is not just something that you measure in your volumes or awareness or recognition. It's something that you need to address and understand through and through. So we do take a lot of these different things. We have a very good customer support team that helps us also understand customers and when they're happy, when they're not. And everyone here can attest that our customers sometimes don't get happy, but it is what it is, right? But shout out to Sanja, our customer experience officer. She does a great job there. So,
thanks. Yes, from my perspective, again, a bit of a technical view to that, building on what I said before, having built baseline KPIs, retention rates, return rates, conversion rates, and last but not least, meaningful lifetime value prediction. On top of that, you can then go into what we call a permanent experiment at Golden Whale, where we try to measure the effect of brand awareness, brand sentiment on top of the performance baseline that we established before. And this is something that is not done in one step, but this is a permanent process, identifying clean data, doing experiments on top of it, because you don't always keep this level of cleanness, as you have to react to market dynamics, to competition, to user preferences, and so on. So it's an ongoing process, looking for the baseline, looking for the measurement. And now with the tools we have today in automation and in data engineering, this can be done in a permanent cycle.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's a really good point. I guess the performance side of things, like as you guys mentioned, is easy to measure, easy to set up a proper tracking, and it's much harder with the brand marketing and then obviously calculating the ROI. Tell me one thing. So in chasing the performance marketing excellence and ROI, a lot of companies are actually crossing the boundaries. The marketing is becoming way too aggressive. The marketing is becoming less customer-centric and sometimes harmful. How do we make sure we're pushing for the best possible ROI in both of our performance and brand marketing efforts, but at the same time being compliant and customer-centric and making sure we're not harming anyone?
Well, I think it's all about the player. We want the player to feel safe and have fun interacting with our brand. That's extremely important. Now I have the, really an amazing business partner. He's got 2 masters in marketing and 1 PhD in behavioral science.
Wow.
Like we don't do anything without measuring. And he's been doing this for 18 years. And he loves to dig into the details and analyze the data. So during this 18 years, we're A/B testing, working with real-time data as calls you hear that calls is our core. There we really interact with the player. We get excellent real-time data from the player. We get feedback for product development. How can we improve the player experience? And working with this, you really increase lifetime value working long term. So analyze the data, talk to the player, interact with the player, and work with real-time data.
Wow, thanks.
I can say that actually your question is, very ethical. It's about ethical values, and it's about the values of the company. And I believe that at the very first step, we have to, choose the side. You cannot be client-centric. You cannot be the adapt of the human-to-human approach, for example. You cannot promise anything to your audience and make them believe to you in case you are controversial to them. Because according to the latest McKinsey research, for example, people in our sphere, they say that for them it's much more important whether we protect their data, whether they feel that they are secure. And this point is 2 or even 3 times more important than the quality of the service delivered or the product itself. And we have to keep this in mind. That's why I believe we have to be consistent and constant, and we should be very ethical, because we are operating in a controversial business. That's why we should keep it always in mind.
Yeah, from my side, I think it's an interesting question, because we are now living in the day and age where we have so much data and so many tools that we can do so many things. Sort of a question of, if you give a person a fire, he can burn a village, but he can also cook a really nice dinner. So the question is not, do we have the tools, it's how do we use them?
Yeah.
And I think one of the key issues that arises, or the key reasons why this arises, is because a lot of companies have very short-term goals, which means that they need to perform something tomorrow, this month, this quarter. Something needs to happen, right? So this is where the dilemma or the questions become more evident. The way to approach it, and the way that we are approaching these kind of things, is we are building OKRs across the whole company. We want to have a long-term plan and a long-term strategy that aligns different teams across the board.
We actually do the same.
Same thing?
Yeah.
In order just to kind of move into the same direction, to have the big picture, the long-term goal that we want to achieve together, and then these questions are not really questions. You want to have a sustainable business. You want to be,
Yeah, sure.
be healthy, sustainable, and also you want to be proud of what you do, right? So that kind of environment we want to build within the company that goes forward. So.
Yeah, you should be also a brand ambassador of what you are doing. Not only proud, but also a brand ambassador.
Yeah, it's how they call it. A CMO usually or a marketing director is a customer champion, right? So it always needs to be on the customer side, no matter what the product guys are saying.
Yeah, because it's all about reputation.
Yep, that's true.
I really want to add to that. With the models we can build today, we can already calculate predicted lifetime value on the first day of interaction with the customer. Calculating ideal ROI is even possible on the first day, but is iteratively optimized over the course of the player's journey. The end result is for sure when model validation is due and you have the final result about the player. But to achieve optimal lifetime value, we at least try to run our company that way, that we see this is a sustainability project. Because the best customer uses your product in a sensible way over a long period of time, ideally as a habit to a certain extent, but as a healthy habit. As something that you can incorporate in the rest of your life easily. And if this is achievable as a long-term goal, also with model building structures that technology can supply now, we're all for it. We're all in.
Yeah, you know, like I think this question led me into something which the audience I think will value a lot. Our industry is very affiliate driven, right? And I feel like a lot of companies, like we discussed the brand marketing approach, we discussed the marketing mix, etc. Many companies in their niche never even did anything apart from the affiliate marketing, right? And we discussed the ROI, we discussed the ethical side of things. Being affiliate driven, how do you ensuring that your affiliate marketing is also ethically right, is customer centric? How do you guys track the affiliates you work with and how you make sure that their marketing is fully compliant, ethical, and not harmful?
Well, you have to choose the affiliates that you're working with that align with the values that you have as a company. Like how do we work with our players? How do we speak to them? How do we communicate with them? We have to choose the affiliates, and you see now we're seeing so many operators that are really focused on sustainable players and long-term healthy players, but we're seeing the same trend within affiliates. So just choose your affiliates wisely that are in line with your brand values.
Yeah, fully support actually, and what I can say, first of all, think about your client, do what is good for your client, and deliver the best quality ever possible. And answering your question, actually, if you want to be real partners with the recommended affiliate, I believe that, as Martina said, first of all, get acquainted them with your strategy, with your values, and indicate whether you are on the same page. If not, just not do it.
Yeah, from our side, I would say less is more. You cannot manage thousands of affiliates. We have tried, but it doesn't work. The point here is that you need to pick affiliates that fit within what you're trying to achieve. And in order to do that, you need to get to know them. At the end of the day, it's also very much about the personal connections and really talking to these affiliates. So in today's day and age, I would rather pick 10, have really close relationship, a partnership with them, where I know that their values align also with our values and go forward and scale up, than to just try to shoot as much as possible to get volumes. It doesn't work in the long run.
Nothing much to add from my side. It's all been said before. So choose carefully with whom you work with and try to set some standards together for the way forward.
All right, thank you. One last quick question here. We talked a lot about acquisition, but there is no ROI without retention. And this is another issue which I feel like, apart from the brand marketing our industry got, is not retaining enough and not retaining well enough. So what's your take on the retention, like against acquisition? Like, can you give like maybe audience a little bit of suggestion, like what they should do in order to retain better and make the ROI better as a result?
Well, I would say that many operators, like they've been so focused on the acquisition, like that they haven't had like time to like focus on the retention as well. But now we see as margins are being pushed, like all operators need to look into also like keeping the players. Like not keeping them is like having revenues walking out your door.
Yeah.
And it's like all of us know this, but it's much cheaper to keep a player than buying a new one. So I think now that we're just in time on the market, like where operators are really looking into this because it's deeply revenue affecting.
Actually, acquisition or retention, you know, like it's an essential question, yeah, but both of them are important. And my recommendation here is just talk to your customers, talk to your clients, and not just hear what they say back, but really try to listen to them carefully and collect all possible insights. This is the key to the appropriate retention program for your company.
Yeah, I mean, I could just echo that. You know, everyone talks about retention and percentages. Do we know why people are leaving? Why are we not retaining them? It's not about the next notification or a next email that you send them. It's not about the new message you give them on the social media. It's not about that. So in order to solve that question and understand properly why retention is working or not, you need to ask the right question. What exactly is happening? Why are we dropping them off? Where are we dropping the ball?
Yes, retention is a hugely underserviced area in our business. We're completely sure this is one of the reasons for founding this company I'm here with today. And we all should accept that reacting to a human using a digital game is a multidimensional optimization problem. And we have to sort out where the humans do best and where it's better to leave it to a machine which doesn't care if the problem has 20 dimensions and gives you the optimal operation point for a certain structure that you already built. This doesn't mean to get the humans out of the equation. The ideation still has to be done by the humans, but looking for the optimal operation point of a retention and engagement or even a gamification engine is something that a machine can do by far better.
Well, thanks a lot for your brilliant insights. Some of them were pure gold. I hope the audience, you guys enjoyed it. So let's give a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Well done. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the point of the very last session of the day. So well done for sticking it out this long. That's great. And just a friendly reminder, after this session, we really hope you will join us on the beautiful rooftop. Literally just follow the staircase all the way up, and you'll go on the rooftop. It's a great place to finish a long and hard day with a nice ice-cold drink in your hand. So hopefully you will join us up there. All right, we're not done yet. We have one last session left. The title is Compliance and Regulatory Challenges for Affiliates. So hope there are some affiliates left in the room here. So please welcome to the stage once again Bill Pasquale III, BP3, and the third time on the stage today, Bill. So amazing, well done.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. I think I see one or two people here, so thank you for staying. The check is in the mail. So this panel is the only thing standing in your way between us and drinks. So we're going to try to be efficient, but it's a very worthwhile panel. You have some very great leaders with a lot of history in the affiliate world. This panel is on how to overcome the regulatory challenges and hurdles for affiliates, both dealing with operators, compliance, and regulators. So please join with me in welcoming Luis Portela de Calvo, partner at Lecto. Please. Paul Paluca, CMO, Mr. Gamble. Please, let's hear it for Paul. And Tristan Smook, former head of affiliates for the great brand Betson Group. Let's hear it. Gentlemen, why don't you just give a brief, quick intro and then we'll hop into it.
Hello. Okay, so my name is Tristan. So I've been in the industry for just over 19 years, held various roles. A lot of it affiliation, obviously, former head of affiliates at Betson. Yeah, wide variety of different things like customer service and risk and fraud and marketing and so on.
Hi, my name is Paul. So I'm CMO of Mr. Gamble. I've been working in iGaming since 2014, different kind of roles from the operator side also, so I have a good perspective also what's happening in the other side of the table. I've been in affiliation for a couple of years now, started in Mr. Gamble last year, so it's been a bit more than a year now.
Hi, I'm Luis. I've been in the industry for a few years. Before I was in the affiliate side. I was head of legal for a big affiliate. Now I transitioned to a law firm. I have some affiliate clients, also some operator clients, so I think this is going to be an interesting topic to see both perspectives, and looking forward to start it.
Just to set up some context, I've represented dozens of affiliates from mostly outside the country into the US and some other markets. But I remember making a phone call to the state of West Virginia. I called the governor's office. I hadn't met the regulator yet. And the gaming regulator gets on the phone. The governor got him on the phone, which wasn't a good look for me. And I couldn't believe, because West Virginia has full-blown sport online, right? The whole world. Tristan, right? You know what the regulator said? What's an affiliate? So let's do this. Let's not assume that the broader audience, because this is being taped, and you guys are just huge leaders in the market. I appreciate your knowledge and experience. Hopefully everybody else will. Just your own way of discussing what do affiliates do, what's the traction, why it's important, and then we'll go from there on the regulatory hoops and shoots. Tristan.
Yes, so I mean, the important thing about what affiliates are is it's a means to get traffic into your brand, right? So it's a partnership. It's built on relationships. An affiliate is there to bring traffic to your site, and of course, you will pay them a commission for it. So it's a partnership with obviously financial gain, but it's essential that a lot of especially startup brands need affiliation because they don't have a lot of money in that to spend on external marketing and things like that. So affiliation plays an exceptional role in driving the brand value for a new startup and your established brands as well.
You know, the crazy thing, Paul, about America is we have two different types of licensing for affiliates.
Yeah, I know.
Right? CPA, rev share. Could you get into that a little bit?
With the US, we are actually currently we have a New Jersey license, and we are looking for more licenses this year because we noticed we do lots of also like English-speaking countries, and we do Canada, for example. So we noticed that we get lots of traffic also from US. So
Paul, I can help with that.
So we really want to utilize that one also. So hopefully this year we will get more and more states abroad. Obviously, like the regulatory framework is quite different in the US than it is in the European countries. Like you said, that there's different like licenses for CPA, rev share, but also itself, like the states are so completely different. Like it's amazing actually, but there's probably some good reason behind that one.
Yeah.
It's actually funny that you mention it because the decision of what kind of license to choose in the US could determine the bankruptcy or not of your business. To explain to the audience in general, as Bill well knows it better than me, rev share licenses tend to be way more demanding, both financially and with other requirements, the good old American way. than CPA licenses. On the other end, they are obviously more profitable, theoretically, but there are several examples of companies that just went full force to the US and they had problems. So I think that kind of market, which is obviously a great market and has plenty of opportunities, need to be approached with caution by affiliates.
You know, it's funny, Tristan, Paul, and Luis. Years ago, when I got into the online space, I used to tell regulators in America who knew nothing about it, my grandparents, who lived in Paterson, New Jersey, used to take the bus to Atlantic City every Friday, right? And there was like a company that would get them on a bus. Or there were what were called junkets, bachelor parties, bachelorette parties, VIPs, right? So it's sort of like the retail version of affiliates, but you have so much more capacity and influence because you're also educating people. You're educating both the customer on getting into the regulated world versus the Bulldogs and Bravados in America. And what you also do is providing them with content. And that's like a journalist, the media organization, that requires a lot of money and resources. So, you know, I like to explain to a lot of affiliates, not in your magnitude, but sort of low startup entrants. Listen, start off with CPA. Don't start off with RevShare. See if you gain traction, because you know what happens with RevShare. Tax returns, fingerprints, all the rest. So what, Tristan, maybe if you can help educate us, what are some barriers to entry and regulatory challenges that you face, both with the operators and the regulators? Across the globe, we're talking.
Yeah. So not every regulation is the same, as we know. So it's also monitored and governed differently. So this presents a whole bunch of unique challenges for any operator, plus the affiliate, because if an affiliate wants to work with your business, they need to adapt to how you want them to work with you. And not every operator will apply the same logic to how they're interpreting the laws. So that is always a challenge in how you interpret the laws and the regulations that are set up. And at the same time, you also have to have your systems in place in the back office, in your operations, in your support team to ensure that this market is governed this way, and this is how we can work with the affiliates. And then in the same breath, you need to educate your affiliates that want to work with you that if you're going to represent our brand or promote our brand, this is the only way you can represent us. And that is always a challenge, mixing up the different markets.
Paul?
Yeah, exactly like Tristan said, regarding the markets, because there's so many brands that actually operate in various different markets. And for example, Mr. Gamble, we have different geos, countries that we promote also. So it's always a bit like struggle because we have fully licensed markets like UK, for example, which is our biggest market, which is really strict when it comes to regulations. But we have also some markets that are not regulated. So it's a bit different than, obviously, it goes all the way that all the information that we have in Mr. Gamble, for example, is correct. So we have done like lots of work in our backend, our CMS, that we are sure that all the information that is shown to customers is correct, compliance with all the regulatory frameworks. It's a hard job, but obviously we chose this path, and it's been a really good path. We think so.
Yeah, one thing that you mentioned previously, it's sometimes the regulator is a danger because you have someone that is professionally very competent and is put there, but he has no experience in the industry. In that moment, it's crucial that the operator and the affiliate work together. And there are two sectors where I think this joint work needs to be more focused. Is the compliance/legal, where both the operator and the affiliate need to be flexible. So it's not because you have a hammer that everything is a needle. And then the commercial, because there will be moments where the traffic will not be delivering, but you need to have the relation to sustain it. I think the affiliate should work as an extension of the operator if possible. With its independence, it needs to make money too, but as an extension. I think that will be an ideal solution.
You know what was interesting, and I know the three of you are aware of it, and I'd like to hear for our audience and for my own knowledge, remember what Massachusetts tried to do last year? Banning affiliates. And some of the affiliates, Tristan, you know what I'm talking about, didn't take it seriously. Others did, thankfully. Your former company and others took it seriously. That would have been a disaster, both for the sort of affiliate model, because you know it's a domino effect with regulation, but it also would have been sad because I've made the argument, because I'm on Entain's Foundation for Responsible Gaming, and I'm advocating across the globe for that, but I think it would have had a deleterious effect, a negative impact, if you ban affiliates. How would the consumer be educated, right, on what's legal and what's not in terms of the black market?
No, I mean that's a very, very good point. That, and I mean, how are you going to educate the market on a wider scale? I mean, on the basic level, not every operator is able to get all their exposure across multiple channels to get their message across, and that's where affiliates play that vital role. As Louis said, playing that extension of the brand in that partnership, that's super important.
Yeah, and that's why those websites like ranked operators in jurisdiction are important for this. It's an example of how to educate people, because that way the consumer can just go there. Obviously, the content is sponsored, so you are promoting the brands, but it's okay, because they are regulated brands that actually advocate for responsible gaming. If you don't have that kind of promotion, the consumer will just go to the brand with the better odds, which generally it's not a regulated brand for the reasons that we all know.
Could one of you take us, or all of you, take us through the journey? Because what I have experienced, at least predominantly where I do my offices and I do the bulk of my work in the US, seems like regulatory CPA, CPA for affiliates was much higher years ago, now that we've had the land grab. But when new states come in, it seems like the operators are much more enthusiastic. Can you take us through the natural journey of what the affiliate experience is with an operator, what the CPA is in different jurisdictions versus the rev share model?
Yeah, this depends lots of, like, obviously on how new we are in the market, how we rank on Google, for example, because Mr. Gamble, for example, we do lots of like SEO traffic. That's our main source of income. But normally, like, what we do, it's kind of like we look in the brand, we dig into do research of the brand itself, so we see how it works. And obviously in the US, we're quite new still, so we're learning the process still. So I would assume that there's quite difference regarding the different states, for example, and what license we have there. But normally we just check the player value also in general, and obviously we have, like, let's say in other markets we have good understanding, let's say in UK, what should be the player value, and we calculate it on that one, and obviously we have our own costs. And it's all about negotiation then. So of course we try to get the best price for us, and operators start to get the best price for them. And normally, like, the good deal is that everyone hurts a bit, but not too much. So we meet somewhere in the middle. That's my experience from the operator side and also affiliate side.
Yeah, just to echo on that, it's in my experience with the operator side, what we would do is we would look at the general market's average, the player value. We would distinguish between a rev share threshold and a CPA threshold of what we're willing to offer for any affiliate to promote our brands. There's a limit to how much you want to give out, because you know there's a threshold where you know as a business you're going to make money. And if you exceed that, it has to be a really, really good offer or really good potential. The affiliate has to have some kind of special sauce to go above your limits. But there's generally a limit, a threshold where you have a benchmark basically for both rev share and CPA. But it all depends on the player values. You generate that by looking at, over time you get the market averages for your players as well that come in. And you know what your brands can bring in. You know the value of your brands and what the players can bring in general. And once you have that overview, you have those thresholds, and that's where we would play in. But, we know that it's not always easy for an operator to get the best positions, the best prices, because you have other operators that would pay up. Yep. And that's where the challenge comes in, is making sure that you get that top position at your price. And that's always the challenge that's where it comes in with the relationships. Establishing those good relationships to get good price.
Because you need time to assess what's the right price. It's not something that you can do immediately. And I guess it's a problem that we have been seeing in the US, because in the opposite way to what we see in Europe, the advertising spaces in the US are expensive for all markets. So a car dealer has probably the same possibilities as a gambling advertiser. In Europe, no. In general, people are already used that they have to pay more for gambling advertisements because it's disregarded or seen as a poor child of society most of the times. And it's very difficult for the operator and for the affiliate to assess, okay, let's work in a CPA. How much is a good CPA for the US? And you say $200. It seems a lot of money, right, for one player, but maybe it's not enough.
Yeah, and those numbers keep coming down, right? I remember years ago when I was doing work with Robin Reed at Gig, and they had a little bit of an affiliate business. I said, Robin, educate me. So I want you to educate me in your own words. I'm not going to tell you what he told me, but here's my question. Robin, you get customers for an operator. They go across, and whether it's CPA or rev share, whatever. How do you know that the operator's telling the truth about what they owe you? And Robin laughed at first, right? Typical American, what do I know at the time? But take us through that. How do you know how to track it? How do you trust the operator? What do you do for verification?
You don't know.
You don't want to say?
Talk about the admin fees.
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, for the operator side, you have to have trust in your systems, in your process, and your affiliate program, right? Your affiliate platform. That's your monitoring tool. That keeps track of everything. Obviously, you tie that into another database where you can, if anything happens to the other, there's always a way to double check and vet that this is correct and accurate. Of course, they do. We do all our own calculations in terms of admin fees, which we throw in, and that takes care of the costs and stuff like your gambling tax and licensing fees and payment providers, all that kind of stuff. But if that fee is deducted already, the system itself should be accurate enough because it's all built in. You build in all of those specifications. So you have to rely on your data as well as the systems you use. It's the only way we can do it.
Since this is a panel on regulation, right, and the affiliate experience, each of you tell me, and I hope you have different opinions, but maybe you don't, what's the worst regulatory regime in terms of affiliates that you've experienced and why, and what's the best? You probably are the only one that can say.
Well, I mean, there are good ones and there are bad ones. There's ones that require a lot of work, a lot of manpower, a lot of effort, and sometimes the rewards are not the best, but it's part of the game. It's part of having that license. It's part of your reputation and following the rules, right? I would say Denmark is super difficult. It's up there. Greece is also a very, very challenging market. USA, of course, you have to have both, and that goes along with Greece. Affiliate and an operator license are required there. And then there are easier ones. I always like to reference Colombia. I think it's a good market because there it's regulated and governed right, and is not much time taken on your part as the operator to manage that. So they are easy ones, but they are definitely difficult ones.
I guess it all depends. I won't say what's the best, what's the worst, because I think that will be unfair. Probably not good for me too.
Yeah.
But I think it all depends on.
I thought I'd catch you, but you're too smart.
On the resources that the regulator has. Because if the regulator has unlimited resources, you can have a more restrictive approach because you will handle everything. The reality is that normally they don't. So what I recommend in those cases is that you have an approach where you involve operators and affiliates in controlling the own market, do their own due diligence. So I can say that Ontario, although it's based in the Denmark regime, is a good approach, in my opinion, because it makes operators liable for the third parties. Then this creates that operators and the third parties saying affiliates have to work together in not breaching the law.
Yeah. Paul, you can have the last comment.
Yeah, so I'm not going to reveal everything, I know. But I would say that, like, I used to work in operator side also before, and I have also some experience from the Swedish license. Like, I'm not going to say I'm the biggest fan of that one. But then again, like, for example, in EU licenses, Estonian license is quite straightforward. And I work with startups also on operator side that it was kind of like, really like straightforward approach on that one. I think really good example on a license that is not like too strict, but it's still like there's clear guidelines in that sense.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join with me in thanking Tristan, Paul, and Luis. And welcome back to the stage our great hosts, Alice and Michael. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Michael, it's the finish of day one. Isn't it a bit sad?
It is the finish of day one, and it is very, very sad, but what a day it has been, Alice.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us on day one of Next Valletta 2024. And we've covered so many different topics today, haven't we? From cutting-edge tech to market trends to innovative strategies, right?
Absolutely. From Play and Go's keynote this morning with the MoneyGram Haas F1 team to game changer talks. It has really been a crazy blend of expertise we've seen on the stage, I think, today. So really impressive.
Really, really impressive. And again, a huge thank you, shout out to our headline sponsor, Hub 88. And of course, thank you to all our other sponsors for your support. We also want to say thank you to our 950 plus operators and affiliates that's joining us these 2 days. And of course, a big thank you to you guys who are here. You know, it's your engagement that's made this event truly, truly special. And a quick reminder for tomorrow, we have a few tracks going on. So on the first floor, you'll have the Marketing Next track, the Tech Next track, and a Sustainability track. So don't miss that tomorrow.
Absolutely. Also, please remember that tomorrow we start in this room again with a very cool session, which is the CEO Hot Seat. I don't know if you know, Alice, that was voted the most popular session 2 years in a row. So that's the first session tomorrow. So be sure to be back here in the room at 10:30 for another full day full of learning opportunities and innovation.
Yes, that's right. So, okay, guys, join us upstairs. The rooftop is open, so we'll have some networking drinks there. We can enjoy the sunshine and see you back here tomorrow at 10:30.
See you tomorrow. Thank you for today, guys.
Thank you. Fist bump.